Stay, Vorden replied. It was strange that Layla was possibly talking about being left here on this planet, alone, behind with everyone else. Looking at the small horns on top of her head, and the friendly girls around the place that looked to be just like her, Vorden couldn't help but think maybe she did fit in with this type of crowd more. Perhaps she now feels more at home with people more like her now, Vorden thought. Seeing a slight frown and down look on Vorden's face, Layla felt like she needed to make sure there was no misunderstanding between her words. I don't mean to stay here forever, Layla started to explain. You guys are going to try to go into the city to try and find more information, right? Is there any need for me to come along and try help? There is still a lot for me to learn here, and of course I want to help Quinn. If I can, I want to stay here as long as possible learning as much as I can. When you guys really need me and are ready to get Fex and Peter, then contact me through the mask. I'll check it every night at a certain time and will be ready to leave this place at any moment. Now Vorden understood. She didn't want to stay behind on the planet. She just wanted to stay here so she could learn more. It was true that probably the three of them would be enough. The pending problem though seemed to be CIA. She had initially come because of Layla, and if they were to leave without Layla, would she join them? They couldn't exactly leave CIA with the other vampires. If they did, then there was a high chance she would be caught. This predicament was something Vorden really couldn't think of how to get out of. He would later need to consolidate Logan about this to see if he had any type of plan. As time went on, the pairs started to inform each other of certain skills. Vorden and Layla pretended that they were exchanging important information. Logan and the Big Eyes girl just continued to stare at each other without a word being spoken. While CIA would continuously look in Layla's direction, while Amy felt like her words were being spoken to a dead wall. After the time was up, vampires were asked to come to the front and explain what they learnt about their partners. While doing so, the subclass would stand next to them. This was to see how much information they remembered while also sharing it with the others. Most of it went well, and when it came to Logan's turn, he just stood there at the front saying nothing. And it looked like his partner also did the same, with a large smile on her face. Seeing this awkward scene, Phil quickly interrupted as he remembered what type of subclass she was, as she wasn't able to speak. Sorry, this is my fault. I will do the explaining for this group as an exception. Vorden already knew about Layla, so it was relatively easy for him to explain to the others, and then it came to CIA's turn. Amy, standing by her side, thought that she was doomed and wouldn't say anything. After all, the whole time the two of them were together, her mind was somewhere else. Hardly any words were exchanged between the two, and Amy would just spout it out as if she was an information page about herself. Amy is something known as a succubus. Although some may not be able to tell this, there are some clear signs. The red tail and the single horn that is placed only on the left side. This is because she is still only something known as an infant succubus. When she evolves and turns into a full succubus, she will grow 2 horns, evenly placed on both sides. Her tail will grow longer, her skin will redden, and finally, her wings will sprout out from her back. They are strong in illusion magic and are also able to lure certain men who are attracted to her easily. This is because the source of her energy is a man's special seed. Excellent, Paul said. He started to explain a few more details while showing Amy as an example. Then later he sent the two of them back. Returning, Amy glanced at CIA, who still looked to be deep in thoughts. She was absolutely shell-shocked by the way CIA had managed to answer the whole class. She was sure she wasn't paying attention to a single word, yet somehow she had mentioned everything Amy had said to her. Even CIA herself hadn't realized how well she was able to keep the information inside her head. But when looking at Layla, it was as if her mind was able to focus on 2 points of information at once, noting down everything. She felt like she often did this when walking around and entering rooms. Her eyes would dart around and make points about everything, small notes. Even when looking at people, she would roughly know their weight and height. She could only assume that all of these things were a habit, but why? After all was done for the lesson, the students were allowed to return to their dorm rooms, and Vorden had entered Logan's room to tell him what Layla had said. With the two of them, they hoped they would be able to come up with a plan because so far they had nothing. Well, the best thing to do first is to ask CIA what she would like to do. Logan replied. I think it's best to bring her along with us. But if she refuses, it will be hard to force her. It is a tricky situation, and we still haven't heard back from Quinn. Logan sat on his chair in his room for a while with his hand on his chin. It was his thinking position, but it was taking longer for him than usual to come up with something. He didn't know if it was because he wasn't in his room with his comfy massage chair or the fact that he hadn't eaten his favorite sandwiches for a while for his brain power. I think we might have to stay here as well. Logan finally spoke. I tried doing research on the 13th castle. Now that we know how many vampires and strong vampires are inside, with just us three, I fear we would be killed in seconds. If the students here know nothing more, I doubt we would be able to find more out in the town either. I suggest we don't move until we hear from Quinn. At the end of the day, we will all move out with him. With no plan of his own, Vorden felt like it was probably the only option they had. The next day, when entering their classroom and sitting in their regular seats, everyone was surprised to see that Teacher Silver didn't seem to be at the front today. She would usually be there before everyone else and greet each one of them as they entered the room. The kids at first were a little scared of Silver due to the stern expression on her face that seemed to never change. Still, slowly they all started to notice small gestures she would do that the other teachers didn't. These things showed to the whole class that she cared. She would greet everyone as they came in with their first names, pretty much on the second day. On everyone's desk, notes had been taken down of what they would be going through in their class that day, and if needed for the leçon, books would already be handed out on each desk. She had also created beautiful name tags that were placed in the front of everyone's desk, so it was easier for everyone to remember each other's name, and they weren't just regular name tags as well. Looking at it, one could tell they each had care put into them when being made. These weren't things the other teachers did. It really felt like she went the extra mile in helping those in her class. It now made not only the boys, but the girls as well truly fall for their Teacher Silver. Some were even thinking it would be best to join the 13th family just to serve under her, even with all the problems going on at the moment. And this was why everyone was worried when all the students had arrived and Silver still hadn't. Did something happen to her? A student asked. Maybe we should tell the other teachers. Another replied. Then the sound of the sliding door was heard as Silver walked in. With it a certain air had arisen, and the room fell completely silent. Everyone in an instant could tell something was wrong. Each step she took inside the room felt heavy. Her hair that was usually done up nicely and tied back had fallen to her sides, and when she finally went to face the students her eyes looked lost. They all wanted to ask what happened, what was wrong. But it was considered rude in the vampire culture to ask such a thing of someone in a higher position. I am here to make an announcement that they have asked us to make not only to the students, but to the whole vampire settlement. Silver said in a monotone voice with no fluctuation at all, that the vampire known as Fex Sanguis, a former member of the 13th family, will be executed. This was no new information for the students around them. The word had already spread of what would happen, but still no one knew exactly what he had done. The execution will be on the 25th of August on the day he came to this world, and it shall be a public one at the main plaza, stationed at the front of the king's castle. A public execution, Fred said out loud, but he wasn't the only one that was shocked by this. The others were as well. A public execution hadn't even been seen in their own lifetimes. Most of the time, the matter would be dealt with by their own families or behind the scenes. The students could only think that Fex's crime had to be a truly serious one for them to go this far, and to even make everyone aware of it as well. Bang! Slamming her fist onto the desk in front of her, it was hard for Silver to contain her emotions. She knew this moment was coming, but having to inform people out loud of what was happening made her realize all too soon the day was upon her and that she could do nothing. Now, I know why she's like that, Fred said. Hearing this, Vorden was wondering what he meant. They were able to gather information that had informed them that Silver was part of the 13th family. So she would be upset, but this was different. This was beyond being upset, and Vorden was interested due to Silver helping him out before. She seemed like a genuinely good person. What do you mean? Vorden asked. What, isn't it obvious? Although some people say Silver is heartless, It's as clear as day that she is being affected by her brother's execution. Silver is Fex's brother, and a vampire knight at that. Vorden thought in his mind, and it seemed like at the same time Logan had received this information as well. This realization was what they needed to move on to the next step. Now, we just need you, Quinn, Logan thought. When entering through the square like teleporters, Quinn realized that the students didn't have to go through while holding each other one by one like they did with the circular teleporters. At first, Quinn thought this was done on purpose as a way to randomly split up the students for the assessment, but as they were transported to the new area, he turned and looked around him. He could see everyone was there, and shortly after the teacher had arrived as well. Just like the planet they had come from. It was dark outside when looking at the sky. All of them seemed to be in a strange open wasteland. There were no trees like where they once were, and there seemed to be nothing around them at all. No lakes, no hills, just a fat plain wasteland. It was hard to tell if it was the same planet that Quinn had arrived on once before. When he had arrived at the Red Portal planet before, he had done so at a shelter where there were plenty of buildings and strange items around, but they were all destroyed. After all, planets were large and vast, and some of them even had similar structures to Earth, where there would be separate continents with water in between. So there was a good chance that Quinn would never see the shelter again, even if he was on the same planet, but it did start to make him think. The planet was where he had found the Shadow Ability book, while the book itself was an ability that only vampires could learn. Right now vampires used the planet as a training ground. He wondered if there was a possibility that at one point the human shelter and the vampires had interacted with each other. Maybe the vampires were even the ones who had destroyed the shelter. The shadow seems to be a complicated thing. During his training, he looked at the other descendants and saw them from time to time using their powers. Yet not a single one of them had the same shadow power as Quinn, and even the system had told him it would be best for him to hide it for now, only using it if his life was in danger. When Clark had arrived, he went around to each of the students placing a strange small circular device on their clothing. It stuck on quite easily, and it looked as if it would take quite a bit before falling off. He then also handed them each a small backpack that contained certain supplies inside, one of them being blood. This here is a tracker that will allow me to find you. As for the other things, you can take a guess why they are needed, Clark explained. This trip will last a total of 3 days. When the tracker beeps 3 times, it means you are to return to this spot, so please try to get your bearings. If you are lost, then don't worry. My familiar is one of the best at tracking people, and we also have the trackers placed on you as backup. The task is to defeat 10 death bats and obtain their crystals. You may do so however you wish, you may do whatever you wish. But remember, your fellow classmates are not the enemy. If I find you have stolen the bat crystals after they were already obtained, you shall be in serious trouble. From Clark's words, it sounded like working together to collect the crystals was not a problem, but one could not steal crystals from another. This meant working as a group presented its own problems. Although you are more likely to kill a death bat crystal, one would have to find more. And then between the group, they would also need to decide how to distribute the bat crystals to each other. The larger the group, the more likely a person would eventually be left out, and the stronger ones would complain at the fact that they did more work. In the first place, there were only 25 of them on the planet. Clark then proceeded to sit down and open up his book as he started reading. Well, what are you waiting for? Clark said. The assessment has already begun since we got here. With that, the students decided to split off and start searching for the deathbat beasts. Rokeen had teamed up with Quinn and had already summoned his familiar. With the 3 of them, they could now cover more ground and perhaps find a deathbat quicker. Some other students had formed groups, while there were very few who had decided to go off on their own, but those were mostly the stronger students. Before leaving, Quinn looked into the direction of Cyrus and their group of 3. Their eyes met for a brief second before Cyrus turned his head away and walked off in a different direction. At least for now, it didn't seem like he would cause any trouble with Quinn again. Nearly all the students decided to head off in a different direction to see if they could find anything. One of the hardest parts of this assessment was the fact that they were given next to no information. They weren't told where to go, or even where the death bats would most likely be. If they were in a more varied terrain area, then perhaps they could have chosen certain places that were more likely to have beasts. But the open wasteland made it hard for them to choose any direction. Shouldn't it be obvious? Rokeen said while walking and looking at his black rabbit running about ahead of them. What do you mean? Quinn replied. Well, the name of the beast is a death bat, right? So doesn't that mean they will be in a cave of some sort? Just like regular bats. He replied. But when Quinn looked around, he couldn't even find a mountain or a hill for any bats to even live in. He did agree, but right now it didn't make any sense. They continued to walk with still nothing around them they could see, until the little black rabbit started to make some strange noises, and it immediately started to run back towards Rokeen. It's here, Rokeen said. The rabbit says the death bat is here. But when they both looked around, they couldn't see anything. They both walked forward until they were where the rabbit stood, and a little up ahead they could see a black shadow mound. From where they were, the mound just looked like a fairly large thick boulder. It stood out all on its own and looked a little out of place as nothing was around it. Squeak, squeak. It's saying that the thing that we are looking at is the death bat, but what's it doing out here? Rokeen replied. From this distance, the bat was a little too far for Quinn to use his inspect skill to bring up any information. At the same time, he felt like he needed to be careful. Although he had defeated a king-tier beast before, at the time he had nearly died and had the help of others. The flashbacks of the advanced beast killing all the students on the other planet came running through his head. Some advanced beasts were stronger than others, and it was possible this was one of the stronger ones. With his hand, he bent down and grabbed a chunk of the land until it was like a small stone in his hand. It was a good weight and size similar to a baseball, judging the distance and the right amount of strength. He threw the rock as hard and as fast as he could and managed to perfectly hit the top of the shadow border ahead. Bingo! Rokeen said as the stone bounced off and fell to the floor. Suddenly, the boulder started to shake and vibrate, and it was slowly growing in size. It lifted its wing and revealed was a large bat-looking creature that had the wingspan of at least 2 meters. Not messing around, both of them moved in towards the bat. The bat's movements seemed a little slow, as if it was waking up from a sleep, so they decided to move a little faster. While on their way, Quinn was continually trying to use his inspect skill until he was finally within range. Inspect. Advanced Tier Beast Death Bat. A large bat-like creature that uses the power of supersonic waves. The sound produced by the bat is at a frequency that is unheard of by most living beings. The attacks produced from the beast's mouth also move at the speed of sound and are powerful. If the bat feels like its life is in danger, it will cry, calling others to the same area. Perfect, Quinn said. Let's go bat hunting. Reading the details of the death bat, Quinn wasn't too worried. By now he had figured out the system a little. If the beast in front of him was strong enough, he would have received a certain quest, or at least one for an instant level up, but he had not. Only when strong opponents or beasts appeared would he receive such a thing. Still, it didn't mean the task would be easy, especially reading the last part about it calling its allies. There was a good chance that if the death bat felt like its life was in danger, it would call over more of them. This could be seen as a good thing or bad thing depending on the situation. If the death bat was easy to kill with Rokeen's help, then having more would make the task easier. After all, they needed to kill 20 advanced beasts in a time span of 3 days. The problem was, though, how many would come? Would it depend how many were nearby in the area, and how far would its cry attract attention from? If the beast was quite hard to kill, it would perhaps be too hard for the two of them to handle many at once. With all these things in mind, Quinn was ready. The beast isn't replying, so we have no choice but to fight, Rokeen said. Quinn was never relying on the fact that Rokeen was able to do something in the first place with his ability. It seemed like Rokeen had made an attempt just because of what he had said before. The black rabbit stayed on Rokeen's shoulder and its horn started to light up, just like it did when fighting against the other beast in the river. In response to this, the death bat opened its mouth and leaned back its head and its belly slightly raised, but no sound was heard. Jump! Quinn shouted. Dashing to the left and Rokeen dashing to the right, they split up and just where they were at that moment. The dirt from the floor lifted up as if an explosion was placed in the ground. Was that an attack from the death bat? Rokin thought and was thankful that Bin had told him to move. Otherwise he would have been hit from the invisible and soundless attack. Quinn only knew that it was preparing for an attack thanks to the information provided by the system. Opening its mouth was the sign it would be unleashing a sonic blast, but it was at a frequency that could be unheard of from vampires. It continued to fire out blast after blast going for Quinn. Looking at the beast's head movements, Quinn was able to dodge most of the attacks, but once in a while he would have to perform the flash step as two attacks would come out too close to each other. Dust and dirt would rise up from the ground just moments after Quinn would move. It looked strange and made it seem as if Quinn was the one causing this, as if there was a delay in his footsteps. However, this all gave Rokin plenty time to prepare. His familiar was ready, and so it was easy getting into position around the side of the deathbat. He first shot out 2 blood swipes of his own. They scraped across the floor, and eventually reached the beast's side. The bat slightly turned its body, lifting its wing, blocking the attack. But this was what Rokin was waiting for. The attacks were just a distraction. Once the bat had moved its wing out of the way to throw out an attack of its own, the black rabbit was ready with its horn, firing off a strong straight line of a lightning bolt. The attack was fast and strong, and the bat was unable to react in time. It lifted its wing, but not enough to stop the attack. However, it was able to jump and flap its wings, slightly changing where the attack would hit. Originally it was going for the head, but now with its sudden movements, the attack instead singed right through a part of its chest, and black blood started to pour down from below. "Damn! We were so close," Rokin complained. Still, flapping its wings, the black bat's attention seemed to be focusing on something else. It was slightly up in the air, and tilted its head back further than before, and then its belly started to rise outward even more. Whatever it was clear that this attack was bigger than the ones before, and it was coming right for Rokin. "Blood shield," Rokin said. A wall of blood rose in front of him. All he could do was hope it would be enough to block the attack. Moon crescent kick. Looking up in the air, Rokin could see something up as high as the bat appeared. It was Quinn. At that moment, lifting his leg from below upward, towards his head as fast and as strong as he could, a horizontal single line of blood came out. It was larger than any blood swipe Rokin had ever seen before. At the same time it looked slightly different, and instead of the attack coming from the hands like it usually would, it came from a leg instead. The large attack the bat had been storing up, it quickly lifted its head and blew out the attack to its side. It was such a powerful attack, the force had moved the bat's body slightly backwards. The crescent kick had hit, but instead of slicing the beast in half, it had hit the wing and continued to go past until it eventually disappeared. A few seconds later, and the wing had fallen to the floor, with the bat following shortly after. Was that a new type of attack he created himself? Rokin thought. His own blood swipe had only caused faint scratches on the beast's skin, but Bin's had managed to completely cut off the beast's wings. Unfortunately, it seems like the beast had some form of intelligence, or at least battle instinct, as it was able to narrowly avoid death twice now. As soon as Quinn's feet had touched the floor and he lifted his head up, he was ready to finish off the beast and gain the EXP. But then another red strike had come out from the side. This one was neither from Quinn nor Rokin. It too was a single strike of blood swipe, but was larger than the one Rokin had produced. With the blood from the chest wound, and the wound delivered from Quinn, the bat could hardly move and was ready to call its allies, but before it could, the red aura had slipped right through its neck, killing the beast. "Ha! Ha ha! We did it," a voice said from the side. Quinn and Rokin turned their heads to the side, knowing full well that neither of them had killed the beast, meaning someone had stolen their kill at the last second. Looking at who it was an unforgettable face for both of them. It was Cyrus, and by his side were his 2 friends. "It was a good idea to follow you. You guys certainly did put on an impressive act," he said, walking over to the beast's body. "Wait, that's ours," Rokin shouted. But I was the one who killed it. Unfortunately, the crystal now belongs to me, and according to the rules that Clark had put in place, you guys aren't allowed to steal it off me," Cyrus said, as his 2 friends carved out the crystal before pocketing it for themselves. The 3 of them had at first gone into a different direction, but being able to find nothing, they decided to head off into the direction of where Rokeen and Quinn went. In doing so, they had planned to do what they had just done now. There were 3 of them, and Cyrus thought they would be quite tired from killing the beast. Even if they were to get into a fight, Cyrus was confident that they could win, and even if they couldn't, as long as they got the last hit in, the crystal would be there. He knew the 2 of them wouldn't break the rules and try to steal the crystal from him, so in a way he had a backup plan. With the crystal in his hand, he had a big smile. He couldn't wait to see the look on Bin's face. All of this was done due to the humiliation he had faced a while back, and now he wanted to savor this moment. Turning his head, he looked at Quinn, who just stood there motionless. His face wasn't one of anger or happiness, but he looked a little calm. But inside of Quinn, he was feeling anything but calm. While the others couldn't feel it, Cyrus could. There was a sickly feeling entering his stomach once again, and he couldn't help but think that perhaps he had made a grave mistake. Right now, Quinn was doing everything he could to hold in his anger. He was in a slight rush, trying his best to save Fex and get stronger. Although he didn't care much for the assessment or the deathbat crystals, what he did care about was the EXP. It had been a long time since he was able to level up, and maybe there was a good chance he could after killing all of these deathbats. Then a horrible thought came across his mind. Why have you chosen to get in my way? If I couldn't kill the deathbat for the EXP, maybe I should just kill you? It was a thought that came into his head only for a brief second, but that was all it took for what was to happen next. Behind the 3 boys, a black mist had appeared. It was large in size, much bigger than the boys' height, and slowly from it, a large horrifying creature had emerged. So much so that Rokeen had taken a step back. He had never seen something like this before. Whatever it was, it looked far more powerful than the deathbat just seconds ago. Then in the next few seconds, with its long dangly fingers, the bone claw had pierced Sirius directly in the chest right through the heart, and a few seconds later, it had come to a halt. Basic vampire killed. 3000 EXP gained. Small basic blood crystal obtained. There was no warning, nor was there any strange feeling. There was just nothing. 1 second there was a tiny thought inside Quinn's mind, and the next, he could see the bone claw standing behind the 3 vampire students. For so long he had tried to summon it, and it had never listened, and only now had it acted. As the bone claw moved its hand out from Sirius's chest, the red blood could be seen sliding down from its long dangly fingers, until his body eventually slid off and a solid thump was heard as his body hit the floor. It didn't take long for the next 2 either, as they turned their heads in fear, wondering what could have possibly been strong enough to kill a vampire in a single hit. But as they were turning their heads, the last thing they saw was another large dangling hand and a deep pain in their necks. Blood splattered, spraying in the air and falling onto the floor before both of the bodies had fallen onto the floor. Basic vampire killed X2. 6000 EXP gained. 41890/51200. What is that beast? Rokeen said as his whole body was shaking with fear, and even the black rabbit on his shoulder had climbed on top of his head and was shivering with fear as well. It was the first time his own familiar had ever acted like this before. Even when seeing the deathbat, it didn't react like this. Still, it was clear whatever it was immensely powerful, having killed 3 strong vampires in a single strike. Right now, Rokeen was just thinking about everything he could do to survive. However, what happened next was certainly unexpected. He could see Quinn standing there not too far from the strange large creature. The 2 of them looked at each other for a second, not saying a word and not speaking to each other. And then a black mist started to cover the bone claw. This mist was very familiar to Rokeen. It was something he had seen many times, but he didn't want to believe what he was about to see next. As the mist covered the entire creature's body, it slowly started to move towards Bin until eventually it looked like it had entered his back, where his marking for his familiar was seen. It was his familiar. Bin was the one that killed them, Rokeen thought. This realization was a little too much. Get out of here, Quinn said. Still not quite sure what was going on, Rokeen was confused. He was starting to grow to like the person in front of him, especially after he had saved him a while ago from the very person that was now dead. Of course, there were times when he even for a brief second wished for Cyrus's death, but he would never actually do it. Besides, he was one of the strongest direct descendants of the first family. "Bin, you need to go into hiding," Rokin said. "The first family, they'll be after you. They'll chase you until you're dead. Maybe we can explain things, maybe we can say that this was all a work of a strange beast, right? After all, it was only me who saw what happened." Quinn felt a little touched by the gesture, but he knew it was useless more than anyone else. He pointed above, and when they looked up, they could see a black-like raven circling. It wasn't any regular raven. It seemed to look nearly identical to the one Clark owned. "He already knows," Quinn said. "I didn't mean for this to happen. I can't even control my familiar." Although he said these words, Quinn couldn't help but think he was at fault. For a brief second he did want them dead, and the bone claw had complied with his wishes. It had completed his dark desire in an instant without giving him a second chance to change his mind. "Besides," Quinn continued, "you know they could use the influence skill to interrogate you about what happened, and if you lie." Quinn then started to think about Fex. He didn't want the same thing that was happening to him to happen to the vampire in front of him. "Please just leave. I'll be okay. Right now you're not involved with this, and you have nothing to do with this." Although Rokin wanted to help, he knew he couldn't, and if he was to be caught like this, or his family was to find out he was involved in something like this, his life would be practically ruined. "Follow your dream, Rokin. Go to Earth, it's a nice place," Quinn said. "If you ever go there, pay me a visit and try to find someone by the name of Quinn. Don't worry, I won't be dying here today." He then took out the Oni mask, placing it on his mouth. A strange purple shadow quickly rose up, covering different parts of his body, and finally, when they disappeared, his suit, including his pieces of beast armor, was equipped. At this point, Roken had already turned his head away and started to run off in a random direction. While doing so, something started to tickle his cheek, and that's when he realized it was Tears. "Quinn, I will remember that name. Don't die." Standing in the middle of the wasteland, Quinn looked up and he could no longer see the black raven. "That was quick," said Quinn. "It was the tracking device. If a student gets killed, then it immediately informs me," Clark said. "But you know that's not the only reason why I was able to get here so quick." Turning around, Quinn could see Clark standing there. His face was as serious as it always had been, but this time it felt like Clark was trying hard to suppress his emotions. "Why were you following me with your familiar?" Quinn asked. "Of course you already knew. Honestly, I was interested in seeing if your bone claw would come out. A familiar I have yet to see. I thought maybe if your life was on the line or you were in extreme danger it would come out to protect you. Otherwise, why would it choose a master in the first place? I just never expected for this to happen," Clark said while looking at the three bodies off to the side. Even if the incident was an accident and due to the bone claw, this was something that could not easily be forgiven. 3 direct descendants of the 13th family were killed, one of them being from the first family. A trial would be taking place, and unless this person had a strong family backing, most likely, he would be executed. Then there was the other problem as well, who really was the student in front of Clark right now. "Will you tell me your real name?" Clark asked. "Or what family you belong to?" There was then silence between the two. Quinn thought there was a possibility of such a thing happening, but didn't understand why Clark didn't say anything earlier then. Had he reported to the others of what had happened? No, otherwise why was he allowed to come to this planet in the first place? "Then you give me no choice," Clark said. "A vampire knight has been detected. Defeat the vampire knight for an instant level up." This was the first battle he would be having with a vampire knight. Quinn still had yet to level up, so he knew he needed to use everything he could. The shadow started to wiggle about below his feet and then slowly started to rise up, hovering behind his back. Seeing this strange power, for the first time there was a reaction on Clark's face. His eyes opened up as he couldn't believe there was still someone alive with this power. The dark shadow, something that sent fear into the very hearts of every vampire, and right now, a simple basic tier vampire wielded this power. "The power of the Punishers," Clark said. "Who are you?" After seeing the dark shadows rise and surround Quinn's body, a distant memory had surfaced in his mind. one that most vampires of the old wanted to forget. At first, he thought that maybe he could convince the student not to put up a fight. After all, Cyrus had always been a troublemaker. If he was able to find out what family the boy in front of him belonged to, maybe they could aid him, and with his support, they would be able to strike a deal that didn't mean death. But now, after knowing that he could control the shadow, a lost and banned ability, he had no choice. He needed to bring him in. "If it was up to me, I wouldn't be doing this," said Clark. "But my duty as a vampire knight means I must bring you in." In truth, Quinn didn't want to fight either. He never expected this to happen. But he couldn't afford to be caught. Knowing Clark's personality, he would be one to perform his duty over his own personal agenda. This seemed to be the case for many of the high-ranking vampires, which reminded him about Silver as well. Even when it came to a matter involving her own brother, she had picked the law above family. The raven continued to circle above. It looked as if it would be the first time Quinn would be facing a vampire that had a familiar. Right now, he tried summoning his bone claw. Focusing his mind, he tried to call out to it, but there was nothing. It came out before, but now nothing. Is it because I don't really want to hurt him? The delay had been long enough, and Clark charged in as fast as he could. It was too fast for Quinn to use his inspect skill. If he could, he would have had time to figure out perhaps the type of ability he had. Wind Walk Activate. Seeing Clark's speed before, Quinn also used his top speed. The two moved into the center at Met in mere seconds. At first, Clark was planning to use a regular attack, thinking his speed would be far superior. After all, he was a vampire knight going up against a vampire, but he never expected someone to be this fast. They had met far sooner than expected. His quick reactions caused him to throw out a blood swipe of his own. The shadow immediately moved into place, blocking the attack, and out from behind, Quinn had jumped up over, performing two strong blood swipes. Blood wall. Just in the nick of time, a wall of blood was raised from the ground, and the two blood swipes had hit. The shadow will make this difficult. I don't understand its full potential or how it works, Clark thought. Little did he know that was the least of his problems, as the blood wall had a slight crack in the middle. Quinn's blood swipe had slightly caused the wall to shake, and it looked like another hit would cause it to break. This power. How is this possible? Clark thought. At first, Clark thought he would perhaps be able to take it easy, or at least not be required to use his full strength. Even with him having the shadow, his powers shouldn't have been equal to his own. But right now, the speed, the strength, it was all stronger than average. This was all because Quinn wasn't just using regular blood swipe but slightly infused with chi. Holding back his maximum power with the chi caused less of strain on his body parts that was still yet to handle it. He still also wasn't able to use it to the point where he could enhance his body, but he had learned to control it with his attacks slightly, and it seemed to be doing him well. Seeing this, Quinn threw out a few more blood swipes of his own, and as it hit the wall, it was immediately shattered. Two more swipes came his way, and Clark threw out his own, matching them in power. When the two attacks collided, both of the blood swipes had shattered on impact. It looks like we are equal in strength and speed. I can do this, Quinn thought. He still had a considerable variety of shadow skills as well as martial arts. As soon as he thought of this, the atmosphere had changed entirely. Another blood swipe was thrown from Quinn, but as the attack was about to hit him, he suddenly disappeared and reappeared a few meters closer. As the attacks came out again, he would reappear and appear repeatedly. The flash step. It was a move that Quinn had learned from the tutorial but had never come across another vampire who had used it before. It was a reminder that he was now fighting vampires at a different level. Those that would be more skillful than him and possibly have more abilities than himself. If he wanted to win this fight, he needed to rely on something else. He needed to use his shadow abilities. It seemed that Clark had decided to step it up another level, throwing out more blood swipes of his own. But then his hands were moving faster than ever. Blood swipe barrage. Clark moving both his hands at an incredible speed. Multiple small sickle-shaped bloodlines that looked similar to the blood swipe came out from his hands. Quinn used a flash step of his own. He avoided the attacks first, but then it quickly started to follow him. Unexpected that you know how to use that too, but it won't work on me, Clark said as he started to move his arms about slightly in different directions rapidly. Now the blood swipes were coming to a large area, and soon as Quinn completed a flash step, he had moved from one place directly right informing of another attack. It had successfully hit him right on the shoulder, feigning him back. 7,595 HP. As soon as Quinn was able to recover, another one came and hit him again. 7,095 HP. Having no choice, the slow shadow had finally moved into place, now covering his front and blocking the majority of attacks. The only problem was it was decreasing his MC points rapidly. It looked like using the ordinary blood swipe skill and turning it into a barrage didn't affect a vampire knight as much as it did a regular vampire. If Quinn were to try to match firepower with firepower, his HP would have quickly decreased. In the small amount of time, he had to come up with a plan and fast. However, he was unaware that something was circling above, which he had connily forgotten about during the whole flight. Seeing the back wide open, Clark's familiar, the raven, came sweeping down at a fantastic speed. Its two claws at the bottom of its feet grew twice the size and were reinforced and hardened. Not nothing what was coming behind, his back was vulnerable to an attack. You are still only a regular vampire, after all you have a lot to learn. The moment the raven was ready to attack, a black mist appeared from Quinn's back, and a single large claw-like hand emerged from the mist. With its large dangling fingers it had grabbed the raven. As it brought its fingers together to a single point, it had connily sliced through the raven's body, and a puff of back mist appeared once again. It was signaling the death of the familiar. Nothing this, when Quinn turned his head, he could see the arm of the bone claw retreating into the black mist. Did it save me? Quinn thought. It did indeed look like that was the case. Even if it weren't going to help him in the fight, it would still protect his life. Finally, having enough thinking time, Quinn felt like he had no choice. Placing out his palm open, he started to run forward, shooting out multiple blood sprays. The strength of his attack was a little less to the small blood swipes. The center of his attack was able to shatter the bulk of them, but a few would get past and still hit him. Bearing through the pain, he activated his blood bank skill, consuming HP, allowing his body to heal. Against a strong opponent, it would be dangerous to let his HP get so low. Any strong attack could knock him out or even completely kill him before his blood bank can auto-activate itself. Then, when he was finally close enough, Shadow Void. The whole area around the two of them started to be surrounded by a dome-type area. Seeing the two of them in what looked like strange shadows, Clark was starting to worry. His familiar was put off action, and their strength and skills seemed equal. I guess I need to use my ability as well. The ability of the fourth family, Clark said. Rokeen had walked a short distance away. He would frequently stop and turn to look back. He hated the fact that he had left the only person that understood him behind, but he had no choice, right? If he didn't, he would have been in big trouble and possibly his own family would have abandoned him, even if he was a direct descendant. There were still others in the family that were older and more powerful than him. They were ready to take the leader position at any time. He wasn't exactly the first in line. What are you doing? Why are you so scared? I can explain everything that happened. He's a nice teacher, he will understand, he has to understand, Rokeen said as he started to run back to the direction he once came from. After a short while, he had arrived in the same spot he was at before, only it looked different. There was a fairly large purple dome shape out on the field that would constantly shift, moving as if it was alive. What is that? At first, Rokeen thought he had come to the wrong place, but after seeing the three students' bodies still outside of the dome, he could tell that he was in the right place. They must be fighting in there. I wonder what that is? As the dome of shadows surrounded Clark, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious looking at the moving shadows around him. He himself had never encountered a shadow user before, or the so-called punishers, but knew about them. They were the vampires who previously upheld the vampire law, which meant they needed strength, an ability that went beyond that of the 13th families. Because he could see the student in front of him was only at the vampire stage, he had been taking things too easily. First, he quickly threw a blood swipe attack of his own to the side, and when it hit the wall, it looked like the attack was wholly absorbed, and the dome had kept its shape. Attacking the dome, depending on the power of the attack used, would lower Quinn's MC cells, but usually after seeing this, others would come to the conclusion that the dome was hard to break, and Clark had done the exact same thing. Now focusing on the enemy in front of him. The dome was used to force a closer combat battle. For some reason, he noticed Clark was keeping the distance at the mid-range. This was bad for Quinn, who had his new advanced tier gauntlets. But there was also another reason for using the skill Shadow Void. During his training before coming to the vampire world, it had increased to level 3. At the 3rd level, all shadow skills that were used while in the dome would be reduced down to 50%. An additional effect was his MC cells would regenerate at a faster speed while still in the dome. Before, when using Shadow Void, his MC cells wouldn't regenerate because the skill was still active. Shadow Void didn't take any MC after it was cast, but because of the defect before, it was risky as it would use nearly half of his MC points. Now it was always advantageous to fight in the Shadow Void as much as possible, as long as someone didn't attack it from the outside or in. It was perfect for one-on-one fights like these. Shadow Cloak. 1 second the student was in front of him, the next he had disappeared. Clark could still sense Quinn, but he was moving all over the place, and it was hard to pinpoint an exact location, but it was useless. Using his sharp finger, Clark quickly made 2 cuts on the palm of his hands, then he swung both his arms out, causing the blood to fly out and break apart like raindrops. Seeing this, in Quinn's head, all he needed to do was a flash step ahead of the blood. Thinking that Clark had planned to use his own blood to try to locate where Quinn was. After all, he was invisible, it didn't mean objects and such couldn't touch or hit him, but it turned out this wasn't Clark's reasoning. Click! Clark said, and in an instant, all of the blood drops that were flying through the air started to glow slightly orange, and a small explosion came out from them all at the same time. A firework of explosions had erupted inside the dome, and although each explosion wasn't too big, all of them at once was big enough to cover nearly the entire range of the dome. Quinn was hit and was sent flying backwards, falling on the floor. Multiple parts of skin from his face and arms were ripped, and he was in serious danger as the pain seared through his body. The shadow was being used to cloak him, so it was unable to block the unexpected attack. 12/95 HP. Blood Bank activate. Quinn asked, having already consumed 100 milliliters in his last fight. This was the next batch of 100 that was not consumed yet, and it was his last. Blood bank is now empty. 62/95 HP. His wounds were healing at an incredible rate, and even Clark could see this. It was abnormal even for a vampire unless they were consuming human blood, but he could see no such things. The burns and wounds all across Quinn's body started to heal, and unfortunately, there were tears and rips once again in the nice suit Logan had managed to make for him. His ability, is it explosive blood? Quinn thought, and his guess was correct. The 5th family's ability was the ability to create explosive power from their blood. Depending on how strong their MC points were and how much blood was used, the stronger explosions could be made. When seeing the strange dome, Clark wasn't completely worried, and that was because of his ability in a close space like this. As long as he was careful not to hurt himself, it was advantageous. His explosives were more likely to hit in a smaller closed area like this one. Not wanting Quinn to recover completely, instead of splattering his blood out, he now threw out larger clumps of blood. Using a strong force, he could keep a lot of the blood together, but still it would split out slightly. Then when it was in front of Quinn, click! The special word was used to ignite the blood, causing the explosion once more. This one was nearly twice the size of the others, and he was confident he had won the battle. However, the dome was still up, meaning the student was still alive. As the dust from the explosion settled down, the shadow could be seen covering Quinn's front, and he was completely unharmed. Honestly, Quinn was unsure if it would work against something like an explosion, since his shadow usually slowed down attacks. Still, it had worked, and now moving himself and the shadow out, the power of the explosion set off again in a different place from where Quinn was. This confused Clark slightly, but he knew he couldn't think too much about it. as he needed to concentrate on the person running towards him. MC 30/100. Although Quinn was successfully able to block the attack, the problem was it took a lot of his MC points doing so, even with the dome active. He wouldn't be able to block much more. Blood swipe. Throwing out 2 blood swipes with the red aura, and streams of real blood following after. Quinn knew this would be a big attack. If he blocked this one, he would no longer be able to use the shadow. I can only try one thing. Moving his arm, the shadow followed, and it was quickly placed on the ground in front of him. Shadow hop. Moving and stepping into the shadow in front of him. His body sunk in and had disappeared entirely, allowing the attacks to go straight past, hitting nothing. This wasn't like the shadow cloak where Clark could still sense him. He had no clue where Quinn was. It was as if he had vanished entirely. Looking at the spot where he had last seen him, he could see nothing. Then suddenly, out from behind, at the edge of the shadow void, Quinn had appeared. Wind walk activated. Flash step. Flash step. Flash step. Using everything he had, not caring about conserving his stamina, he had reached behind Clark's back in an instant. He quickly grabbed the top of his head and activated his gauntlet skill. The energy started to surge through Clark's body and caused an electric shock. Unsure whether it had any effect or not, as soon as both of his hands let go from the top of his head, he stomped the ground hard and threw out a fist, performing a regular hammer strike, hitting him right in the stomach. Flash step. Using another flash step, he closed the distance, not letting the force of the hammer strike fling Clark's body too far away, and lifting his leg up he swung it down, pounding Clark to the ground. As Quinn raised his fist to hit Clark on the floor one more time, he felt his legs completely give in. They felt like jelly, and he had collapsed on the ground. Stamina has been depleted. Quinn had kept an eye on his stamina during the fight, but it looked like using all of the skills consecutively without a break, or a breath in between, had caused it to deplete faster than usual. But it was something he felt like he needed to do. He didn't know how effective the gauntlets would be against a vampire knight, and it was a risk. At the same time, Quinn didn't want to use any slashing attacks that would cause a new flesh wound, afraid that he would use it to cause an explosion. Lying on the floor, the shadow void around them started to disappear. It looked like even if he did still have MC points left, if his stamina was used up, he wouldn't have the strength to keep it active. Tilting his head to the side, he could see Clark's body unmoving. Still, the unmoving body wasn't what made Quinn realize that the fight was over. It was the system message that appeared in front of his face. Congratulations. You have defeated a vampire knight. Instant level up reward received. Ding. You are now level 20. Evolution process will now begin. On the surface of the dark planet, where no light continued to shine, there were the remnants of an abandoned shelter. It stood out, for most of the planet looked to be an abandoned wasteland with a few mountain areas here or there. Inside the shelter, buildings all around were crumbled or destroyed. There were even fallen mechs in place that seemed to no longer work. It looked as if they had been destroyed in the middle of a battle. The only thing left standing was a large training dome made of glathrium that seemed to be untouched. Somewhere inside the shelter, through the rows of destroyed buildings, down one of the streets, a little spark was ignited, and soon after a red portal had opened up. One after another, 5 people fell through and landed safely on the ground. They all looked fairly older, a little above a middle-aged man. At the same time, each one of them had this certain look and feel to them. The strange thing was, even though they had come to a red portal planet, none of them were wearing their beast gear and were only wearing their black and slight blue military clothing. When the 5 of them had landed, the sound of scurrying and objects falling to the floor echoing through the place was heard. It didn't just happen once but several times, until eventually, it looked like whatever was in the area had already ran off. Those damn rats, one of the men said. It looks like they infested this place just like every other abandoned shelter. Well, they are gone now, Oscar said. Remember why we are here? We need to find out what happened, or if there is any clue at all to the shadow ability, and possibly more. The 5 people who had come through the portal onto the planet were some of the strongest people in the military. Oscar Reves, the supreme commander of the military, along with his most trusted 5 head generals. After seeing a new ability in the tournament that seemed quite mysterious and powerful, Oscar decided to look a little into it. After asking Paul, the head general of Military Base 1, he had explained that what the boy with the shadow ability had said was true. There was no way for them to confirm if he actually got the ability from the Red Portal planet, but after doing a little bit of research, this place started to interest Oscar greatly. He found that the reports themselves about what exactly happened on this planet were a little lacking. Apparently, the planet at first was considered a green portal planet. It had a cycle where every 6 months it would go to complete darkness. This was when the apparent beasts had made their attacks and had taken over the shelter. The strange thing was, not a single person was left alive. When they came back to investigate, there were no such beasts here, but everything had been destroyed. The investigation led to nothing, but knowing that the whole shelter had been taken out, it was declared a red portal planet. Everything seemed a little strange to Oscar, and so little detailed information was reported, as if someone was trying to cover something up. Of course, Oscar wasn't oblivious to the fact that even in the military there was the chance of high-ranking officials not being on his side. This was why he had brought his 4 most trusted people with him. There were even the head generals Oscar didn't feel comfortable with. If this was a cover-up, it had to be done by someone in a high position. The 5 of them continued their search, and each time they moved to a certain area, all the beasts in that area would also move to somewhere else. They were afraid. It was because of this that it was almost impossible for them to move silently. Walking down the street, Paul, the leader of Military Base 2, and Oscar was checking out area to area, finding nothing. The hope was to find at least something to tell them the story of what happened to the place. Their journey eventually led them to a hangar-like place. As they entered, there were piles of scrap everywhere. But what caught their eye was at the back of the room there was a large container. They both knew what it was, since it was a storage room that was made from galthrium. "The door looks like it was scratched up by something?" Paul said, as he ran his fingers down the door at the faint marks that had been made. "Yes, scratched, but unsuccessful at opening the door," Oscar replied. "The problem is, the door was eventually opened. The locking mechanism still seems fine on it, which would suggest that someone had access to the code." Entering the storage unit, it looked as if the whole place had already been ransacked through. As if a thief had come along and taken what he had liked. All that was left were some pretty invaluable skill and ability books. Stepping into the center of the room, Oscar started to close his eyes. He looked around at everything. The trash piles that had been scattered on the floor, the dents on the side of the hangar, and the pieces of dry blood in random places. In his mind, he could see chalk outlines of people and a creature he had pictured in his head moving about in the storage place. As if a movie was playing in his mind. Attacked by a beast, then he probably hid himself in the storage unit. The beast tried to get in. The destroyed eggshells on the floor, it doesn't seem to be too old. Is all of this recent? If so, was it the sergeants that were sent here? No, it wasn't in their report. So maybe the kid. As Oscar continued to picture everything in his head, he mumbled his words along, and Paul just stayed back and allowed him to do his own thing. Oscar, one of the heroes of the Great War. Even without an able and before he required the demon-level weapon. There was a reason why he was able to do great things, and his great mind was just part of what made him who he was. The 5 of them decided to meet back up outside the dome, as each of them reported their findings. It looked as if computer systems were altered, as there was no information on what was kept in storage or any events that happened during the time of the shelter. The shelter was active for 4 months before being destroyed, so it was quite bizarre that there were no reports of anything. The others also reported what they found in the training center, and after taking a look in Oscar's mind, things started to match up and made sense. But at the same time, nothing was making sense. "Were there any reports of what type of beasts there are on this planet?" Oscar asked. From what little information remains, when the new research team had come to the planet to explore what happened, they only came across 3 different types. The basic tier rats, an intermediate tier scorpion beast, and finally the large death bats that seemed to travel in groups. After thinking about it for a while, Oscar had finally made a decision. "I'm pretty busy myself and will need to head back soon. Paul, if possible, I would like you to take as many men as you like and try to explore the rest of the planet in your spare time." I want to find if there is anything else on here, or if there is anything that could have possibly wiped out the shelter. If there are only advanced tier beasts, it would be impossible for them to take down a shelter, so it would be wise for you to take some of your strongest men. Yes, sir, Paul said. A portable portal was placed on the ground, and each of them stepped through it returning, but very soon they would be coming back to explore the mysterious planet. Just like the times before, the evolution process had begun, and a shooting pain was felt throughout Quinn's body. At the moment, he couldn't move as it was due to his stamina issues, and now it was even worse, as a strong sensation spread through his body. All of his muscles were cramped and felt tensed up. His body felt so tight it was as if his very own muscles were trying to strangle his own body. Damn, this is bad, Quinn thought. If a beast was to come now, there would be no chance he could fight back. He would be killed in the middle of the evolving process. His body continued to spasm, and Quinn tried to focus his mind to concentrate. Perhaps he could use the mediating method he did for his chi. However, he soon found out that it was almost impossible for him to focus with the amount of pain he was going through. Compared to all the previous evolutions, this one was 3 times worse than the last one, and for some reason it didn't seem like it was getting better anytime soon. As time passed from second to second, it was as if the pain was getting worse. Seconds felt like minutes and minutes felt like hours. Quinn, you need blood now, the system shouted in a worried voice. The fight took too much from you, and maybe you could have used your blonde bank, but it's completely empty. If you don't consume blood to help with the evolution process, there is a good chance your body could resort to self-cannibalism, slowly eating every part of you away until you shrivel up to ashes. But I can't even move. How am I meant to get blood? Quinn thought desperately, as he slowly managed to dig one hand into the ground and pulled himself, dragging his body across the floor. Moving at a snail's pace, he felt like it was hopeless. He slightly turned his head and could see Clark on the ground a few meters away on the floor as well. He wasn't moving, but was pretty sure he was still alive. Using the inspect skill, he had confirmed he was only unconscious. There was a good chance that Clark had a stash or a base of some sorts where he could get blood, or at least a teleporter to head back to the vampire world. He tried his best to shout out to Clark, but it seemed like now the muscle spasms had gotten to around his neck and throat. His diaphragm also wasn't working well, making it harder for him to breathe or say anything. "Ben!" a voice shouted out. Quinn, are you okay?" Looking up, Quinn could see Rokin's small body standing above him while his rabbit stayed on top of his head. He tried once again to desperately say that he needed blood and he needed it soon, but the words just wouldn't come out. Rokin started to look around and he soon could see Instructor Clark on the floor. He didn't quite know what happened, but rushed over once he saw the strange shadow dome start to disappear. Still, he wasn't a fool. Instructor Clark had obviously come for one reason, because of the dead students. But he couldn't believe what he was seeing. If Clark really did come to try to bring Quinn in for his wrongdoings, did the two of them have a fight? If so, somehow Quinn was able to beat him, but this was the strange result. Suddenly, a few coughs from behind were heard, followed by the sound of a few spits to the ground. Turning his head back, still difficult for Quinn, he was surprised to see that Clark had regained consciousness, but he was in no state to be freely moving about, which was a small sigh of relief for Rokin. For a moment, he thought he might have to do combat with the instructor if he wanted to protect Quinn. Turning his head to the side, Clark could see the distress Quinn was in, as he was clawing at the ground, and his abs and body tensing up. He wasn't that injured. What's happening to him? Clark thought. Could it be, is he going through an evolution now, right after our fight? He slowly tried to lift his hand, but it was useless. Although he wouldn't die from such wounds, it would take him a long time to heal without any blood and with no other vampires around. If a deathbat was to come to their location, he would be dead. "Teacher, please. I don't know what happened, but tell me, how can I help him?" Rokin asked with a desperate plea, knowing that it was quite possible that the person responsible for everything was the very person he was trying to save. "I promise, if you tell me what to do, I'll come help you as well." Clark continued to look at Quinn, struggling. It was clear by the yells and his now torn fingernails and tips that the pain was getting worse. Usually, some vampires could push through without the need for blood. But due to the fight the two of them had, it was clear he would not make it through this. Head northeast for 500 meters or so. You should come across a strange hill. Inside there is a cave. There is then a door made of glathrium. The passcode is 128362. Inside there are packs of blood that are kept on this planet just in case of any emergencies that were to happen. Bring the blood back to him as fast as possible. The quicker you are, the more chance he will have to live. Clark explained. Leaving the rabbit behind for protection of the two, Rokin sprinted off in the direction that he was told, looking for the said items. While doing so, he would repeat the numbers in his head over and over again. The good news was the base didn't seem to be too far away, so if there was any need for desperate attention, Rokin could come back quickly. Continually looking at Quinn by his side, Clark was wondering if it was the right thing to do, helping the boy that had practically beaten him. But the truth was, Clark had a special link with his familiar. At the start of the assessment, he had sent it out to look over Quinn. With his link, he was able to see and hear everything that happened. He knew it wasn't Quinn's fault, and if he was to judge correctly, it looked like the strange bone claw had acted out of its own actions, yet in their fight for some reason it hadn't. On top of this, there would have been a slight gap between an evolution and the end of their fight, a chance for him to have been killed. The Punishers, are you really a part of them, and have they returned? Clark thought. If so, then this is even bigger news than the 10th family getting a suspected leader. It only took a few moments, but Rokin was able to return with 2 blood packs that held in his hand. He had brought one for Quinn and one for Clark. One of the blood packs was placed down near the black rabbit away from Clark. While Rokin quickly went over to Quinn's side. He pierced the bag with his fingertip and blood started to spill everywhere, but he didn't care about this for now. Rapidly pouring the blood back over Quinn's body, he managed to get most of it in his mouth, but not without causing a mess over his body. Please work. Rokin started to pray to himself, as all of the blood was now gone from the single blood pack. Quite quickly, results could be seen as the strain on Quinn's body and face started to lessen. The tight grip on his fists started to relax, and the groans started to stop. Finally, Quinn felt like he was regaining control of his body, and shortly after everything had come to a stop. Evolution process was successful. Congratulations, you are now a vampire noble. You have received a new quest. Become a vampire leader. The long-awaited evolution was finally completed, and for a brief second, Quinn didn't even feel like he was in his own body. Everything felt foreign to him, yet at the same time familiar. It was hard to describe as he started to squeeze his fingers into the palm of his hand in and out slowly. It didn't take long for the foreign feeling to go away, and soon the body started to feel like his own again. Did you get taller? Rokin thought, as he looked and could sense the student in front of him felt different from when he had last seen him. It was as if he was staring at a completely different person from before. The presence Rokin was sensing now was worthy of the power that matched him. The unique smell confirmed it straight away. Quinn wasn't injured or dying. He was in the middle of an evolution, and right now he was looking at a vampire noble. A stage that Rokin had been aiming for and trying to reach since he was born. For some reason, imagining it, and seeing someone reach the stage in front of him was a completely different feeling. More than anything, though, Quinn was surprised by the set of notifications that seemed to appear as soon as he had evolved. The first thing that appeared was a new quest, and the ones after seemed to all link to that. New quest received. Become a vampire leader. The system had informed him that when he had turned Peter, he had officially created his own family, becoming a vampire leader, but it seemed by the string of quests he had received there was a lot more to it than that. When selecting the quest to become a vampire leader, there was a set of sub-quests that looked as if they needed to be completed before he could achieve the first quest that had been given. Evolve into a vampire lord. Reach level 40. This was a big jump in levels compared to previous evolutions. It was double, but it made sense. If Quinn was remembering correctly, the system had stated that the vampire knight class in reality was just a strong vampire noble. A vampire leader would select 2 from their vampire family for these roles. What's stranger though was just becoming a vampire lord didn't necessarily make Quinn a true vampire leader. The next set of quests confirmed that. Add 10 members into the cursed family. Currently March 10th. Blood ritual has now been increased. Max 10. Select 2 family members to give them the status of vampire knight. Vampires must be present and strong enough to receive this role. Additional benefits will be given to those that become a vampire knight. Quinn didn't really like the idea of turning his allies into vampires just to meet the quest requirements. Besides, he wasn't even sure if he wanted to become a vampire leader in the first place. The system didn't exactly make it clear what would happen once the quest was complete. As for evolving into the vampire lord, that he would still strive to achieve as soon as possible. A jump in evolution always made him require a newfound strength so far. After checking out the quest, the next step was to check his stats. When doing so, it seemed like they had all remained the same, but he was pretty sure when feeling the energy around his body that if he was to consume more blood, then it would increase his stats beyond 40. It always felt that perhaps his body was ready to burst when using his powers, but right now he didn't have that same feeling. Although he didn't get any stats, he did get a couple of new blood skills. Blood wall. A barrier is raised in front of the user, using the user's own blood. The wall's strength is dependent on how much blood is being used. This was a skill Quinn had seen many vampires perform, and it seemed to have saved them from some devastating attacks. The problem was for Quinn it seemed a bit useless. He always had his shadow as a form of defense, and he liked to use his blood as a form of attack. It would give him more options, but to him it didn't make sense to use the blood wall. What this did do though was give him an idea, perhaps just like how he had combined the earth form of martial arts with the blood swipe to create the crescent kick. And how he had grabbed the blood swipe with his shadow. Maybe there was a way he could infuse the blood wall with his shadow to make an even stronger one. Blood bullet. 1/5 of the user's health will be used to create a powerful shot of blood from a finger. The finger will no longer be able to be used until the blood has been replenished. The blood bullets seem to have a hefty penalty, but usually the bigger the penalty, the bigger the payoff was as well. Although he wanted to try both of the skills out, now was not the time when he needed every bit of health he could get. With all these new skills, it looked like he would soon increase greatly, and the shadow hop had also helped him out greatly in the fight. It was the shadow skill he had been practicing before he had entered the vampire world. The ability would allow Quinn to travel from one of his shadows to another. At first he thought it was quite useless, as he mainly needed the shadow for defense. He could split the shadow using his shadow control, but then there wouldn't be enough of a surface area for him to really protect himself from attacks. But then when he found out he could use it with Shadow Void, everything started to change. The Shadow Void itself counted as part of his shadow, meaning he could hop in his own shadow and any part of the void and appear in a completely different location. It was because of this that he was able to quickly reach Clark unexpectedly. Looking at Clark, who was still lying there on the floor, Tach Black Rabbit stayed out of reach with the blood pack against its chest out of reach. "Thank you," Quinn said. Not only had Clark helped him with familiars, but he seemed to have been a good teacher. If possible, Quinn would have wanted to avoid a confrontation. "And thank you as well," Quinn said, looking down at Rokeen, who still seemed to be star-struck by Quinn ever since he could feel his new presence. "Did you see anything in the base that could get us back to the vampire world? Perhaps the square teleporters?" "Yes," Rokeen answered. Actually, there were quite a few teleporters and blood packs still left inside. Even though Quinn had told Rokeen to go, for some reason he had come back to help him. Quinn couldn't help but think about how great of a kid he was. Without him, he possibly would have been dead. Seeing that he did come back just showed what his true nature was like. Even if he seemed to get angry at everything, he had a heart of gold. Walking up to Clark, Quinn quickly looked at the bunny and then him. "Rokeen had nothing to do with any of this. He just wanted to save my life," Quinn explained. "I'm sure you're reasonable enough to know I'm not just saying that. Once I leave this place, I will ask Rokeen to allow his familiar to give you the blood pack." He then turned his head to the 3 dead students over in the different area. "I'm not a cold-hearted killer. I didn't want for any of this to happen. With those last words, Quinn started to walk off while Rokeen led the way. The rabbit was left behind waiting for instructions from its master, but before they could leave, Clark shouted out, "Wait! Please! Tell me, why have you returned now of all times?" Clark asked. When asking this, he was referring to the Punishers and not Quinn specifically. Because Quinn didn't understand this, he had interrupted the question differently. "I don't know what you are talking about," Quinn replied. "The only reason why I'm here is to save someone who shouldn't be dying in the first place." Over on part of the same planet, Paul, leader of the 2nd military base, no longer wearing his fancy suit he would usually wear. Instead, he was kitted out in his beast armor, and behind him, an army of 100 men that seemed to have done the same. "All right, everyone. Let's move out and explore every inch of this planet," Paul shouted. Both Quinn and Rokeen started to head to the cave, with Rokeen leading the front. The new feeling Rokeen got now when looking at Quinn all of a sudden felt different compared to before. Due to this, it led to an awkward and quiet walk together, completely different from their last meeting. Somehow, Quinn was able to defeat a vampire knight even though he was only a basic vampire, and now he had evolved, he had the potential to get even stronger. But what bothered Rokeen even more was Quinn's reason for being here. He had heard the words that were spoken to Clark at the time. The fact that he was here to save somebody. Although the silence might have been awkward for Rokeen, this was fine for Quinn. His mind was full of thoughts about what to do next. He had finally evolved, and he had the potential to get stronger, but the evolution didn't give him newfound strength. Right now, the only real difference he could feel was that his body was more robust. This meant he would have less of a drawback when using chi attacks, making his blood attacks now even stronger, but he also didn't have the fine control of chi over his body yet to control the output. Essentially, Quinn currently viewed his power as a tap that only could be turned on and off. He would release his chi at full power, or he could have it fairly weak, but there was no in-between. Maybe when I see Leo at some point, he can help me out, Quinn thought. With no way of controlling his chi for now, there were other options of getting stronger. The two of them had finally reached the cave, and Rokeen imputed the code. The door was quite hidden. It looked as if the cave was sealed off by a normal door, and the only thing that gave it away was the input code machine that was stuck on it. Most likely, the disguise was there just for the beasts on the planet. Once entering, they both walked into a fairly large, lit-up, open, empty room. For a second, Quinn had hesitated. He didn't know why, but the atmosphere and everything was reminding him a little of the original room they had entered when first coming here. But once Rokeen walked in unharmed and nothing happened, Quinn felt a little safer. They then came across a crate that looked as if it had already been opened. Looking inside, several blood packs could be seen. There had to be around 30 or so different blood packs. "I think they kept this in case any of the students got seriously injured," Rokeen said. "That's where I got yours and Clark's form earlier. While in the specially made blood pack to store blood, at most it would last for around 1 week. It was being stored in a cool place, but it was completely different than at the hospital." Quinn looked at them for a second, before picking one of them up and piercing it slightly with his finger. He then started to consume the first one on the spot. "Are you still hungry?" Rokeen asked. It wasn't unusual, after all. Quinn had just gone through a draining process, so it made sense if he needed more blood. The first blood pack was consumed instantly, and the reason for this was mainly so Quinn could restore his blood bank back to normal. As for the second reason, the results were actually not what he had expected. A+ blood type consumed. The system had given him a message saying that an A blood type had been consumed, but nothing else. There was no stat increase at all, nothing. When Quinn had maxed out his points before, when consuming a new blood type he wouldn't even receive this message, which was why he was slightly confused. Instead, he decided to go for another pack. Using his inspect skill, he selected another pack that was in the A category as well. Opening it up just like last time, Rokeen couldn't help but look at him confused. This amount of blood was abnormal. Is it usual for a vampire to be this hungry after evolving? But Rokeen himself was unsure. However, the strangest reaction was the fact that Quinn had only consumed a little drop of blood. No more, no less, and a smile had appeared across his face. The same message appeared as last time, only this time he had also received an extra start point. It looked as if the requirements for getting more strength from new blood had just gotten stronger but hadn't completely gone away. Knowing this, Quinn then decided to proceed by opening up all the blood packs and consuming them one by one. After everything was done, he had 12 or so extra added stat points that were spread across his stats. Quinn was no longer afraid of being addicted to the blood. Ever since his chi had been mixed in, it was a lot easier to control his hunger, and it seemed like the same effect that happened before wouldn't happen again. Even if he could still get an addiction to blood, he would have drunken it all anyway. Right now, he needed to get stronger. Looking next to the crate, there were 5 teleporters. Placing one of them on the floor, Quinn proceeded to open it. They didn't have any passcode on them, and it immediately opened up another portal. "You think it goes to the vampire world?" Quinn asked. "I'm pretty sure it does, especially since there was no type of input code for a destination." Rokin replied. "My guess is these are emergency ones in case anything happens to us." Closing the teleporter, Quinn then quickly picked it up. He then dropped it, allowing it to fall through the ground. For a second, Rokin went into a panic. Is he planning to destroy them all? Does he not want anyone to come back? Rokin thought. But before the teleporter had touched the ground, the shadow had opened up, and it had sunken into Quinn's dimensional space. It turned out that Rokin still had a lot to learn about his new companion. "Thank you for all the help, but it's best if we depart ways for now," Quinn said. "I don't think Clark will punish you for what you have done. He doesn't seem to be that type of teacher. You can feed him the blood pack if you want, and if you bump into him, just tell him I have already left and gone back to the vampire world." "Wait, you're not going to the vampire world?" Rokin asked. "Not yet," Quinn replied, and the next second his whole body became a black blur as he ran full speed and headed off into the wasteland. Not knowing what to do and not wanting Clark to die, Rokin ordered his black rabbit to deliver the blood to his teacher. "I hope we meet again one day, Quinn," Rokin said, staring at the direction he had run off to. While roaming the wasteland, Quinn had a chance to try on his new body for the first time. Although his stats hadn't improved, he felt more in sync, more refreshed than ever before, and it didn't take him long to find what he was looking for. Out in the middle of nowhere, just like last time, one of the death bats was curled up in a ball. Keeping his distance, Quinn prepared his shadow and threw out a blood swipe. He got the swipe with his shadow creating his blood scythe. Then, using all his strength, he swung it as hard as he could on the certain mound, slicing the death bat's wing. Flash step. Flash step. Using 2 flash steps, he closed the distance. Throwing out a normal hammer strike towards the center of its body, he had caused quite a bit of damage. He made sure not to use the blood hammer because he didn't want to kill the death bat. Finally, when the death bat was weakened, Quinn grabbed it around its throat tightly. At first the bat was unable to make any noise, but as he loosened his grip, a loud screeching sound that Quinn was unable to hear was made. It didn't take long, but the sound of multiple wings flapping was heard, and when looking down on the ground, the moonlight shine revealed the shadow of multiple creatures flapping their wings. Looking up, and around 12 death bats could be seen. "Perfect. Let's get this all over and done with," Quinn said. Shadow void. A large dome of shadow was cast, trapping all the death bats and Quinn together. It had been a strange week for Rokin, meeting Quinn. Everything felt so unreal and strange, and now he felt kind of lost himself. He was conflicted with what to do next. Suddenly all the problems he had in his life felt so small. The people who used to harass him were dead in mere seconds. Whatever dreams they had were now completely gone, and those people were the same age as himself. But honestly, most vampires didn't have grand dreams. They just continued living, serving for their family with the hopes to rise to the top. But what else was there? Is this all the vampires were allowed to do? Why did they need to stay in secret? Why hide themselves from the world? It didn't make any sense. Wanting to break away from this normal routine, he had decided to save enough crystals to one day leave this place. Right now his whole body was shaking because he had come to the realization that he too was stuck in the same routine. He had gathered enough crystals to leave this place long ago. But something was always holding him back, and seeing Quinn made him realize that. Before he knew it, he had walked over to where Clark was. Clark was moving a lot more than before. He was able to lift the upper half of his body, but his legs and body were still too sore and damaged for him to move further. But for some reason, he hadn't tried to take the blood pack from the black rabbit. Is it because he's too weak? Maybe he's worried the rabbit would be able to do him harm. Rokeen thought. Taking the blood pack from the rabbit. Rokeen did what he thought was the only right thing to do and gave it to Instructor Clark. After consuming the blood, it didn't take him long until he was able to freely move about once again. Rokeen also believed that Clark wouldn't do anything to him, and at the same time, it was Rokeen's favorite teacher. He had done more for him during the week and treated him as an equal than his own personal tutors his family would hire him. Getting up from the floor, Clark looked around at the scene and the students off to the side. He had a conflicted look on his face, which made it hard to tell what he was thinking. "Is he gone?" Clark asked. "Yes, he has returned back," Rokeen replied back. Although this wasn't necessarily the truth, Rokeen felt like this was the best thing to say. "So, what are you going to do now?" Pulling out a circular disc-like device from his back pocket. He pressed on it once and a ring started to light up. It went around constantly in a circle. "This is the Vampire Knight Clark Talone from the Fifth Family. This is an emergency report to all students. You are to return to the meeting point immediately. Once you are in the area, follow the raven and return to me. I repeat, this is an emergency. The test has been cancelled and all students are to return." After finishing his message, he placed the circle back in his back pocket, and the purple-black raven was summoned once again, immediately flying up into the sky. "I have no choice," Clark started to explain. "I need to report this matter to the council. Once all the students have returned, I will inform them of what is happening." "The council?" Rokeen said in shock. "Do you really have to go that far? Can't you just report this to the fifth leader and they can send someone to try to find and deal with him?" Although the direct descendants had been killed, it still felt a little extreme to get the whole council involved instead of a single vampire leader for such a matter. Maybe even just informing the families whose descendants had been killed. "It seems you don't know the seriousness of this matter. It's not just because of the death of the descendants. That boy was able to defeat me, a vampire knight, and although I am not really known for my strength among the vampire knights, I am still stronger than any of the vampire nobles," Clark replied. "Although his strength is nowhere near that of a vampire leader, and they would have no problem taking care of him. The problem is his powers and his origins. The council must be informed that it is possible that some punishers from the 14th castle are alive and have returned." The Dome of Shadow had remained up for a while now, but if one was to stand outside of the dome, they would be unable to hear much. The dome also acted as a soundproof space. On the outside, nothing could be heard. Then finally, from the top, the dome started to disappear. As it went away, a single person could be seen on their hands and knees gasping for air. The mask still remained on Quinn's face, and several wounds covered his body. As his blood bank had been activated, the wounds started to heal away as parts of his skin could be seen being patched up here and there. "That was a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. Let's not try to do that again," Quinn said. If it wasn't for the dome keeping them in place, and his shadow hands holding them, the fight would quite possibly have been 10 times harder. But while in the dome, he was able to take advantage of his blood spray, shadow hop, as well as his new gauntlets. All of these things allowed him to take on 11 death bats at once, defeating 10 advanced beasts all on his own. This was something he would have never dreamed of doing. For a moment he felt like he didn't even know who he was anymore. Level 23. EXP 400/800. Defeating the bats had increased his level by 3, but just like the times before now, defeating an advanced tier beast gave him little EXP compared to before. He had only managed to get a 100 EXP per killed bat. Based on the bat's difficulty, and their ability to call their allies, Quinn felt like it wasn't worth it. This time he was able to defeat 11 on his own. But what would have happened if more had come, or if there was someone on the outside of the dome waiting for him? There needed to be a fine line between the risk Quinn was taking. After all, he couldn't save the others if he was dead. Stats. These were Quinn's current stats without taking the equipment into the equation. Strength, 48. Agility, 43. Stamina, 41. Charm, 43. Thinking about everything, he started to worry a little about Layla and the others and was wondering how they were doing. Before, while in the vampire world, Quinn could still feel Layla's presence, which eased his worry a little, but it was clear to him the moment he stepped foot on this new planet, the connection was gone. Before doing anything, Quinn extracted the Deathbat's advanced tier crystals. Now that he had received over 10, he looked at the items in the shop once more. He could finally unlock the ring from the shop. He was in a bit of a debate with himself, wondering whether or not he should sell the advanced tier crystals, but in the end, he decided not to. He remembered with the first one he had found, there wasn't much use, or even anything the crystal could be used to turn into, other than the ring. Also, selling such things on the market would only bring attention to himself. So, in the end, he decided to use 10 of the crystals to purchase the ring from the shop and placed it on his hand. This will have to do for now, Quinn said as he opened up his dimensional space and pulled out the square teleporter. After placing it on the ground and activating it, he stepped through, returning back to the vampire world. Some time had passed on the planet, but it was hard for someone to tell how long, because of the night sky always consistently staying out. While walking out on his own, a single man kitted out in beast gear that was dyed in black and dark blue was scouting at the area. Seeing a strange mound in front of him, he pulled out his weapon from his side, which was a single sword, and gripped it tightly, waiting for it to move. As he inched closer and closer, it seemed like nothing was happening, and finally, when he had gotten close enough, he realized what he had stumbled upon was unmoving. It was dead. "I think I found something," a man shouted out. While waiting for his colleagues to come over to his position, he started to explore a little for himself, and that's when he saw there wasn't just one dead creature on the floor, but there were several. To be exact, in total he had counted 11 dead giant bats on the ground. Some of them were hard to recognize, as parts of their chest had been torn open, and their wings fell detached from the original body. What could have done all this? Was it another beast? Is this what attacked the shelter? The man thought. Quickly, in the wasteland, a group of around 20 or so soldiers, both male and female, came rushing over to the man's position, and they did come across the gruesome scene. While traveling together, they had also come across a single deathbat and knew how hard it was to deal with them. So they feared the worst when thinking about what could have possibly killed so many. "Hey, what do you think this is?" a female asked, standing next to something in the center of all the bats. She picked up the strange square-like object from the ground, which was unexpectedly heavy than she thought. The sudden weight came as a surprise, and she allowed the square object to slip from her hand, dropping it and allowing it to hit across the floor. The object started to lighten up, and the contraption started to open. A few seconds later, and a strange square-looking portal had opened. "It's a portal," the soldier said. "On this planet? Are there others here?" Another asked. "Even if there are others who have come to this planet, that device. I have never seen anything like it before. Let's report this to Head General Paul immediately. We will let him decide what to do next." "What the heck is going on around here, lately?" a tall, slender woman said as she planted her foot onto the floor one after another. Each time the clacking of her black high heels could be heard hitting the floor. Down in the middle of a grand hallway, the woman with long black hair that went past her waist continued to complain, and by her side she was being accompanied by another. A man who had a scar that went across the top of his forehead and also had on his back what looked like a flat, rounded shield. "This is the third council meeting that has been called within such a short amount of time," the scared man said. "Do they really need to call us all in again? I just hope it's not about the 13th family." 2 guards stood outside the grand door that led into the council room once more, and with a sigh, the 2 of them were greeted as they entered. "4th Leader Jean and 5th Leader Sunny. The others are waiting for you inside." As they pushed the doors open, the usual chairs were in place, and everyone seemed to have already arrived. But what had surprised Gene more than anything else was the fact that his personal vampire knight Clark was present in the room. To his knowledge, he should have been looking after and teaching the direct descendants this year. However, the attention quickly was left from Clark as the focus moved to the one beside him. The first leader, Bryce. He was currently gripping his cane in his hand tightly, as if he was fidgeting, and even though he was suppressing his usual energy, the murderous intent behind his eyes could still be felt by the others. At first, both Sonny and Jean were going to complain, but seeing how the first reacted, they decided to shut up and sit in their seats. Little did they know that the rest had felt the same way until they too had come into the room. Clack, clack, clack. As usual, the first leader was indicating that the meeting was about to begin. First, no interruptions, Clark said without explaining why or the need to go further. 3 direct descendants have been killed. Sirius came from the first family, Kip Cha from the second family, and Chip Dawn from the 7th family. The others turned the head to start a discussion, but before a single word could be spoken, the cane was slammed in an instant to the ground once more, silencing them before it had even started. "This is not why everyone was called here today," Bryce shouted. "Clark, can you please recall what happened after you discovered the dead students?" For a second, everyone thought that the serious matter was the fact that the students had died, but learning that there was something else. All of the leaders were listening in carefully. The leader of the 5th family, Gene, was especially listening in, because he knew that if the matter bypassed his ears and went straight to the council, it had to be something big. "I found the person responsible, and tried my best to take them in. Unfortunately, I was defeated in battle," Clark explained. "I would like to apologize for not being able to complete my task, especially to the 5th leader, Gene." Slamming his cane onto the floor, Bryce was trying to get Clark to get to the point. "The main thing was that the person who had defeated me and caused all this used shadow abilities." A few of the leaders immediately sprung up to their feet in shock. "Are you sure? But how?" one of them shouted. "I'm positive. I would like to say the reason for my loss was because I was taking it easy, and although that may have been the truth at the start, I used every bit of my power to try to beat him, but I couldn't." The first leader then asked in detail to explain about what had happened during the fight, specifically explaining the details of all the shadow abilities that had been used. Although he decided to keep the Bone Claw a secret for now, and he had a good reason for doing so. Weren't they all meant to be dead? Didn't they go away? How could they be returning, and now of all times? One of the leaders started to shake his head in disbelief. After hearing the explanation from Clark of the abilities that had been used, all of them knew it was true. These were certainly the traits of the Punishers. As Clark went through them one by one, some of them were starting to remember vividly. Memories that had been long forgotten were starting to surface up once more. However, not everyone on the table had the same reaction. It looked as if the room was quite split. There were those with worry on their faces, while others chose to keep their composure, perhaps some with a slight smile. Whether this is a sign of the Punishers having returned, or one of them coming back to exact their power and revenge, is yet to be seen. Bryce explained. Or they might even be coming back for good, and claiming their right to their power and position on the council table. But judging by what Clark has explained, the vampire seems to be young. My guess it is someone who has only found the power, or a disciple of some sort of someone who managed to survive. The murmuring between all of them continued. It seemed like a lot was happening recently in the vampire world. Huge events that didn't seem to be linked to each other. The only thing they could guess was they were just unlucky at the moment. The meeting had ended, but not before giving instructions to each of the 13 families to be on the lookout for the Punisher, and to do everything they could in their power to bring them in. One of the leaders had left the room, still visibly shaking from the information that he had just been told. "I was one of the ones that turned against them. What if they are coming back to punish us? To punish me, I need to lie low for a while." While one of the other leaders had walked out with a large smile on their face. "I knew you would come back. We will always be on your side no matter what. Let's return the vampires to the ways they once were." Clark had immediately been pulled to the side by his own leader Gene, and when they were a good distance away from everyone else he whispered, "I know you're holding back something. I need you to tell me everything. And if the Punishers really had returned, why are you even still alive?" The Punisher's name, although not spoken for around 100 or so years, still seemed to have the effect on the families just as it did back then. Outside in the middle of the forest, out in the outskirts of the city, a portal had opened up, and through it Quinn had safely arrived in one piece. The portal closed behind him, and in front he could see the tents that were there before he left. But more than anything, something had struck him as soon as he arrived. His senses were higher than they were previously, and with that the connection of those that were in his family were stronger. "Layla, it looks like is still okay, and not too far from here," Quinn said, but that wasn't what had surprised him. For when he closed his eyes and started to focus again, deep underground, over in the direction of where the city was, another bond could be felt. It wasn't strong, as if something was trying to block it, but he could feel it now. "Peter, I finally found you. Let's just hope Fex is with you." At the same time, Peter too had felt the bond. "Quinn, you came," and with it, a strange newfound energy was starting to surge through his body. Inside, Logan's room back at the Vampire Academy. Currently inside was Vorden, and they had even invited CIA this time as well. Although the girls' and boys' room were often separated, there were no strict rules when people would visit or come into each other's room. Unlike back at the military academy, it seemed like they were quite open about this, and many times while staying there, Logan had noticed many females and male vampires going into each other's room. Coming out, their clothes would be ruffled and such, and their faces blushed with heat. It was obvious what was going on. Must just be a cultural difference, I guess, thought Logan. Still, the reason they had gathered and asked for CIA to come along as well was because they wanted to execute the next part of their plan. Moving together was important, even if they couldn't connect with Layla. She was still by far the safest out of all of them. Honestly, although CIA had come into the room, she didn't want to cooperate with the others until she had learnt the truth. But what other choice did she have? The only thing she was sure about right now was that she was human in a vampire world, and the others in front of her were human as well. In a way, she was stuck, because without Logan's spray, she would be unable to disguise herself as a vampire. Yeah, she had her bottle, but how long would that last, and what would she do when it ran out? TI was simple. If she was on her own, she would be dead, and right now she was safer with them. "I think maybe we can tell Silver the teacher why we are here," Logan proposed as he sat down on his bed while the other two were standing. "You mean our teacher? Why would you do that? Won't that mean we've been found out?" CIA complained immediately, unaware of what the other two had learnt. Looking at Vorden's reaction, Logan could tell he had found out the truth as well. "CIA, I'm sorry that not much has been explained to you, but you see, the person we came to rescue is a vampire as well, and it turns out that Silver and him are brother and sister," Logan explained. For a moment, CIA remained in silence. She didn't know what was really going on or why any of it mattered. If they're brother and sister, then why doesn't she try saving him? "What makes you think she will help?" CIA asked. "Judging by her actions yesterday, she is currently very emotional," Logan replied. The fact that Silver had come to Quinn in the human world in the first place and informed him of what was going to happen to her brother meant she wanted him to do something. She wanted him to act, and that's what we have done. Maybe if she knows that we have arrived, then she will choose and be able to help us out. "It's still risky though," Vorden added. "I also agree that there is a good chance she will help, based on her actions. But what if she doesn't and she reports us?" Logan then quickly formed a robotic-type gauntlet with the spiders from his hand. Then soon after he displayed a holographic screen from it in front of them all. When the others looked at it, all they could see were times and events. It looked like it was the school timetable. "I think we have run out of time and no longer have any choice," Logan replied. "This is the school timetable for the next week. And can you see what one of the lessons is?" Looking at the timetable, they looked at all of them carefully until Vorden spotted the troublesome lesson that would soon be coming up. "Sparring matches," Vorden said. "Although we are strong and perhaps can put up a good fight against the vampires, I doubt we would be able to fight them without allowing any of our own blood to be split," said Logan. "On top of this, Xander is most likely after your blood more than ever, and I hear he is quite the skillful student. We also don't have the option of just suddenly leaving. If we leave, then they will know and come after us, making them aware that something is up. The only time we can act, or the best time to act, would be when we have enough information and Quinn is here, or if that doesn't happen at the execution itself." "So you're gambling on the fact that it's more likely that Silver will help us once she finds out our reason for being here," Vorden replied. "Or at least will get us out of the current sparing predicament." Getting up from the bed, Logan then proceeded to open up a small latch, in his strange glove, around the area of his forearm. Inside it were the red blood pills that had been obtained from the trials when they had first arrived. "Take them," Logan said, giving them to Vorden. "Without all my equipment, I have not been able to do a full check, but I'm 90% sure that they won't harm you in any way, although I am unsure if it will have the effect that Quinn had said, but there may be a time when you need them. For me, it's useless since I don't fight using my own strength and speed, and CIA is a support type who is naturally weak, so if they really do have an effect, it's best if you take them for now." Looking at the blood pills, Vorden put them away in his trouser pocket, tying the flap down. If he could, he would avoid using them. 90% still meant there was a 10% chance something bad could happen, and it was better for him if he didn't take that type of risk. "What about the green injections? Didn't Quinn say that would give us a boost as well?" Vorden asked. "That?" Logan paused for a while. "I was unable to assess what that was. I think it's best if we avoid that at all costs." With that, the day had ended and the three of them tried their best to go for a peaceful sleep for the night. When they returned to their classrooms the next day, Silver had as expected shown them the schedule for that week, and it did indeed include a sparring session. Of course, Logan had extracted this information from the school's server ahead of time. Originally planning to leave earlier, he thought it wouldn't be a problem, but there was still no sign of Quinn anywhere, so they had stayed at the school longer than they thought they would. For them, though, this only confirmed in all of their minds that the best option was to ask Silver. When the class ended, the three of them had left the room as usual, as if nothing had happened that day, and when everyone left the classroom and Silver was at her desk, she was staring blankly ahead. There was a load of paperwork on her table, but her mind was constantly filled with thoughts and distractions of what to do. As the days went by and the execution was drawing closer and closer, she had images flash in her head, and plans of how she could save her brother. "Why, Father? Are you really going to let Fex just die like that?" Silver was a little upset that her father had seemed to ignore the fact altogether and was treating Fex, his own son, just as if any other vampire had committed such a crime. He didn't even try to defend him or pardon him. But in a way, this was expected for her. She knew he was like this, and this was where she got her own stubborn side from. When it came between choosing family and the laws, one would choose family, right? Slowly, Silver was realizing that she herself cared about her brother more than any of the stupid vampire laws. The only problem was, she wasn't going to go on a suicide mission. As it was right now, even if she got involved, she wouldn't be able to escape and her own life and her brother's would be taken. Perhaps then all of the 13th family would be treated as traitors, and because of her actions, what was happening to those that were in the 13th would worsen. She couldn't do that. As a teacher at the school, she could already see how the other 13th members were being treated now, so she couldn't imagine what would happen if they found out she too had gone against the council. Thinking about all of this was a lot on her mind, but that's when she noticed a strange small little piece of paper that had magically appeared on her desk. Not only that, but it was moving. Eventually, the piece of paper had stopped moving, and then a small little spider from underneath the paper had left and gone away, back climbing down the desk and heading off somewhere. Looking at the piece of paper, Silver noticed that it was a note. "We wish to help out Fex. Please meet us in the storage room, based outside on the field." Looking at the note, for some reason, a slight jolt was felt in her heart. Who said this? Is it one of the other vampire families? Maybe the one that was hiding the identity of the vampire that created the illegal. Maybe they are finally making a move. Should I meet them? If they can help save Fex, then I have to meet them. With her hopes on the mysterious note that just appeared in front of her, Silver decided to head to the location. She stood outside of the storage door, located off to the side on the outside field. Suddenly, she felt a little strange. Her senses were telling her there were 3 vampires inside. Not any special vampires, but just regular vampires. However, they might have been only messengers. Opening the doors, she went straight in and quickly closed them behind her. When she turned her head, she could see 3 students inside the room, all of the ones she recognized that were in her class. Her sudden hopes were dashed as she remembered each of them was from the 10th family. Logan was the first to walk forward and approach Silver. "We are here to save Fex," said Logan. Looking at the 3 students in front of her didn't give her hope. Silver remembered them quite well, especially the tall blonde student. This was because he had stuck up for one of her family members at one point, and she had made it her duty to try to protect him. Silver always repaid a favor. It was because of this she also remembered which family all of them belonged to, and she remembered that all of them had stated they were from the 10th family. The 10th family, a family with no current power or influence at the council table, the weakest and worst family to belong to. But her mind soon started to change as she started to wonder. Why would the 10th family be trying to save Fex? What relation did they have with him? There was also the chance that this could have something to do with the rumors. Was the 10th leader really still alive and returning? But this was a far-fetched idea as it had nothing to do with Fex. Even in the past, the 10th family was never close to the 13th, so why would the leader even attempt to save him? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Logan started to count down from 5, and then at that precise moment something had happened. A strange smell had entered Silver's nose. It had hit her in an instant. Quickly pulling out the spray bottle, Logan sprayed a few puffs here and there. He had covered his scent once more before putting it away. Recognizing the strange smell, a natural reaction happened as Silver's eyes went beaming red as the realization had hit her. You're humans," she said. Vorden placed both of his hands on his back, grabbing his blades, and CIA stepped back slightly as she stared back at the red eyes. The 2 of them were ready for a fight. Whether or not they could win was an entirely different thing altogether, though. How were humans able to infiltrate this place? And they were even able to get rid of the scent. Have we been discovered? Hardening her hand and her fingertips, Silver was prepared to throw out an attack and slice Logan's head then and there. It would have been easy, and the attack would have been too fast for him to react. "Remember why we are here," Logan calmly said. "We want to save Fex, your brother." Those words were exactly what Silver needed. As the anger and panic inside her started to settle, so did the color of her eyes. Vorden, still worried something would happen, kept his hands on his beast weapons on his back, while CIA was completely covered in sweat as if she was about to collapse. She felt like she couldn't breathe. Why does this feel so familiar? CIA thought her body was reacting to the vampire in front of her. In her mind, this just confirmed her thoughts. A vampire had to have removed her memories, and even though she couldn't remember herself what had happened, her body could. "Speak," Silver said, in a strong tone, still letting them who was in control of the situation. "We are friends of Fex, and I'm sure you know about a white as well. We have come here to save both of them." Logan started to explain. A strange look appeared on her face, as she wondered how they would even know about Fex in the first place. On top of this, the only interaction that Fex should have had with the humans was at the military base. Looking at the students' faces, they couldn't have been much older than Fex himself. Are these his friends? Seeing the concerned look on Silver's face, Logan continued on. "You met with Quinn, right, the other vampire? He is the one that came with us here. We are all here to save Fex. And you really think you 3 and 1 vampire is enough to save Fex, when me, a vampire knight, won't even go against them?" She replied. "You guys are delusional. So Quinn, is it? What family does he belong to?" Although Silver sounded a little rude when saying this, in asking this question she was still looking for a little hope. Maybe the vampire had come to the vampire world after informing his leader what was to happen. If they had help from one of the families, maybe they could do something. Family, Logan replied, thinking about it. I don't know. If he was here, you would be able to ask him. When thinking about this question, Logan knew that Quinn had obtained his vampire abilities through the system and the strange book that was handed to him. But this wouldn't have been an acceptable answer, and it was clear it wasn't what Silver was looking for. She tried her best to keep a straight face, but Vorden had noticed that her fingers were twitching, as if she was nervous about something. It was clear this was a reaction to the current situation. I can't help, Silver said after a moment of silence. You aren't strong enough to even attempt to break out or save my brother. I thought maybe there would be more of you. I won't turn you guys in, but I suggest that once the school summer is over, you guys return from where you came, and speak to no one from this place. As for the sparing next week, I will do my best to cover your backs. It's the least I can do for your good friends that have come all this way to try to save you, dear brother. Sliver thought. Turning around, Silver's last hope was dashed. But she felt a little touched that there were others concerned for her brother's safety apart from her. Wait, Vorden shouted. I know we may be weak and you can't trust us, but even if you tell us to go back, even if we told Quinn that we would be going back, he will still try everything he can to save Fex. That's just how he is, and it's because of this stubborn side that we all decided to follow him in the first place. If you can't trust us, then at least trust him. Turning back and looking at Vorden's eyes, she could see he had the same look as Fex's when talking about this person. Why did these two people seem to put so much trust in a single person? What was about this vampire that was so special? Even if you say that, where exactly is this person? He isn't even here for me to speak to him, Silver replied. But Vorden had no reply. They had no clue where Quinn was or why he was taking so long to come to them. But then at that moment, a voice could be heard in Silver's head. It was the voice of one of the vampires, the power of the 8th family leader, telepathy that covered the range of the whole planet, allowing the vampires to communicate with each other. Report. Anyone in the nearby vicinity of the 13th castle. Please go there immediately. Special permission has been granted from the leader to enter. The Punisher intruder has been spotted. I repeat, the Punisher intruder has been spotted. Due to being at the school, Silver had yet to be informed of the details from the council meeting, informing them that there was a Punisher out and about, so she was deeply confused for a second. She knew of the Punishers but didn't know what had happened. What was even more surprising was for some reason they were at the 13th castle. Please be on the lookout for 2 male teens. They both have their mouths covered with some sort of strange masks. Also, it appears they have managed to take control of a few of our own. The White has escaped and is on the run with the Punisher. I repeat, the White has escaped and on the run with the Punisher. What is going on? Silver said out loud while looking at the 3 in front of her. Underneath the 13th castle, there were strange tunnels that seemed difficult to navigate. Certain pathways would lead to others opening up to different areas. The only light source in these deep underground tunnels were the torches that lit up the way, and walking through them right now were 2 vampires, who were dressed the same from head to toe. They had most of their face covered, only allowing a slit between the eyes to be seen. A floating cloth dangled over from their mouth and nose, while a large black tall hat was worn on top of their heads. These vampires, in their unique clothing and face covering, were from the 9th family, known as the Fortuna family. The tunnels below each had separate sections that would head off in different directions. These tunnels would eventually link to each castle. A dungeon to be used for their own family members and such until a punishment was decided. However, the tunnels were also linked to each other in some way, blocked by complicated door structures with secret codes. Using these doors, one would be able to travel underneath and move freely between each castle. The 9th family was in charge of the cellars and tunnels underneath and had access to all the doors, allowing them to transport criminals from one place to another. As for families, they all had access codes and such to their own doors underneath their castles but did not for others. One would either have to get permission from another family or request aid from the 9th family. Right now, 2 of the guards from the 9th family had reached a fairly large cellar. Cries from several other creatures and vampires could be heard, but from this one there was no such noise. A few loud bangs were heard against the bars of the cell. Get up! "You're being transported to a new location," the guard said, lifting himself up from his bed. Fex wasn't exactly enthusiastic about going with these people as he slowly placed his feet along the floor to the bars. "What's wrong? It shouldn't be time for me to go just yet, right?" With nothing to do in the cellar, all Fex had been doing was counting the time while down here. Sometimes he thought his actions were that of a madman, waiting for the day of his so-called death. But it was the only thing he could do. He was pretty sure he had been accurate with his counting, and it should still be a while before he was to leave this place, unless he had already gone mad, and was counting far slower than he thought. "We are moving you to the main castle cellars, where you will be put under a heavier surveillance," the other guard said, unsure why they were deciding to be more cautious. Fex decided it wasn't his problem in the first place. It wasn't like there was anything he could do. The guards put a set of cuffs behind Fex's back. Ones that would be strong enough to hold any regular vampire, and even if he could break out of them, the two guards were quite strong vampires. If there was one, Fex could take them out, but with his hands tied, two would be impossible. Even if he did, what would he do next? Knowing what his fate was destined to be, he hadn't struggled and decided to go ahead and follow the Ninth's men. Meanwhile, at the same time, two other guards had also been sent to the 13th castle. The white that had been held captive was also temporarily staying there, but the first leader, Bryce, had also made the decision that it would be best if he was transported and put under heavier protection considering what was going on at the moment. When the two guards approached the cellar, they had done the same, putting the cuffs on around Peter's wrist and letting him out of the cellar as they took him out and through the tunnels. However, something strange started to happen after Peter had left the cellar. A strange energy was starting to flow through him strongly, stronger than he had felt before. The feeling was similar to when he had consumed Quinn's blood, only this time he could tell. It wasn't borrowed power, but it was his own power rising inside him. With this and the exit from the cellar, the connection between him and his master Quinn could be felt even more than before. "Quinn, you're here, and you've grown stronger," Peter thought. As Quinn grew stronger, so did Peter, although he couldn't use blood abilities like Quinn could, or shadow abilities. All of Quinn's stats would be replicated to Peter, so right now, he too had the strength of a strong vampire noble. He looked at the guards carefully, and it seemed like they had underestimated him greatly, only sending two people to escort him. This was perhaps because they had seen his skill when he fought against Xander. Xander was but a strong child, a vampire with no ability, whereas these two were adult vampires who had an ability. Although they weren't nobles, they thought with two of them it would have been enough. Even if he could defeat the guard, where would he go? How would he navigate underground? Of course, Peter didn't know about the complexity of the dungeon tunnels. Because of all this though, the guards had never expected what would happen next. While walking through the tunnels, waiting for the right moment, Peter used all his strength to barge one of the guards with his shoulder, banging him into the wall and causing him to be dazed and stumble. Then something the others hadn't expected. Without caring about pain or breaking his bones, he forced his hands through the cuffs, snapping his fingers in the process and ripping pieces of flesh from his hand. Still, this was no problem for the current Peter, who was now a white. He felt no pain, and his regeneration speed was great. His fingers and skin had not already healed. "Grab him!" the guard shouted to the other, as the first one who had been barged into the door had regained his composure. Both of the guard's hands had wrapped around Peter's waist, holding him in place. Peter, seeing this, used both of his own hands and grabbed onto the guards, and started to pull them apart. "What? He's stronger than me. I can't hold him," the guard shouted as he could feel he was losing the power struggle. His arms were slowly shaking as they were spread apart. Then, using his strength, Peter lifted the man over his shoulder and slammed him onto the ground, dislocating his shoulder. The man coughed up blood and was heavily damaged. Still, Peter wouldn't give him a second chance to get back up. Neither of them had used their ability yet, and he didn't want to find out. Running up to the man on the floor, Peter used all his strength once again to kick the man's head, twisting his neck and killing him on the spot. He was a vampire and not a white. Regenerating from a blow like that would be impossible. The other guard, in a panic, threw out a flurry of punches, but it was useless. Peter was far faster, dodging the attacks. Peter then threw out his own punches, hitting the person rapidly, not letting up for a single second. Peter continued to punch the guard until no more sound was made. When he finally stopped, the body had fallen to the floor, and it was no longer moving. Both of the guards had been killed, but Peter had no choice. If he didn't kill them, they would have informed others and more would have come, making it harder for his escape. While looking at the bodies, something strange was felt inside Peter, as if he could feel a little fire inside their bodies. This feeling was similar to the connection he felt with Quinn, sometimes only a little different. Approaching the bodies on the floor, Peter wondered what would happen if he tried reaching out to this connection. As he placed his hand on the body, he could feel the connection even better now. Naturally, he felt like closing his eyes, and then his own energy started to flow out of his palm and started to head straight for the dead guard. As his energy touched the guards, a strange reaction had occurred. The feeling was strange, and Peter let go and took a step back. But as soon as he did, the guard in front of him stood up. His head twisted back in place, and at first, he started to walk very stiffly. But the guard's movements soon became normal once again. The guard bowed down before raising his head. Looking at the guard closely, Peter could see that his eyes were now completely white and there was no such expression on his face. It was as if he had become an undead. At that moment, a strange feeling came to him, as if information had entered his head suddenly. He now understood. The vampire in front of him had been turned into a lesser white. Turning around, he looked at the other dead guard on the floor. "I'm going to need your help as well." Just like with the first guard, Peter had successfully managed to also change the second one, doing the same thing. He repeated the process step by step. While doing so, it seemed as if information was slowly coming to him, as if he had done all of this before. But he knew that wasn't possible. He imagined the feeling was something similar to a computer machine uploading information onto a server. Following what it was telling him to do allowed him to create the two lesser whites. As the information was processing in his mind, he looked at the two that were now running by his side. Due to the information, he understood what they were a little bit more. A lesser white. Essentially, Peter had managed to make the vampires rise from the dead and become a lesser version of himself. They were undead creatures now, unable to perform any of their abilities they had before. As for their strength, they were half that of their creator. When comparing strength and speed, their creator would be Peter. However, they did also have no stamina and an impressive regenerative speed similar to Peter's, but once it reached a certain point, they were unable to heal further, even if they consumed human flesh. As for their intelligence, it seemed as if whatever they knew of the past was now no longer there. They would be able to follow simple instructions that Peter gave. When Peter asked them if they knew the way out, there was no reply, but when he told them to follow him, they did so. This left Peter with no choice but to randomly run through the tunnels with hope of an escape. The only good news was that the vampire guards wouldn't exactly be found dead anytime soon, giving him a bit more time before they discovered his attempted escape. The three continued to run until he had eventually reached a strange rounded door that blocked the entirety of the tunnel. There wasn't a single gap that would allow him to get through. Stopping at the rounded door, Peter tried to give it a push using all his strength. But there was nothing, not even a single nudge. Is it Glathrium? Peter thought. If that was the case, even if he tried punching the door, it wouldn't work. But he didn't really want to either, for fear that the tunnel could collapse. That's when he noticed a strange circle lock combination. Essentially, the door had a large circle on it with smaller circles on the inside. When trying to move one of these circles, there was sound, and Peter found out that each part could be moved individually, but just spinning them around in circles and circles was doing nothing, and he was just wasting his time. Is it a lock? Peter thought. Then he turned to the two behind him. If they had brought him here, they had to know a way out. Do you know the combination to the lock? Peter asked. But there was silence, as the two of them just continued to stare at him. I should have guessed. With no choice, Peter turned around and started to head back down the tunnel he had come from and tried to take a different path. Eventually, he must have taken a wrong turn somewhere, as the tunnel had led him to quite a large open room. In this open space there were several tunnels for one to go down. Looking at them all though, Peter had no clue what to do, or which one to take. "Now I wasn't expecting this," an echoey voice said. It was hard to pinpoint the location of where the sound had come from, due to it bouncing off the walls. The only thing he could tell was that it was a male's voice. The next second, a thud sound was heard as the 2 feet had solidly hit the ground. Turning to look behind him, Peter could see a fairly middle-sized man. Not scrawny nor was he big, but what did stand out was the large scar that went across the top of his head, and the round shield on his back. When Clark told me that the mysterious Punisher person's last words were he was here to save someone, I thought it could only be one of 2 people. Either Fex or you. I saw no reason for them to try to save someone from another family, which means you had to be quite important to them. Jean explained. Just in case, I got Sunny to stand by and watch over Fex's extraction. Unfortunately, these tunnels aren't exactly the best for my ability. If I was to go all out, the place could collapse at any second. He then carefully looked at the 3 of them, including the whites that stood behind Peter. Well, the good news is, based on your performance against Xander and Silver, I won't even need to use my ability in the first place. I suppose you should know the name of your slayer before you die. My name is Jean Talon. I am the 4th leader of the vampire family, and I will bring you in dead or alive. Wait a minute, I guess as a white you're already dead. Jumping off his feet and dashing towards Peter, the 2 lesser whites immediately reacted, jumping in front of him. Their speed was unexpected as Jean knew the capabilities of lesser whites. He thought he would have been able to simply run past them before they could even react. Not wanting to stray from his path though, Jean threw out a punch, knocking both of them back. Even with their 2 hands, they were useless as they were flung away and went crashing into the tunnel walls. The whole place seemed to vibrate slightly, and a few crumbs of rock falling here and there from the ceiling could be seen. Damn. Maybe I need to hold back just a little more, Jean said. Well, this should be enough. Being careful not to do any further damage to the tunnels, worried that the whole thing might collapse on them. Jean decided to lessen his strength. When doing this though, he had also lessened his speed. He knew he wasn't great at control. His explosive blood ability never really allowed him to be. So he was unable to fine-tune when coming to control. If he lowered his power, he would lower everything with it, including his speed and such. If he was to fight at full power, the same would be done again. Let's end all this silly nonsense, Jean said, throwing out a single punch, hoping to finish the fight off then and there. A fast fist was thrown. But then, the sound of it hitting nothing but air was heard. There wasn't the usual feeling of weight being pushed back against the skin of his knuckles. He felt nothing but empty air. Peter had dodged the attack. But how? I saw how fast he was when fighting against Xander. How could he have improved so much? Even if Jean wasn't using his full strength and speed, it was more than enough to get rid of the Peter he saw fight against Xander not long ago. Before he knew it, a punch from Peter had landed. It was planted in his stomach, and all his newfound strength that surged in his body was used. Caused Jean to slid back a few steps before completely stopping. Him, a vampire leader, had been pushed by a mere subclass. You moved me back? Jean said. You... Not even a vampire, but a subclass. A strange anger had risen inside him, as his eyes started to burn a fierce red. He didn't care anymore if he took down the hollow tunnels. Making a few cuts on his hands, he allowed his blood to be drawn and was ready to use his ability. With a flick, a single drop of blood went out fast, like a bullet, and it had hit Peter right on the shoulder. Ignite! Saying these words, a loud bang followed, and a pop and explosion was seen, as the sharp orange lights shined upon Peter. Pieces of his skin and flesh started to fall to the ground. However, it only took a short amount of time before it started to regenerate once again. I guess an explosion that small will never be able to kill a white. What impressive regenerative speed. Jean genuinely thought as he praised him. But, it just means I have to use more power, Jean said. Blood control. The blood that was in the palm of his hand started to lift up into the sky. It floated there without a single person touching it. Next, spreading his arms out, Jean managed to split all of the blood into small little balls. These small blood balls were the same size as the attack that had hit him earlier. Are all of these explosives? Peter thought, if that was the case, he was unsure if his body would be able to regenerate from such a thing, as he said that though the two lesser whites from earlier had come back and were now standing in front of Peter. Chain bomb, Jean said, flicking his hands, and all the balls started flying directly towards the three. Even if the whites could help Peter block the attack, it looked as if this was something Jean would be able to perform again, and then what would he do? Right now it seemed like the best option was to run away. Just as he was about to make the decision and make a break for it, something was felt. All of the blood balls went ahead. Ignite! Jean shouted, making all of them explode at once, creating small explosions one after another. Smoke had filled the tunnels, and the ceiling started to crumble as small rocks fell from it once more. The shaking had finally stopped though, and it looked like the walls were able to handle a lot more punishment than Jean initially thought. When the dust finally settled though, what he was seeing came as a huge surprise. For where the three once stood, there was a thick purple shadow in its place. I knew you would come, Peter said. It's been a long time, Quinn. Following Peter's presence, the whole way up till the castle was quite easy for Quinn. Traveling from the forest, he had entered the settlement with no problems. Not a single person had stopped him to ask what he was doing there, even while continuing to wear the mask to cover his face. If Peter had been caught and had disguised himself as Quinn at the time, then it meant that there might be quite a few vampires that recognized him. As he walked through the city, not a single vampire batted an eyelid as he walked past. He wanted to explore and see what the vampire place was like, but the connection he currently had with Peter was continuing to sway in and out, and there was a good chance that it might disappear completely. Feeling the strange feeling coming and going, Quinn feared the worst, that perhaps Peter was dying. So instead of taking his time exploring the vampire settlement, he decided to start rushing his way forward. The strange energy was coming from the 13th castle, which was stationed to the very right. All of the castles surrounded the city in a semicircle-like shape, and the 13th was at the very end. Most of the city was easy to get through, but then he noticed that there was a strange wall in between the castle area and the city. A gate of some type. This gate was the separation between those that worked directly for a vampire family, and those that lived with everyone else under some type of family. Carefully looking at the gate, Quinn noticed that there were guards stationed at these sections, and it would seem as if vampires who entered and exited needed to show something to enter. While thinking of what to do next, the system decided to chime in and help him. The more you start to explore and roam around the city, the more I'm starting to think this is exactly the same settlement that I used to live in, the system said. I don't know if an exact replica was made or if they really had managed to transport it all over to another planet somehow. At first, Quinn didn't quite understand why the system was suddenly being nostalgic out loud, while he was desperately trying to find a way in, but as it continued to speak, he realized it wasn't just nonsense and he actually had a plan. Well, if this place is really exactly the same as the last, then I think I might have a way to get to the 13 castles. Following the system's instructions, he was able to direct Quinn to a strange location. It was still near the 13th castle, but not past the wall they had put up to segregate the different sections. They had entered what looked like a strange small garden that was surrounded by several walls. There seemed to be no such visitors, but it made sense since there seemed to be nothing in the area either. There were no benches to look at, and only a few followers here or there. However, there were still people walking past in the street that was right next to the garden. It should be right here, the system said. The two of them had reached what could only be described as a wall. However, the wall did have quite the interesting design on it. It had a large circle with several other smaller circles inside, and one was able to twist and turn each different part of the section. It's a lock, and unfortunately, this is as far as I can take you. This is a secret entrance that should lead you to the underground tunnels. There are several put all over the city in case of a type of an attack of some sort, allowing people to move from one location to the next without having to go through all the different buildings. The system started to explain. Then, if you don't know the combination, then what much help is this? Quinn replied. You should start to know your own system better than that. It has managed to help you in tricky situations before, and I think this time will be no different. The system said, but decided to keep the next part to himself. The one who created these lock systems in the first place is the same as the one who made the system. So I'm almost certain you will be able to unlock it. Pressing his hand up against the strange circular lock and then using his inspect skill, gave Quinn all the information he needed. It took a while, as if the system was trying to crack some type of code, but eventually it gave instructions of what to do and how to do it. Following them, Quinn was able to turn the circle contraption in the right direction, eventually hearing a clicking sound. The wheels then started to move once more and into place until the wall morphed backwards into itself, before falling to the floor, revealing a type of hole in the wall with a staircase that leads downwards. As soon as the door had been unlocked, Quinn could feel Peter's connection even stronger. He's down there. I have to hurry. Without saying anything, Quinn dashed forward as fast as he could, and the door behind started to rebuild itself on its own. Finally, although the tunnels seemed strange and hard to navigate, Quinn wasn't trying to find his way out, or the direction of the other castles. He was just playing a game of hot and cold with himself. As he went down one tunnel, if the connection grew stronger he would continue to head that way, but if it felt weaker, he knew he was going in the wrong direction. Finally, he had arrived, and it was in just the nick of time, as he threw his shadow outward and dashed forward, protecting Peter. Although it had been a long time since Jean had seen the purple moving shadows. The second he saw it, he instantly knew that it was the Punisher's powers. There weren't many alive today that would be able to recognize such an ability. Perhaps some of the leaders decided to pass down their history, while others chose to keep it a secret, which wasn't too surprising considering what had happened in the past. When the shadows eventually moved downward, Jean was able to clearly see the two boys in front of him, who looked to both be teenagers. This surprised Jean a bit because when he thought of the Punishers, he always thought of them as the strong force. However, it looked like what Clark had told him was the truth. It was just a young boy who had reached the stage of a vampire noble. Ever since Quinn had evolved, his senses were more finely tuned than before, and when looking at Jean in front of him, the hairs on his neck were starting to stand up. This was a feeling he hadn't even felt when going up against Clark. He's stronger than a vampire knight. Does that mean he's a vampire leader, at the strength of a vampire lord? Quinn thought. While thinking this, the system chimed in just to confirm it. Careful Quinn, that Jean Talon, the fourth vampire leader. He uses the same ability as Clark himself, but I don't think you need me to tell you that a fight with him and a fight against Jean will be two completely different things. His thoughts were spot on, and for the first time, Quinn would be going against a vampire leader, the strongest of the vampires. Looking to his right, he could see Peter there, who looked unharmed and quite powerful. He could also tell that he too had grown in strength compared to last time, and he was happy to see him healthy. But behind him were the two lesser whites that had made a recovery and were now by their side as well. Quinn, using his inspect skill, was able to tell they belonged to Peter. Although they were now technically controlled and owned by Peter, they did not belong to the cursed family and took no extra slots. Jean was wearing a long black overcoat, and pulling the side of it towards his mouth, he started to whisper, "I found the Punisher. He is with the white, and two other vampires seem to be under his control. They are located under the tunnels of the 13th, towards the main area." Sending out this message, there was only a little amount of time before others would come running towards them as well. Can we do this with the four of us? Quinn thought as he hesitated whether to fight or run. Using his right hand, Jean stretched out behind him and grabbed the shield. Banging on the top, several spiked blades had come out from the edge. However, this wasn't what was surprising. It was the fact that all the spikes seemed to be covered in blood. It hadn't come from a wound like the attacks before, but instead looked as if the blood was already pre-placed in the shield. "I won't make the mistake of going easy on you, like Clark did," Jean said, as he got ready to throw his shield. Jean didn't immediately start attacking straight away, nor did he rush in, and there was a big reason for this. This was because he was worried about a particular skill that the shadow users had. Are there really other Punishers still out there? Jean thought. Or is this really the last one? Somehow the skill might have been passed on to him. The problem is, if he isn't the last one, then it might be best to wait for the others. With these thoughts on the back of Jin's mind, he decided to wait for his opponent to make the first move, while keeping his shield out in front of him. The information from the system stated that the person in front of him, Jin, was the fourth leader. All those that were high up and belonged to the same family would have the same ability, which meant Jin had the explosive blood, same as Clark. Seeing the blood drip from the sharp edges of the shield was a concern for Quinn. Well, it worked before, so let's see if it will work again, Quinn said, as he activated his shadow void. This time he had created quite a large void, using up almost half of his MC cells. The reason for doing this was because first, Quinn wanted to make sure he got Peter and the others inside as well, but the more important thing was he needed some space. If the area was too small, he would be easily hit by the explosions. Still, he needed the void if he was to perform his shadow hop, which would be a great help in any fight. When the shadow finally had encased the whole area, it had even blocked all of the tunnel exits as well. Seeing this, Jin smirked a little. Perhaps this worked on the vampires you faced before, but unfortunately for you, it won't work on me, Jin said. I have seen this before. Tapping the front of his shield again, it started to slightly glow red, and then, flinging his hand off to the side, he propelled the shield upward into the air and towards the top of the dome. Blood rain. As the shield spun in the air, it seemed to stay there in place, hovering. From the razor-sharp edges, blood would be flung off, shooting outward and falling to the sides and ground like rain. Quinn, protect yourself now, the system shouted, and Quinn responded by pulling Peter in, and at the same time the other two whites followed. Using his shadow control, Quinn was able to cover everyone for what was about to happen next. Ignite! The rain like blood drops that fell from the top of the ceiling started to explode in all different directions. Some blowing up as they fell to the ground, others hitting the edge of the wall. Then after a few seconds, Quinn came to the realization of what Jin was trying to do. It was something people hadn't done before due to their cautious nature, but Jin was attacking the dome itself rather than trying to kill the user. Whenever the wall was hit, it would repair itself, but at the cost of using Quinn's MC cells. He didn't worry about this too much since his MC cells recovered faster when being in the dome, but this type of attack where it was being hit from all different directions was too fast and powerful for Quinn to keep up. His MC cells were rapidly dropping, which left him with no choice but to deactivate and take down the dome. As soon as this started happening, Jin raised his hand, and the shield started to glow red again, returning to his hand as if he had some magnetic force. The shadow control had shielded Quinn and his allies, but now he had next to no MC points left to be used, which meant the only thing he could fight with now was his blood abilities. How did the shield come back to him? Does he have two abilities? Peter asked. That shield is a blood weapon. Do you remember the red crystal you obtained before, and the strange weapon you saw behind the glass casing? These are both the same. Although obtaining blood crystals is illegal, it wasn't like that in the past, and those that have blood weapons were able to keep them. Which means most of the vampire leaders will have a blood weapon. The system explained. There is an ability called blood control. It allows vampires to control blood similar to that of how water users are able to control water. Although it varies from vampire to vampire, inside Jin's blood weapon is blood itself, and that's why he is able to bring it towards him and control it so it stays in place, hovering like that. Quinn, I'm telling you now, but you can't win against a vampire leader yet. You have to run. Get out of here. Without his shadow abilities, Quinn knew that the system was right, but they couldn't exactly turn their backs to the leader in front of them. If the system was anything to go by, a leader was the rank of a vampire lord, which was 20 levels ahead of what Quinn was at now. The leader would be faster, stronger, and could naturally catch up to them. But then, Quinn noticed that for some reason, Jin still hadn't exactly gone to attack them yet. So far he had only used one skill. Was he worried about something? This was definitely the case, as Jin was still worried about the unknown skill of the shadow. Because of this, he wanted to wait for more to arrive. Making a dash for one of the tunnels, Peter proceeded to do the same, following Quinn along. You too! Attack that man! Peter shouted, and the two waits immediately listened. going towards Jean. "I'm sorry you too," Jean said. "But may you rest in peace." In a moment, he had moved towards both of the whites, and using both of his hands he grabbed onto their heads. The next second 2 explosions had gone off and their heads had splattered, leaving nearly nothing behind and allowing the 2 bodies to drop to the floor. This was something the whites were unable to recover from. "Take this tunnel. Quickly," the system directed while Quinn followed. "Running is the right choice, but it won't work," Jean said as he made a swiping motion with his hand and a red line of aura followed. He still didn't wish to get too close and kept his attacks at a distance. Seeing this, Quinn could tell the attack was powerful, more powerful than any other blood swipe he had ever seen before. Perhaps the blood hammer was the only thing powerful enough to stop it, but that took time and the attack was too fast, so it left Quinn with only one choice. "Peter, you're going to have to carry me and keep going." Quickly, infusing his chi into his leg, not caring about control or amount, he allowed the ball of energy to be used. Mixing this feeling with the blood rush feeling he usually would do when he used this attack. His leg was now vibrating slightly, holding in the power. "My body is stronger. I can do this," Quinn thought as he threw out a blood crescent kick, powered with his chi. The red aura came shooting out from the tunnels and collided with Jin's. At that moment both of the powers were equal as they both shattered, falling. This was unexpected, and for Jean, for a brief second, he was stunned at the result. A vampire noble creating an attack this strong. What was that? But snapping out of his daze, he gave chase. Right now Peter was carrying Quinn as he was ordered to before. As Quinn had thought, even though his body was stronger, he was still unable to use all of his chi properly with his blood powers. The result, where his foot was completely crushed and shredded, it was unusable right now, and this was why Peter was carrying him. Using his blood bank, Quinn was able to start the healing process of his leg. But what he was surprised about was Peter, who seemed to be running at a great speed while not slowing down. Due to him being a white, he had no stamina issues and had the same stats as Quinn himself. So in a way, he was perfect for a long chase. But what they had come across looked like a completely dead end, as up ahead in the tunnel there was a strange round door sealing off the exit. It had the same circular patterns as the one outside that Quinn had used to enter the tunnels in the first place. "Why did you lead us this way?" Quinn asked. "Even if I can unlock the door, my inspect skill takes a while before it will allow me to open up the door," Quinn complained to the system, knowing full well that Jean wasn't too far behind them now. "Don't worry. I will tell you the combination to the door," the system replied. By this point, Quinn's leg had already healed, and with the system's instructions, Quinn was able to successfully unlock the door. As the two of them went through the door, it sealed up behind them, blocking off the exit once again. "Are we safe?" Quinn asked. "Won't Jean also know the combination to the door since he's a vampire leader?" Leaders only know the combinations to their own tunnels underneath their castles, apart from the 9th family. "Jean is from the 4th, so there is no need to worry," the system said. "Then, where are we going now?" "We are heading to the 10th family castle." As Jean continued to run through the tunnel as fast as he could, the last thing he saw was the backs of the 2 boys, and a few seconds after, the tunnel had sealed up once again. "Damn it!" Jean shouted in frustration as he tried to look around and figure out what part of the tunnel he was in. First, he tried his own combination that the tunnels underneath his castle used. It was a long shot, but he was going to try anyway. As expected, it was useless, and the door remained shut. Which family does this combination even belong to, and how did they even know it in the first place? Is someone really working with the Punishers again? Is it the 13th family? But then why would they give us access? Staying by the door, Jean waited until more people arrived, and the first to arrive was Sunny, leader of the 5th family. Just from the look on Jin's face and the sealed door he was standing in front of, she knew something was up. "Did they get away then?" she asked. "Yeah, and they went through there," Jean replied. "Do you have any idea where this leads to? I don't even know the combination, and all of the 13th area locks should have auto-granted access right now." "I'm sorry, but I think it's best if you ask Muka," she replied. Right now, the 2 boys would have been long gone, and it looked like it would be a while before any others arrived. "What about on your end?" Jean asked. Fex has safely been transported to the main castle, said Sunny. No one tried to intervene, and everything went as planned. Hearing this, Jean was wondering what their goal was. Why they needed to save the White, and at the same time, why did Fex try to protect the White's creator? Jean thought for sure they would try to also save Fex. But judging by what happened, everything was all the actions of a single vampire. T would explain why no one had gone after Fex. Knowing this, Jean wished he would have been less cautious. If there wasn't any others helping with the breakout, then he had nothing to worry about. With nothing else to do, the two of them decided to return and pass on the information onto the others. Once again, another meeting had been called between the leaders. Inside the council room, they had all been updated on the current situation of how Peter, the White, had been rescued by the Punisher. Came as quite a surprise to a lot of them. They thought that the two matters were unrelated, and it started to cause great confusion amongst the leaders. After everyone had been updated, the 9th leader of the Fortuna family stood to speak. The Fortuna family were the ones who were in charge of the underground tunnels as well as keeping the prisoners locked underground at bay. The person who stood up was the leader, Muka. He had heavy black armor that covered his entire body from head to toe and was built like a thick brick house. He was wider than the others but not short either. As for his weapon, it looked like a giant club on his back. There was nothing special looking about the club. It was plain and blunt, the top half was thick, while the handle area was thin. We have looked into where the tunnel the two boys went to leads to, and it looks like it belongs to the 10th family castle, Muka explained. The others started to mumble and talk to each other, and a few of them even looked at the empty 10th seat, while the torch above still shined brightly. But then how did they know about the combination? One of the leaders complained. And why did the Punisher choose to save that boy? Most of the leaders had the same thought, and they were looking to Muka for answers, mostly since his family were ones who knew the combinations to all of the locks in the tunnels. There were only a few possibilities they could come up with after all. Could someone be planning another uprising? One of the leaders whispered at just the wrong time as everyone went silent. In response to this, Bryce slammed the cane down, making the bickering stop. There is a simple solution to this all, Bryce said. We shall enter the castle area and search every area until we find the two of them. No one shall be allowed to enter or leave in the meantime. After making this suggestion, the room fell silent. It wasn't a suggestion that was welcomed like one might have suspected, and the first one to speak was Muka himself. I'm afraid I will have to disagree with this proposal, Muka replied. Each castle area and its outer area is governed by the family leader. Without permission from the leader themselves, we cannot enter. This was the reason why the others remained silent as well. It wasn't only a great offense to enter a family's residence without permission, but quite possibly a war-inducing one as well. Don't be ridiculous, Bryce snapped back. There is no current leader governing the 10th's home. Who would we get permission from? Although words weren't spoken from the other leaders just yet, they all looked towards the flame that continued to burn above the 10th seat. Bryce realized his mistake. There was, in fact, a 10th leader, they just didn't know who or where they were. Although I wish to catch the Punisher Kid, I wholeheartedly agree with Muka, Jean said. If we break the rules and allow for this to happen, then what happens when it becomes a matter involving our own family? If we are not present, then will you invade our own personal areas as well? After Jean spoke these words, there were quite a few in support of what he had said, while there were also others who had agreed with Bryce, the first leader. But this is an important matter involving a possible traitor. Sometimes there must be exceptions to the rule. One complained. Very well, Bryce said. Then we shall put it to a council vote. Those against the idea of invading the 10th's castle area and those surrounding it, in search for the Punisher and traitor, please raise your hand. At the same time, 6 of the leaders raised their hand. This included Muka, the 9th leader, Jean, the 4th leader, Sunny, the 5th leader, Lee, the 13th leader, and the very last 2 were the 2nd and 11th leaders. As for everyone else, including Bryce, the 1st leader, they were for invading the castle. A split decision, Bryce said. I believe that gives me the final say, right? Not quite, Muka interrupted. I believe although the 10th leader is not here, they would have a vote as well, and considering it would be his castle we were invading, I believe it's safe to say he would be against the idea. Either way, when a vote is split like this, then that means it would fall to the king, not you, Bryce. Although you may act on his behalf and are his messenger from time to time, please do not let that get to your head. You are not the king. The hands that were both placed on top of Bryce's gain tightened, and the veins could be seen bulging out as the grip tightened. Very well, I think without the 10th here it's impossible to cast his vote for him, so I shall go and ask the king for his decision. In the meantime, a team shall be placed in the surrounding area of the 10th's castle, keeping an eye on those that enter and leave. The meeting was over, and the leaders had all left the room. However, they had a feeling for some reason this wouldn't be the last meeting, and soon they would be meeting up once again. Meanwhile, Quinn and Peter had finally made their way, approaching another circular door. The system told them the code to the door once again, and they had finally exited. This time, when exiting, they appeared to be in the middle of a strange alleyway. Walking out from the alleyway, the two of them looked around cautiously. They could see a few people walking past on the streets, but Quinn recognized that there wasn't nearly as many as before when walking through the main area of the city. Just one or two people. Here, take this, Quinn said as he opened up his void and pulled out one of the masks that Logan had created. He then proceeded to take off his own as well. He ripped part of his sleeve and wrapped it around the bottom of his face. Although it might look strange, it was better than them seeing what Quinn looked like. Due to Peter being caught, many of the leaders knew of Quinn's appearance. As for Peter, he had now transformed his face into the student known as Pio. Here no one knew who Pio was, so if they saw him, they would think he was just like them. What should we do now? Quinn thought as he didn't know where to go. The connection with Layla could still be felt, but it was quite far away to meet up with the others, and he still had no information about what was happening to Fex. For now, head to the 10th castle. I think we might be able to ask for some help there, the system said. To the castle? What makes you so sure that they will help? Quinn replied. Because I used to be the leader of this castle, Quinn. And now you are their leader as well. The system finally gave the answer Quinn had been waiting for. Due to the sudden announcement, all the vampire knights were to return to their castles for a briefing, and this was especially true for Silver, since the occurrence of the Punisher was last seen in her castle and Peter had been taken. Based on the information that was given, she was also afraid that others would start to think that the 13th family was more involved in this than they thought. Everything seemed to be happening so soon, and with Silver suddenly leaving, the gang of three was left a little clueless with what to do next. Although Logan was sure Silver wouldn't reveal or tell the others about who they were or why they were there, he had no clue why she had suddenly left the room like that day. Is something going on? Logan thought. There is still some time left before Fex's execution, right? During the night, he would continually try to contact Quinn for answers to see if there was any reply. In truth, he was a bit lost with what to do next himself. They could possibly head to the public execution, but there would likely be many people there, including a few vampire leaders, if not all of them. Would Quinn be strong enough to save Fex in front of everyone? If he couldn't get strong enough, then there was one other option, to create an army of his own, but that seemed even more impossible. The next day, when the three of them had arrived into class, they were in for a bit of a shock. For they were unaware that Silver had been asked to return back to her castle, meaning that today Silver wouldn't be their teacher. At her usual desk, there was someone else standing in her place. He was quite a small-framed male teacher, who had rounded classes and was covered in dark black robes. Hurry and get a move on, you three, we don't have all day, the teacher said as the three of them stood still for a moment. Hurrying to their seats, every one of them was now starting to sweat and worry a little as the class began. As they remembered the schedule that Logan showed them, the teacher began the lesson. The theme of today's lesson was displayed on the screen: sparring matches. If Silver was here, then she would have helped them get out of such a mess, stopped them from fighting somehow, but she wasn't. There are some important matters going on within the families, and for that reason Relly will be your teacher for today, the round glasses man said. At this point, Logan realized that all vampires had perfect eyesight, so the glasses were possibly there, just as a fashion statement. Today there will be a sparring match. All of the classes will be involved, and it will be a chance for everyone to show what they have learnt in the classes so far. However, to make it more interesting, we will select 2 opponents up from a different class into the fighting arena. As these fights go on, everyone shall stand by and watch. Once a winner has been declared, then we shall discuss what one person did well, and what the other did wrong. The winner of the fight shall select their next opponent, which has to be from a different class. It cannot be from the same class as themselves, nor the same class as the opponent that they had just faced. This will allow us to see the levels of each of the classes. Of course, eventually the winning student will more likely lose, because of the continuous fights they will have in a row. With the rules and today's lesson explained, the students were all rallied up outside as they did once before. What came as a surprise was that all 3 of the subclasses were also invited outside on the field to watch the event, although they were told they wouldn't be taking part. As Vorden walked onto the field, his eyes matched up with Layla's, and it seemed as if she had a worried look on her face. Seeing this, Amy gave her a slight nudge, hitting her with her shoulder. "I thought you said you weren't into the tall blondie. Why are you so worried?" But Layla didn't reply, as she was too busy thinking about the worst that could happen. Outside on the field, they had a platform that had been raised. It wasn't too big, and the platform was only raised about a foot off the ground. It was round in size as well. All the different classes were told to sit on the floor in rows around the circular platform. The students were sitting quite close and were worried that if a fight was to take place, that they might be hit by some of the attacks that would go off from the platform. A larger teacher approached the side and saw the concerned look on their faces. "Don't worry too much," the teacher said as he banged his fist on the outside. As if it hit an invisible wall where his hand had landed for a brief second, a digital red grid-like display showed before quickly disappearing again. "Using the beast crystals, we are able to create an invisible barrier for you guys. Any attack from you regular vampires will be stopped by this wall here, so you have nothing to worry about," the teacher explained with a smile. Relly walked into the center and looked as if the wall hadn't activated, suggesting someone was in control of when the wall was turned on or off. "We all know why we are here. You should have been briefed by your teachers beforehand, so let's cut to the chase and get this started. Hopefully that way we can see as many fights as possible today." 2 students from different classes were selected, and 2 of them had entered the stage, one a female vampire while the other a male. None of these did Vorden or the others recognize. When the 2 entered, the teacher shouted to start the match, and the fight had begun. It looked as if the 2 inside were evenly matched, and they continued to fight without the use of abilities, only using blood attacks. However, the female did have a dagger that she would use, while the male student used nothing but his bare hands eventually, though the female vampire had less stamina and was starting to lose the fight. A pretty bad cut was made with a claw-like hand on the female student, and the fight was immediately stopped by the teachers. The male student had actually attempted to make a second attack following up on the first one, but one of the teachers had entered too fast for the others to see and held the male student's hand, stopping the attack. It looked as if there would be no accidental deaths in these sparring matches. The vampire teachers were just on a completely different level compared to the students. With a winner declared, the students were asked about the fight, talking about what had been done well and what had been done wrong. This also gave some time for the students to rest and recover a little, but now it was time for the student to select his next opponent. He was still pretty tired, and it looked like it would be easier to beat him now than before, but seemingly out of nowhere, from one of the classes a little chant started to take place. "Xander, Xander, Xander, Xander." Slowly others started to join in as well. Of course they would do this, Amy complained, looking at him. Xander was well known amongst the regular vampires, and the other students wanted to see him fight. Having given in to the peer pressure, the student eventually called Xander's name, and with it the students cheered. Xander of course smiled as he stood up and looked at the students behind him. He even gave them a bow, as if he was their king of some sort. Climbing onto the stage, he didn't look at his opponent in front of him. Instead, he looked at Vorden, who was sat on the floor. "This isn't good. Logan thought no one had to be a mind reader to figure out what he was thinking. The fight once again started, and right off the bat, Xander dashed in. Avoiding the first attack from the student at such a close range, Xander threw out a strong fist, then another and another, not letting the student fall to the floor. It was his signature move, a flurry of punches. However, after just the first 2 punches, they were quickly stopped by a teacher entering the platform, declaring him the winner. This time, there wasn't much time spent on what went wrong or right, as there wasn't much of the fight to be analyzed, and he was told to select his opponent from another class. First, Xander looked to his right, where he could see the pretty girls, and looked towards Layla. With a wink, he blew out a kiss towards her. Seeing this, all the girls around started to scream and push Layla around on the floor. Was that at her? She's so lucky. Why does Xander even like her? A lot of the girls wished that Xander had paid them that much attention, but Layla felt the opposite. Then, lifting his hand, he pointed at a single blonde boy sitting down. "I chose you," Xander said. It was Vorden's turn to go up on stage. All of the students turned to see just who exactly Xander was and had pointed at. After all, Xander wouldn't just choose some nobody, right? The person he chose would have to be some type of formidable opponent, someone who would give him a challenge or put on a show. At least this was what everyone had expected of Xander, especially after the performance he had just put on. That was why, when they turned to look around, they were surprised to see who exactly Xander had selected, although it wasn't a surprise for everyone there. There were some who still remembered the events that occurred not too long ago involving a particular girl who was watching not too far away. Before Vorden had moved from his position, Logan had raised his hand to ask a question. "Sir, is it possible to forfeit from this event? Admit defeat?" Hoping there was some way for them to get out of this, Relly gave out a big sigh before answering. "And what would be the point of that? The whole point of this assessment is to test your skills, good or bad. Besides, it's not like you will get seriously injured or hurt. As you saw with the last matches, we were able to stop them just fine before anything serious was to happen. We will continue to do so for all the other fights as well." The explanation given was a fair one, and Logan didn't know how to counteract the teacher's point. After all, the problem wasn't the fact that they were scared that Vorden would die, but that he would be injured. After all, the slightest injury would cause blood to be drawn, and everyone who was here would be able to smell it in an instant. Logan didn't even want to think about what was to happen if all of the vampires here found out their true identities. With no choice now, Vorden stood up from his place and started to walk towards the platform. But as he was walking, Logan quickly pulled on his sleeve, pulling him down, and started whispering in his ear. "Take the pills, don't get hit," Logan quickly said before letting him go to his place, giving him a brief reminder. It seemed like the two of them had similar thoughts in the first place. The truth was, though, Vorden never wanted to forfeit the fight. Seeing Xander's face and his actions from before had caused a strange jolt inside him. "Hey, do you want me to take over this one pretty boy?" Ratton said in his head. He looked towards Layla, and then back at Xander. Right now he didn't want to quit and instead teach the playboy a lesson himself. Grabbing the pills from his trouser pocket, Vorden started to do some stretches, making it look like he was warming up as he walked towards the stage, and at a certain moment, as his arm crossed his mouth to touch his elbow, he shoved the pills down his throat. "I don't know if they will have any effect, or if maybe it will take a while. Either way, I'm gonna beat this guy," Vorden thought. But it didn't take Vorden long at all to know whether or not the pills were effective. For as soon as the pills entered his stomach, and they started to digest, he could feel a burning sensation in his stomach. It wasn't a bad one, and he was able to carry on walking as if nothing was happening. There wasn't a slight pause or a change in his facial expression. But the cells in his body felt alive, as if new, stronger ones were being created. Vorden had taken all the pills at the same time, not caring if there was a side effect or not. They didn't have the time to. The pills had a mixture of set effects, and that included a few strength pills, stamina pills, as well as agility pills. If the feeling he was feeling right now was reflected in his actual fighting, then perhaps he would be able to fight without getting any injuries. Thinking about the small red pills, Vorden started to wonder what exactly they were. How was someone able to create something that increased the strength of a person so easily? And if what Quinn said was true, the increase was permanent, it wasn't even temporary. He started to wonder how the world would be affected by such an invention. There would be superhuman roaming the streets. However, he also started to wonder why at the same time, something like this wasn't released to the public. Were the vampires keeping it to themselves? But they were already plenty strong. Perhaps there was a chance for them to find more answers later at the same place, and if possible Vorden would like to grab the pills from the other trail rooms. Still, even with all these questions, there was only one person who could answer them, and that was the very person who created them. Finally, Vorden had reached the platform and he was ready. Without hesitation, he pulled out both the black and white blades. Ready to harness their powers, if there was one thing he needed to be cautious about it was the vampire's speed. Their natural speed was far superior to that of a human. "I've been waiting for this," Xander said. "Let the fight begin," Relly shouted. At first, Vorden was expecting Xander to charge in as he did against the previous student. He had activated his white sword, thinking he would have to rely on speed for the most part. But, when the match had started Xander stayed still. Sweat was running down from his forehead, and even he didn't really know why. "Come on, what's wrong, move?" he shouted inside his mind, but it was as if his legs just weren't listening. Although Xander didn't know it, there was a deep fear rooted in him that day, when Vorden was able to resist against his influence skill. In a usual case, Vorden would have taken this opportunity to charge in himself. This was what he would have normally done if it was a fight to the death. But he had quickly reminded himself that this was a fight to not get hurt. So instead he stayed in place as well. As the two just stood there staring at each other, the crowd started to get a little frustrated that nothing was happening. "Whoa! What the hell are you doing, Xander? Just charge in like you usually do," a student shouted. "We came here to see a fight, not a little staring match," another said. Eventually, more than anything these words had gotten to Xander, and the fear that was deeply rooted inside him was overcome with the idea of being embarrassed in front of the others. His body was working again and he was able to charge in. Throwing out his fist, he was starting his flurry of punches. Vorden was able to predict where the first one would come from, and lifting the white blade he had parried it away. Right now, Xander had his fingers and nails harden, so they were as sharp as a blade itself. The nails scraped across the sword, and the first attack was successfully deflected. Thinking it was out of luck, Xander tried to do the same again, but it only ended up with the same result, with Vorden successfully blocking the attack. "Luckily, I took those pills. Otherwise, I would have been done for," Vorden thought. He could tell his speed had greatly increased, but in all honesty, it was still slower than Xander's. The only reason why Vorden was able to block such attacks was because of his fighting experience. The slight movement of the shoulder, the direction Xander looked as he set off, all of these were signs of where he would attack, allowing Vorden to predict his next move. With the extra speed increase, he was able to block Xander's starting attack. After watching the last fight, Vorden noticed something. The first hit always seemed a little slower than the second punches, and the ones after. It was as if his punches were like an engine. They would start slow and slowly rev their way up. As long as he stopped the first punch, then he would be okay with dealing with the rest. Still, he couldn't just dodge all day, as preforming a perfect parry and watching Xander's movements was tiring him out, and eventually he would make a mistake. "Wow! I can't believe someone is able to put up a fight against Xander," Amy said. "No wonder you have the hots for him." At first, Layla wanted to argue and snap back saying she didn't like Vorden, the one she liked was someone else, but looking at Vorden with his concentration face, she had to admit right now he seemed kinda cool. As for Vorden, he could see that Xander was getting more frustrated at what was going on. "Damn you!" Xander shouted as he threw out a blood swipe attack. Not knowing how much power an attack like this held, Vorden quickly switched from the power of the white blade to the black's. He struck the swipe dead on and it was shattered. However, Xander had noticed that compared to all the actions before, it looked as if Vorden's attack was incredibly slow. Thinking something was up, he decided to charge in once again. Vorden, seeing this, wasn't worried though. For the whole time during the fight, he had a big trump card up his sleeve and now was the perfect time for him to use it. While the white blade gave Vorden speed, the black blade gave Vorden power. He had used the black blade to face off against the blood swipe attack, and it was because of this his speed had significantly reduced. The problem was, it was quite noticeable, not just to the vampires but even to Logan and CIA who were watching the fight. Knowing something was up, Xander had dashed in. But Vorden was no fool. "I wanted to beat you myself, but humiliating you is just as good," Vorden said. "Rattan, switch." Quickly switching places with Rattan, the black blade was thrown out at Xander. He easily dodged, and the blade continued until its tip was lodged in the ground. However, the aim was never for the blade to injure Xander in the first place, it was only to stall him for a little bit. Now with one hand free, a blue mist started to form in it, until slowly it started to make a shape. It was the shape of a spear. It was the Spirit Spear, an ability borrowed from CIA. For a second, Xander's eyes had met with Vorden's, and as they did, he could see they had significantly changed from before. The same feeling that was felt as last time was sending a shiver in his entire body. "This is no vampire. These are the eyes of a madman," Xander thought. The spear was thrown and was now lodged into Xander's body. In an instant, his whole body felt weak, but not just a little. This was a new feeling for him altogether. He was completely drained. He almost felt as weak as a human. Swinging down his white blade, it clashed and hit Xander's forearm that was blocking his head. However, the strike wasn't too strong and had only caused a flesh-cut wound on him. The white blade and his power weren't strong enough, and there were some things that Vorden couldn't make up for with just a few pills. "This is not my fight, you finish him," Rattan said as he switched back to Vorden. There was a reason why Vorden had switched with Rattan in the first place. That was because currently Vorden had the power of both Logan and CIA. Although he wasn't able to use Logan's ability due to its complexity, he could still use his MC points. Combining Logan's and CIA's abilities, he was able to create a more powerful and longer-lasting Spirit Spear. Not wasting this opportunity, Vorden slipped past Xander's side, lifted up the black blade, and with its power he spun his body fast with his blade behind him. The course for the blade was right for Xander's neck. Everyone watching was on the edge of their seat and felt like they couldn't breathe. When the blade was a few inches away, it was stopped. A hand had reached around the sword and held it in place. "The fight is over. Vorden is the winner," Relly shouted. "Yes," Layla shouted in happiness. However, she realized that not everyone had the same reaction. Everyone had heard her cheer, for no one else felt the same way. Instead, they were shocked. "Who was this Vorden guy again?" a student asked. "I didn't know there was someone stronger than Xander," another replied. "Didn't you see, he used an ability though? I don't recognize that amongst the 13th families." "Well, I think someone said he was from the 10th family. Perhaps it's just a regular ability and not one belonging to the 13. That would make sense. Still, maybe Xander just isn't as strong as we thought." These comments from the audience continued, and of course Xander could hear all of this. He was frustrated. For some reason he didn't feel like he had lost the fight. It was only because he suddenly felt weak from that strange Spirit Spear. He didn't have any nasty wounds on him, and the attack on his forearm looked like a small scratch. The students went into discussion mode about the current fight, while both Vorden and Xander stayed on stage. However, there was also a problem with winning the current fight for Vorden. It was the fact that he needed to continue to fight while not getting hit. It seemed like it was almost an impossible task. "That's it for this discussion. As I can see, there seems to be a bit of bad blood between the two of you," Relly said. "I think it would be best as a form of sportsmanship if the two of you would shake hands." The anger inside Xander hadn't settled, and any way possible he wanted to hurt the person in front of him. "Maybe I should slice and attack him the moment we shake hands. Or use my nails to dig into his skin," Xander thought. All of these thoughts were going through his head. And even Vorden was cautious about shaking his hand. Seeing this, Relly grabbed both of their hands, placed them together and shook it for them, before pushing them both away. "See, it wasn't so bad or hard now, was it?" With that, Xander returned to his seat with nothing else happening, and instead it was now time for Vorden to pick his next opponent. At the end of the day, inside Xander's head, they were just thoughts of what he wanted to do. But he wasn't petty enough to actually act on these actions. He had lost the fight, and he had lost it fairly, There was no reason to be sulking over it now. Nervously, Vorden looked at the students hoping he could select someone who wouldn't be too strong. Maybe they could buy some more time that way. He wished he could have picked Logan or maybe even Layla, but that wasn't possible. Everyone stop this at once. A female voice from the side said. The students turned their heads and could see a silver beauty walking towards the platform. The boys' hearts started to flutter at the sight, as one of the most beautiful vampires in existence was walking up to the stage. The event has been cancelled, Silver explained. In fact, due to the emergency situation we are currently in, the school has been cancelled until further notice. All vampires have been asked to return to their household. Those who live in the castle's inner area are to return there as well. No questions are to be asked, and your family will update you on the situation. The students' heads twisted and turned as they mumbled to each other. They had been sleeping and staying at the school this whole time, so they had no clue what was going on at the castles or the main cities. Not only that, but this was the first time they had heard of something like this happening. When Silver had delivered the news, they didn't quite realize how quickly things would move. Students were asked to grab their things and return now. There were no more lessons, no finale lesson for the day, just to grab their items and head home, which only made the students wonder even more what was happening. I'm going to miss you, Layla. I hope we can meet up again soon, Amy said as she gave a big hug and started to rush off. Now, Layla, CIA, Vorden and Logan had reunited on the field, as they stood there still unsure with what to do. After all, none of them had a home to go back to. However, CIA didn't care and quickly embraced Layla with a big hug. As the two of their bodies touched, Layla could feel strong negative emotions that weren't felt before surrounding CIA. What happened to her? Still, Layla did her usual and started to sap away all the negative emotions. At first, CIA wanted to ask Layla straight away what was going on, but as the nice special feeling came over her, she didn't want to ruin this moment and would ask later on. Where the hell do we go? Layla asked. Won't it look strange if we just stand here and don't start moving? Well, we did say we were part of the 10th family, right? So shouldn't we start heading to the 10th castle? Vorden said. And when they find out we don't really belong, besides we don't even know which one is the 10th castle in the first place. Logan replied. A gust of wind swept and could be felt on each of their faces, and suddenly Silver was stood in front of the four of them. Is this everyone? Silver said. I still haven't agreed to help you guys, but I thought you should know what is going on. Apparently, there was an intruder in the 13th castle. This was where my brother and the White were being held. The intruder has managed to take the White with him and has headed to the 10th castle area. Silver decided it was best to keep the fact that the savior was a punisher. She was unsure if the matters were related or not, but it was the only thing she could think of. No one else would want to save the White other than these in front of her. The message had been delivered, and Silver started to head back to school without saying anything else. Do you think she was talking about Quinn and Peter? Layla asked. I think it has to be them too, and they're at the 10th castle. I guess we know where to go now then, Vorden replied. But how do we get there? Hey! A small little boy shouted as he waved his arm and rushed over. Joining the four of them was the boy known as Timmy. They had gotten close with him over the past week or so. You guys are from the 10th family as well, right? Why don't we travel together? Timmy asked. The group looked at each other before replying. Sure. As both Quinn and Peter exited from the tunnel, Quinn made sure he and Peter both had the mask with them at all times, just in case they were to split up. As for contacting the others, Quinn felt like it was best to do so only when he knew for sure that they were in a safe place and where they were. Only then would he ask for the others to come to his location so they could start to initiate a plan. The AI system's words alone weren't enough for Quinn to trust. Too many times had the AI hid things from him, and suddenly he had dropped a large bombshell saying that the 10th castle belonged to him. Quinn had long guessed of the probability that the original person the AI system was based on used to be a leader. It was the only thing that made sense as to why he had so much information on everything. However, saying that these people in this castle all belonged to him as well did come as a shock. The system had stated that those of the cursed family were his, creating his own new family, but what of the old 10ths? The simple answer for all of this for Quinn was no thank you. Just because he was a vampire now didn't mean he wanted to be a part of their affairs. More so than not, he just wanted to rescue Fex and get out of here as fast as possible. Still, with nowhere to go and no plan of what to do, as well as the AI stating it would explain more once they reached the castle, Quinn didn't really feel like he had a choice. At least he knew one thing: the AI system did care for his safety. Meeting the last vampire leader, Quinn felt and knew he had no chance, and apparently there were 12 more of them. It was clear as day that the AI was right, that Quinn wouldn't be strong enough. Without extra help, it would be impossible to save Fex, and maybe this is what he needed. Walking outside with Peter, the two of them looked at their surroundings. There was a lot more open space compared to the outer city as they approached the outer castle living areas. The houses were more grand in size and they looked fairly well made. However, there was something off about them all and the few people they would see on the street from time to time. The whole atmosphere felt dead. It was starting to feel a bit depressing, and although the houses were grand, they didn't look to be kept maintained. At first, the system was going to warn them, tell the two of them to keep away from the sight of others in the street. Usually, the inner area was reserved for only those close to the family, so they would all know each other. But when the system even saw kids and vampires of the regular class roaming about in the area, he felt less cautious. It seemed as if the people decided to pay no bother to Quinn and Peter. The atmosphere and the appearance of such buildings were also noted by the system. Is this all because of me? The system thought. Did the situation really get this bad after I left? Was it worth it all in the end? To make these people suffer? Please, Quinn. I hope you can give these people a better life than I ever was able to. All of these thoughts from the AI were kept to himself, and Quinn had heard none of it. He knew Quinn wasn't ready to face everything yet, which is why he didn't want to tell him. If he did, the AI was afraid Quinn would run away and abandon these people just like he had once done as well. Eventually, the two of them had reached the castle with no trouble at all. It was just as grand as the others not too far that could be seen in the distance. However, it was completely covered in cobwebs and dust, and there seemed to be not a single torch or light that was turned on inside. While the others looked alive, this one looked dead. The only other castle that had a familiar appearance was a castle that was at the very end on the same side. However, that castle looked just as grand as the main castle stationed in the center. Quinn had only heard that there were 13 families and 13 castles. The main one stationed in the center belonging to the king made sense, but then what was the extra castle at the end for, and why was it so grand in size? Slightly curious, he decided to ask. "Do you know what that castle over there is for?" Quinn asked. "That is the 14th castle, belonging to the Punishers. They uphold the rules of the vampires. At the time, its power was seen as equal to the king. In a way, even the king wasn't allowed to break the long-established rules. Although a big event happened long ago that seemed to change all that, however, there is no need for you to know of that as you have no interest," the system replied. Quinn continuously looked at the castle. The system was right. He wasn't interested in what happened in the past, but what he was interested in was the fact the castle was abandoned. Perhaps there would be things inside that would be of great use to him. Focusing his attention on the castle in front of him, both Peter and himself looked around to see if there was anything they could find. But there really didn't seem to be anyone caring for the castle at all. There were no guards standing on the outside. "Is there really someone inside that can help us?" Quinn asked. The system didn't reply, for he was now a little worried as well. Even if he did leave a long time ago, someone should have taken over to look after this place, and he was sure that the person who he entrusted at the time would have fulfilled his duty no matter what. Walking to the front of the castle, there was a large arching door that was a few meters tall as well as a few meters wide. In the door itself was the same circle within circle's lock combination. The combination to this one was different from the others, but as usual, the system told Quinn which way to turn the locks until a clicking sound was heard. This was only confirming in Quinn's mind that the system was telling the truth. He didn't know why, but as he was turning the last lock, a sick feeling was gathering in his stomach, as if after unlocking the door there was no turning back. It was the same feeling he had before he had turned Peter. "What's wrong?" Peter asked. "Is it not opening?" So far Peter hadn't said much, for he had trusted Quinn. After all, he had come to save him, even though he was in this strange vampire world. This had happened more than once, and Peter was determined to now help him in the future more than ever. Letting out one last breath, Quinn turned the circle, starting the unlocking mechanism. The door's circles then started to move in place before slightly lighting up, and finally, the doors opened wide, revealing a dark black space. Taking a single step in, suddenly lights and torches started to light up the entire castle inside and outside, and at the very top blue like crystal point also appeared. These lights could be seen from every castle, the leaders, the people within the 10th city themselves, as well as all of the vampires who were living outside of the castle area. They started to whisper and gasp as they pointed at the tower in front of them. "What's going on with the 10th castle?" Timmy said. The group looking towards the castle had a feeling that perhaps this all had something to do with Quinn, and they weren't wrong. "The 10th leader has returned to their castle. A new territory has been granted. New skills. Adub 23A. Error. Error." After a few seconds though, the lights started to dim in and out as if it was reacting to the system messages that had appeared. Something was clearly wrong, not just with the system but the castle as well. Eventually the dimming in and out had stopped, and all of the lights had turned off at the same time. Error. The quest to become a vampire leader is yet to be completed. All skills and territories related to the 10th will be locked. Reading the messages, Quinn was trying to get an idea of what was happening. Still, for a brief second, all of the castles and the surrounding people had seen the castle light up once again. Something that hadn't happened in around 100 years or so. It was a sign to them all. Not too far away from a castle, in quite a luxurious house, this fact also wasn't missed by a man. He stared outside with his eyes winded, looking at the tower light up and quickly fall. "The 10th leader has returned. You're finally back, sir," the man said as his eyes started to water up. For a brief moment, both Quinn and Peter froze in place, as they waited for the lights to go out. They were unsure of what had just happened. Even Quinn could only assume the system and the castle itself were all connected somehow. "What was all of that?" Peter asked. "I have no idea," Quinn replied. It seemed like the AI system had no clue either. With Quinn pressuring him with what was going on, the system could only answer a few simple questions that he had. "This might not be a good thing," the system replied. "I did not expect this. When a leader has relinquished his seat, or has been put into internal sleep, the castle will go off as well. The leader and the castle are linked. If Quinn really was now the 10th leader, then this would explain the first set of messages Quinn had received before the error messages had appeared. The lights having reappeared means that the leader has returned. The link between the new leader and castle would be set. As you are not yet a vampire lord, I didn't expect this to happen. It looks as if the link between you and the castle tried to activate, yet failed due to some reason. There was also another theory the system had, but he chose to not elaborate on that as it was a complete guess on his part. Quinn thought about what the system said, and the second message he had received matched with his guess. When he became a vampire lord and completed the task of adding 10 people to his cursed family, he wondered what would happen if he was to return to the castle. Would he receive a new set of skills, or would it be something else entirely? "So where to now?" Quinn asked. The room and the whole castle were completely pitch black, but both Peter and Quinn could see clearly due to their special vision. They were in a quite large reception area that had 2 spiraling staircases in front of them that led up to the 2nd floor. "Head to the throne room. Perhaps we can find the person we are looking for there. If not, there might be some other things that we can use," the system replied. Walking forward, the two of them looked at the many objects and architecture. It was a mixture of old and new. Some of the things that were out on display, such as knightly armor, looked to be before Quinn's time, while there were certain high-tech objects lying around, trinkets of sorts that Quinn had never seen before that looked to belong in this century. Instead of heading straight up to the 2nd floor, Quinn was a bit interested in exploring the items that were on display on the 1st floor, and so was Peter. All of the objects reminded him of Logan's room. Quinn had approached a glass cabinet, and behind it was a strange glove-like creation. It had indents in between the knuckle areas, and out from them were 3 blades. "What a strange design," Quinn thought. You mean you haven't heard of him? The system replied. When I was alive, there were many movies and such created based on this character. Therefore, I decided to create a weapon based on it. I can't say I have. Quinn replied. But you created this? I thought you were just a vampire leader. I was a researcher and inventor. The AI replied. Although most of my creations weren't on the technological side, it was far too complicated. I mostly dabbled in strange magic and alchemy. I would say you could give the weapon a try for yourself, but unfortunately all these here are replicas. The real ones are stored in a different place. Looking at the item, Quinn was about to use his inspect skill. Perhaps it would give him more information on the 10th leader. So far it sounded like he was the mad scientist type, but there was one thing he didn't even know about him, and that was his real name. However, just as he was about to use his inspect skill, the sound of the door unlocking behind them was heard once again. After entering the castle, the door had sealed itself up behind them. Now the sound of someone entering was heard. Should we hide? Peter asked. It should be okay, right? Quinn said. If someone is entering the 10th castle, then they should be an ally of yours. That may not be the case. The system replied. The council may have made a decision allowing them to enter the place, giving the code out. I would say it's best to proceed with caution. Maybe hiding or running away is a good idea. Looking around the room, Quinn could see no way out but up. But before he could move or decide what to do, the door had already opened, and following it a mist like fog had entered the room. It slowly creeped its way on the floor and started to move around with an intent. Intruders. Who dares to enter the 10th castle? A loud, deep booming voice said. Both Peter and Quinn tried to look around to see if they could see anything, but they couldn't locate an exact position. The fog that had entered seemed to have created a complete mist in the whole room, surrounding them completely. They were now even unable to see the walls or staircases they could see earlier, and at best could see each other as they stood near. This is the 10th's domain. Tell me who sent you here. If you have no reason to be here, then leave. The voice shouted. A part of the fog in front of Quinn and Peter started to form a certain shape as it swirled around. When it finished, the fog had created a fairly large head that looked like an old man with a beard as large as the head part. Answer me. The fog's head shouted, with its lips and head moving as if it was alive. Seeing this, Peter did what he thought was best, and threw out a fist at the fog head using all his strength. Shut up, old man. Peter, wait. Quinn shouted, but it was too late. Ever since changing to a white, he had always been a little more hot-headed than before. His fist had hit the fog head, causing it to split apart, and the smoke had dispersed. A few seconds later, and the fog moved again, and a head had now formed in a different place off to Peter's side. So this is your answer? Very well, it replied. The fog head had disappeared, and suddenly something was felt grabbing Peter's arm. It yanked him forward, and a strong force was felt directly hitting him in the face, knocking his head back. Peter tried his best to attack, but his fist felt like they were hitting nothing but thin air. He threw punch after punch in the direction he was hit from, but there was nothing. Another punch was thrown at him, hitting him in the head again. Damn it! Seeing this, Quinn also rushed forward, unsure of where to attack, but knew if something was hitting Peter, then he should have been able to hit it as well. Throwing out punches of his own, though at where Peter was getting his from, the same thing would happen, but it was met with nothing but air. Then something was felt on the back of his collar, and it had pulled him down, slamming his body against the floor. Before he could even get up, another fist was felt right in his stomach. Master! Peter shouted, rushing to his aid. Out from the mist a hand had appeared and had slapped Peter right across the face. It wasn't a simple slap, for its hit was powerful enough to cause Peter to fall to the ground. You are simply just kids, the voice said. I don't know how you got in, but get out of here now. Quinn could tell there was anger in the man's voice, but he didn't know why. You brats got my hopes up for nothing, the voice continued to say. The punches weren't powerful, but the skills being used were far greater than what Quinn was capable of. After all, Quinn had only learnt the basic vampire martial arts from Fex. As for things like the flash step and hammer strike, It was something that the stronger vampires already knew, and Quinn felt like for this one it would be no exception. Shadow Voy. Wait, Quinn! The system shouted, interrupting him before he could cast his skill. I know this man. This is the man who we need to speak to. While the system was busy explaining, both Quinn and Peter were continually getting beaten. Quinn was trying his best to try to block the attacks like he did during the block game, but he quickly released how much he relied on his sight. Usually, he would look for the smallest of movements from the person to predict where the attack was coming from, but here in the mist, it was blocking out his senses. It was even messing up with his hearing, and he was unable to tell where the attacks would come from until he was eventually hit. Then can you get him to stop? How do we get him to stop? Quinn shouted, as he got hit across the face again. This time the attack had drawn out blood as the attacks were getting harder. I told you to leave. I will not allow anyone to disrespect the 10th castle any longer. Even if you are kids, I shall not go easy on you if you refuse to go. The voice shouted. The mysterious person was getting more frustrated, and both of them could feel his strikes getting heavy and heavier with each blow. The system had told Quinn to simply repeat after him. Halt, Vampire Knight of the 10th family, Edward Eno. I have been asked to come here by your past leader Vincent Eno. The new 10th leader has returned. Immediately the punching had stopped, and the mist started to settle down, eventually revealing an old man standing in there looking at the two kids in silence. However, Quinn was equally stunned, for at the time he was repeating the words of the AI system, but now he had processed what he had just said. The 10th leader's family name was Eno. In a mind of his own, Quinn was busy thinking about what he had just said. The last name was repeatedly playing in his head as if a record player was stuck. Now, all of the times he had seen the name Eno before were starting to appear in his head, and there was one time in particular he was thinking about. When looking at the teleporter in Logan's room, the system had stated that it was created by the inventor Richard Eno. This name was known far and wide on Earth. This was because he was a well-known inventor that had created things such as the teleporters, as well as how to incorporate beast crystals into making weapons, among other things that improved the daily life on Earth. He was one of the major players in turning the tide of the war. After finding out about the teleporter in Logan's room and how it was found by his parents and had been passed down from generation after generation, of course Quinn had his suspicions that there was a possibility that Richard was a vampire. It was impossible for a regular human to live that long. But when the name was freely spoken, not once did the system nor Fex talk as if they knew the person they were talking about. Quinn had assumed it was an alias. Using the inspect skill on the teleporter, it had come up with the name Richard Eno. Perhaps it really wasn't an alias, but then what relation did it have to the AI's family, the 10th? Were they even related at all? Or was it such an ancient name that even the AI and Fex didn't know about it? If they were related, then once again the system had chosen to hide something great. However, Quinn didn't have much time to think about this, for there was the matter at hand, as an old-looking aged vampire was staring at him with teary eyes. The old man who had gone by the name of Edward was starting to get emotional hearing the name of his leader being spoken. Still, he didn't let it get to him as he quickly wiped away his eyes with the sleeve of his shirt. Inspect. Name: Edward Eno. Rank: Vampire Noble. Former Vampire Knight of the 10th family. It looked as if Edward was a Vampire Noble, the same evolution as Quinn. However, there was also a bit more information, stating that he used to be a Vampire Knight. The same rank as Silver and Clark. If he was to remember correctly, Vampire Knights were selected by the leaders. They would select the strongest Vampire Nobles to fill this position, and there were only allowed 2 per family. The current status was possibly due to the former 10th leader disappearing. Thinking about all this, it reminded Quinn of his own quest, where he was to select 2 vampires of his own to become a Vampire Knights. What he was more impressed with, though, was how strong Edward was. Even though Quinn hadn't used his all during their confrontation from earlier. With only that, he could tell Edward was stronger than Clark. Perhaps even amongst the Vampire Knights there were those that were stronger and weaker, which was starting to make Quinn rethink his position of strength when comparing himself to them. The role didn't necessarily have to go to someone strong, but being trustworthy also played a big part when selecting someone. Looking at Edward's face, the happiness had gone away and now he had a more distinguished, serious look. "I will not be played for as a fool," he shouted. "There are many that know the 10th's name. You will have to do more than that to trick me. If you really do know Vincent or someone has sent you, then you will have to prove it." There was a slight pause in Quinn's response as he conversed with the system on what to say. After a back and forth, he was finally ready to answer. "When you were only 23 years of age, you confessed to Ashley Young. This resulted in a rejection, however it was not just once, but 3 times. Quinn replied. To this, Edward's face started to go bright red with embarrassment. "Not only that, but there is a scar on your right backside. For when she rejected you a 3rd time, you claimed you wouldn't take no for an answer." To this she responded with a strike and a cut was made. "If I'm not mistaken, to this day you have refused to allow your body to heal it up. Also, you then went on to confess to—" "Stop! Stop! Stop! Please no more!" Edward shouted and pleaded. "I believe you know Vincent, although why he would share those personal things with you is beyond me. If he is still alive, I shall beat him down to his grave once again," he said as he stomped his foot on the ground multiple times. It was the first time Quinn had seen such an uncomposed and free vampire. Usually the others would make sure to keep up some type of image. After releasing his anger out on the floor, Edward had many questions he wanted to ask. So how is he? Is he still alive? Did he ever fulfill his wish? Although Edward had asked these questions, Quinn had no clue about the answers were himself. Even after waiting a while, it seemed like the system wasn't giving him the answers either. "I'm sorry, I don't know much. I was just told to come here and ask you for help," Quinn replied. What exactly happened here? If Quinn wasn't going to get an answer from the system, then maybe he could get something out of the old man in front of him. Edward was unsure of what was going on. The person in front of him was surely sent by Vincent, yet he knew nothing. Looking at the 2 kids again, he realized they really must have been young. "I suppose I already know the answer to what happened to him," Edward said as he let out a big sigh. "Please follow me." The 3 of them started to walk up the staircase and started to walk through halls as they headed towards the throne room. While doing so, Edward explained. When he left, Vincent never relinquished his seat, and the flame continued to burn brightly. Before, there were many that thought he would return to us one day, and the flame was our hope. However, soon the lights had turned off and the flame was gone. With that, so was our hope of a leader ever coming back to us. The flame going out like that could only mean one thing: he had died. With no successor or no one to pass on, we thought the flame would never be lit. The most likely scenario was for a new family to be created, the ritual to be completed, and a new bloodline to be formed. However, politics as usual seemed to get in the way, and in the end the 10th and their people were left in a limbo state, forgotten. Until recently, news of the flame in the main castle being lit again had spread. Perhaps the 10th leader had never died, or a successor had come back. When I saw the lights in the castle light up, I thought the Lord had returned. I'm sorry. It's the reason I lashed out at you too. I was expecting to see the Lord, and when I saw 2 kids instead, I overreacted to the situation without letting you explain. The 10th leader had left. Now it made sense why the place was run down, unlike the other castles. However, it still didn't explain how Quinn's parents had managed to get the book. If the 10th leader was the creator of the book and Quinn had accidentally become the successor when opening it, why did they have it? And why did the 10th leader decide to leave his people? Was it such an important matter? Eventually they had reached the throne room, which looked quite empty compared to the rest of the castle. It wasn't a usual throne room, though. The room was located at the very top of the castle, but unlike the others, on the opposite end of where the chair where a wall would usually be. There was just a very large pane of glass. Looking out, one was able to see the view of the entire city and all of the people down below. It's beautiful, Quinn said, looking out. This was the Lord's favorite spot. He would often stare out that window, looking out at everyone. I remember when he had that specially made, he wanted to have eyes on everything going on at all times. He truly did care for us all, unlike what the other families think. Quinn continued to look out the window. When staring and looking at all the people down below, he felt different somehow. He started to imagine himself as the lord of a castle like this. How if all those people down below were his responsibility? If they relied on him to lead them, and the weight of that feeling. He couldn't tell if he liked it or not. Perhaps if he was faced with so many people's worries, he would have chosen to run away as well. But then he started to think of why he was here in the first place. To save Fex. If everyone down below was another Fex, perhaps even he would do everything in his power to protect them. Edward said, clearing his throat, wanting to move forward with their conversation. Sorry to interrupt, but there is an important question I have to ask. Due to the flame being lit, it is now known to everyone there is a new leader. If Vincent or this new leader has sent you here, then I can only assume you know who it is, or where they are. Quinn waited a while before answering, and eventually the system had finally spoken, who had remained silent since they had initially entered the castle. If we wish for him to help us, then we need to tell him everything. Inform him that you are the new 10th leader, the system said. Not sure what reaction he would get, but thinking about saving Fex, he did as told. I have been sent here, because I am the 10th leader, Quinn said. Walking towards the 10th castle, Timmy was leading the way without really knowing it, as the others would let him go in front. The castles could be seen from nearly anywhere in the settlement since they were so large and grand. The problem was, though, they didn't exactly have numbers on them showing which castle was which. And due to a large castle being placed in the middle and another large one right on the end, Logan couldn't even make any logical sense to an order of the castles. However, each castle was slightly different in design, and the large banner bearing down from the top was also different from each one. It was the family crest. A few times, Logan would see the family crest on certain students. An example of this was Xander, those that were within the inner circle of the family and not part of the pool. Currently, the group was in what was known as the main area. Every vampire belonged to a family, but this was what was referred to as the vampire pool. The vampires that didn't have the family's abilities and were able to switch between, hoping to one day rise into the inner circle by showing their strength. The way of living wasn't bad. There were still nice houses all around, happy faces of the people and shops. It looked just like any regular human town, apart from the place being in darkness the whole time. While walking, Logan was a little afraid that Timmy would just be walking to his own house, which would be located in the pool area. Which meant they wouldn't be able to go to the 10th castle, but it shouldn't be too hard to figure out which was the 10th castle, he thought. CIA was now practically clinging onto Layla's arm as the two of them walked at the back. She had become even less talkative now, and it looked as if she wasn't really speaking to Layla either. The truth was, Layla was finding this a tad bit annoying now. Thanks to her training at the school, she was able to control her own emotions now quite well and at will. If needed, she could use both of her skills without having to feed off CIA's negative emotions. Still, for some reason, frequently negative emotions were starting to seep out of CIA more and more, and not knowing what to do, Layla would still consume them for her. But she couldn't help but think this might be a bad idea. Perhaps CIA was becoming dependent on Layla now to lift her mood. Soon she would have to stop, or find the root cause to what exactly was causing her negative thoughts. As they walked, suddenly, everyone on the streets, including Timmy who was walking, stopped as they could see the sight in front of them. All of the people around started to point and look in one direction in particular. It was one of the castles. Unlike the others, this castle wasn't lit up until now. That was. What's happening? Did the 10th leader return? Timmy said excitedly. But soon after, the lights had gone off. But that didn't stop the people on the streets and such discussing what they had just witnessed. Guys, did you see? Did you see? The 10th's castle lights went on. Timmy said in excitement. Timmy wasn't exactly an outspoken or energetic person, so to see him this excited about something the others felt like this must have been quite the big deal. Yeah, I can't believe it, right? Vorden said, trying to fake his excitement as well. Now when walking and leading the way, Timmy was walking a lot faster than before. With each step he had a little hop and the smile on his face hadn't gone away. Looking at the others around though, Logan had noticed their faces mostly had a look of concern. The good news was that Timmy seemed to be heading to the castle that had lightened up. He could only assume it was the tent's castle, and now even if Timmy did live in the pooling area, they knew the general direction that they needed to go. Finally, they had gotten quite close to the inner castle area, and a wall not too high could be seen that seemed to split the two sections apart. Timmy continued to walk forward while the others stopped, for there seemed to be guards stationed at the wall that separated the two areas. When Timmy noticed the others were no longer walking, he turned around. "What's wrong?" Timmy asked. "Oh, is it because we are going into the inner castle area? Don't worry too much about it, I can get us in. I'm close with the former vampire knight, Edward. He always lets me in. The truth is, me and my family don't live in the inner castle area either. But you see, Edward is a really nice guy. Unlike the other families, they don't believe in their segregated tier system. As long as you are a part of the family, you are free to choose to be in the pooling area or in the inner castle area. He's told me multiple times that if it was up to him, he would have torn down these walls already. But unfortunately it's the current rules of the place. Besides, you know our situation is unique anyway, right? You mean because there is no current 10th leader? Logan replied, remembering from his research what he had found out. Still, when looking, there was no reason attributed to why there was no current leader in the first place, so he had to be careful, especially with Timmy, since the two of them should have the same base of knowledge. "No, I'm not talking about that," Timmy replied. "The fact that the 10th family has no set ability like the other families. It makes sense for them to segregate the two areas since those within the castle area know the family's abilities. But for us, who all either have our own ability or none at all, it makes no sense. In a way, I guess this is also why no one wants to join the 10th family and try to move up. Even if you get within the inner circle, what's the reward? You don't learn a strong, cool ability like the others. Although my mom and dad said it wasn't always like this, before many wanted to join, but it never made much sense to me." Timmy's explanation seemed to be all over the place for Logan to get any decent information. However, he couldn't really blame Timmy. It seemed like it was like this for a reason, and there weren't many that actually knew the full reason why the 10th castle was the way it was. Still, it wasn't really their problem. What was more important was they found Quinn as soon as possible. When walking with Timmy, it was just as he said. The guards had waved them in no problem. They didn't even bat an eyelid as they walked past, as if the guards were just statues there for show. For now, Logan thought it was best to continue following Timmy. They weren't even sure if Quinn was actually in the castle in the first place, and maybe they could learn more from this Edward person that Timmy wanted to meet. Finally, they had arrived at the largest house in the inner castle area. It was hard to call it a house since it looked more like a mansion. There was a gate outside and a pathway leading up to the large door. There was a metal knocker that was about the size of a human head. Lifting it up, Timmy gave it a few knocks. They all waited for a while, but there was no response at all. "That's strange. Edward is a hermit, he never leaves his house. I even used to get food for him from time to time." He knocked again and this time also shouted, "Sir Edward, are you there? I wanted to ask what was going on at the tower, and the school told us you would tell us what was going on." Once again there was no answer, and Timmy could only assume that nobody was in. Still, it was very strange indeed. "Well, should we just head to the castle?" Layla asked. "That's where the light turned on, right? Maybe Sir Edward went to check it out." Timmy thought about it for a while before giving his answer. "The problem is, no one is allowed in the castle, and even then there is a circular lock on the front door. Edward is the only one that knows the combination, so I don't even know how we would get in." At that very moment Logan could feel the mask going off inside his backpack. He made sure to keep a spider inside that would notify him if it was receiving any messages. He decided to do this in case of times like these. "Logan, are you there? I have an important message. Me and Peter are safe. We are currently inside the 10th castle. If you can answer this as soon as possible, then we can come up with a plan. It would be best if you could head to the 10th castle now." Hearing this message, Logan decided to make the suggestion. "I think we should check out the 10th castle just in case anyway," Logan said. Seeing no harm, Timmy agreed and the group decided to head off towards the castle. After being split for so long, It looked like they would once again be reunited. After hearing the words come out from the boy's mouth, Edward couldn't keep his own closed. It was left wide open as his mind was slowly processing everything that was happening. I'm sorry. Do you mind repeating that? Edward asked, stuttering his words and fumbling over them. Are you deaf, old man? Peter said. He said he is the 10th leader. At any moment, Edward wanted to be woken up from this nightmare. The 10th leader was a mere vampire noble, and not just that, but his strength was nowhere near that of an actual leader. Although he didn't want to believe it, now things were starting to make logical sense in his mind. Now he understood why the castle had lit up, and when he entered why he saw these two. The castle had to be reacting to the very child in front of him. "Oh, Vincent, what have you done?" Edward mumbled. Judging from the old man's reaction, Quinn could see he was not impressed, and honestly he didn't know how to feel about this. He didn't really know what type of reaction he was going to get. Open with welcome arms, a celebration. Perhaps this was the more reasonable reaction from someone finding out a regular human-turned-vampire had become a human. It was better that Edward didn't know this fact. If he did, he probably would have died from shock finding out the person in front of him used to be human. "No," Edward said, shaking his head. Vincent was a smart and clever leader. He must have had his reason for doing so. If you are the 10th leader, then I can assume Vincent had passed on his powers to you. Powers? Quinn replied back, confused. Was the man referring to the system? His ability, the 10th leader's ability. Tell me, he must have taught you his ability, right? Now Edward was sounding quite panicked at all of this. However, Quinn really wasn't sure if he had the 10th's ability or not. Was it part of the system, but that couldn't one half T be the case. Even vampires, just like humans, were only allowed one ability, and right now he had the shadow ability. If he remembered correctly, the system had stated that his ability was not the shadow one, so he didn't know much about it. You do not have my ability, Vincent said. Just tell him the truth. Edward is a good man, and I'm sure he will still help you. The fact that he is still here after all these years proves it. He is a strong vampire. At any time he could have switched and joined another family. His title was relinquished when I disappeared, yet he still chose to stay. Listening to the system, Vincent's words, there was a bit of sorrow in the voice. More and more Quinn was starting to wonder if it really was an AI system behind everything, or was his spirit somehow trapped in the system as well. Vincent taught me no such thing. I don't think I have his ability. Quinn replied. What exactly was his ability? Edward placed his hand on top of his forehead as it took him a few seconds to regain his composure before giving an answer. I guess there is nothing to be done about that then. If he chose you to take his place, then he must have done so for some reason. Edward replied. But Quinn was still unsure if he really was chosen to take his place or if the book just happened to come into his hands. You see, the 10th family is a unique one. It is the only family that doesn't pass on the leader's ability to all those close to him. The only one that is able to learn the ability are the leader himself and his chosen successor. Edward started to explain. You see, for the leader's power was a great one. It was the power of equivalent exchange. The power was limited to the creation in one's mind. As long as he knew what he wanted and had a rough idea of how it worked, he could create it. However, the stronger the creation, the more he had to exchange to create it. He needed the materials beforehand, and much research was needed to be done. Most of Vincent's work was things related to alchemy, such as pills, potions, and whatnot created from different beasts. Still, he did dabble in weapons from time to time. I believe you saw some of the creations he made below on display. The creations that are in your shop were also made by me, Vincent said, in Quinn's mind quite proud. This meant that the vampires belonging to the 10th would usually be considered quite weak compared to the other families, but it was not the case at all. During Vincent's time, and even before the 10th family had power to rival the others. Due to his power, he was able to create items, potions, and other such things that would increase their strength. There were many who wanted to join the 10th family for this reason. But that all changed when he left. There were many who resented him, including the other former vampire knight. Our power had decreased and become nothing. I thought if he had at least passed on his powers, Then maybe you could help out the 10th family once again like he did before. Hearing all of this, Quinn understood why Edward was so shocked to hear he hadn't learnt the 10th's ability. It wasn't just the hope that a new leader had returned, but one with his powers as well. It felt weird that Quinn probably disappointed this man in front of him, when he had absolutely nothing to do with it. "I'm sorry, Quinn," Vincent said. "I know how you must be feeling. Part of the reason I never wanted you to reveal you were the 10th leader is because of this. When I left, I was unsure how the people who belonged to me felt. Perhaps finding out a new leader had returned they would put all their hopes on you. Or perhaps there were some who felt angry enough to even go against you, taking out their anger on you. There is also another reason, and that is to do with our politics. At some point in the future, a new king will need to be elected. The current 13 vampires must vote and choose who will be the next king. With you still not being at the same strength level, you will become an easy target. They might try to force you to come over to their side, or if you are against them, others will target you, getting rid of your vote. If you don't understand what I mean, they will take your life." Hearing this, for some reason Quinn wasn't afraid. In the past something like this would have frightened him, but ever since coming here he had been so determined to save Fex. He already had the resolution. Not once even while fighting had he run away. And he felt the same now. Was it because of his change every time he evolved? Still shaking his head in disbelief, Edward couldn't believe Vincent hadn't told him anything. But suddenly something had hit him. How was this young boy elected to be the next leader? The torch had gone away many, many years ago, and the kid in front of him didn't look to be above 18 years of age. Sure, a vampire could hide their appearance, but it didn't feel like he was doing that at all. Or at least he wasn't at the skill level where he was able to do such a thing yet. Had this kid ever even met Vincent before? "Thank you for telling me about everything," Quinn said. "I'm sorry about all that's happened, and I'm not exactly what you were expecting. I didn't ask for any of this. And I'm sorry, but I am here to ask a favor of you. Vincent informed me that if I told you who I was, you would help me, and even though me and you are strangers, there is no one else I can ask." Quinn paused while saying this, most of the words that were spoken. The system was telling him what to say to ask for help, but Quinn wanted to see the look on Edward's face, afraid that this could go sour at any second. "I have a friend, his name is Fex, and he is to be executed soon. I wish to save him from this execution," said Quinn. Edward gave a look at Quinn up and down. He thought that the boy was crazy. Of course he knew about Fex. Everyone knew about the execution that was to take place. He was to be publicly executed, and on the day all of the leaders would be present. To try to save him, it was a crazy task. Then, an unexpected smile appeared on his face. "I don't know why you wish to save this boy, but it's not my place to ask. My loyalties lie with the 10th family, and you are currently the 10th leader. So whatever you need, I will help with. You are one crazy boy, you know that, just like the last leader. Still, there is a lot to do if you want to save him. The way you two are now, you will be killed before you could even reach the platform. If you want to save him, you two will have to get stronger. If you wish, I can train you. That is, if you are up for it," Edward asked with the biggest grin on his face. "Of course," Quinn replied. When asked about whether or not Quinn would be up for some training, Quinn didn't hesitate to say yes. The reason being he knew he needed to get stronger. Facing Edward opened up his eyes a little. There was more to getting stronger than just improving his stats. Even if he was faster, more powerful, and had more stamina, these things couldn't replace skill. On top of this, the higher his stats were currently getting, the less of an effect the increase was having when comparing them to the strongest of vampires. This was always going to be the case, but he didn't realize it would become apparent so soon. For example, when Quinn first started, he had 5 strength. When he became a vampire, his strength had increased to 10. His power had increased by double with only 5 points extra. However, if his strength was at 50, and his points increased by 5 again, it didn't quite have the same effect. His strength would only marginally increase, and it didn't have the same effect. All of the stronger vampires had high stats to begin with, so a few points of difference here and there didn't do much. It was all about skill and abilities. Edward managed to face both Quinn and Peter and even Vincent, the system, had said Edward was a strong and skillful vampire knight. Of course, he wouldn't decline such an offer. Before they would start their training, Edward decided that he would give them a tour around the castle. The reason he felt like doing this was because he thought it was only right to show the future leader what his castle would look like. While showing the two around the castle, Edward started to feel a little embarrassed. Most of the rooms, if not all of them, were covered in dust, and it looked like they had been emptied. It was as if not a single soul had ever even lived in the castle. Apparently most of the castle was filled with just bedrooms. Edward explained that most of the families had a long history, so they had many family members that were closely related that would often live within the castle. However, this wasn't the case for the 10th. So that's why most of the rooms remained empty even after he had left. Carrying on the tour, there seemed to be a research room and a library, amongst other things. Looking at all the empty space and thinking about such a large castle being completely empty, Quinn felt like if he was to live here, it would have been an incredibly lonely place to be. Eventually, while looking around, they came across a large arching door that was just as big as the entrance. It was stationed near the main bedroom and had a strange symbol on the front of it. The symbol was in a circle-looking shape that had several patterns running on the outside. Inspecting it closely, it looked as if it had been carved and the lines had a blue glow to them, similar to the crystals. The door stood out compared to the rest of the places they had managed to see so far. "What's behind there?" Quinn asked curiously, since Edward decided not to show them the inside of it for some reason and started to walk right past. "That would be the previous lord's storage room," Edward replied. "I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that I don't have access to what is in that room. Remember the weapons that you saw on display? How I said they were replicas? Well, the real ones are kept behind here. And the only person who can enter or has access to that room was Vincent, rather than a storage room." What Quinn was hearing in his mind was a room full of treasures. "You already have access to the items in the storage room," the system suddenly said. "Everything that is in here is accessible in the shop. When creating the system, I wished for there to be limitations, you see. I didn't want whoever got their hands on the book to have access to everything at once. I wanted the user to grow and learn, so in return for collecting the ingredients, the item will be transported from here to the system. Defeating the beast required for the weapons would make them not get ahead of themselves. The idea was that with the items that had been gathered, they could be used to create the weapons again if need be in the future. However, I never expected you to reach this spot here right now. Unfortunately, there is no way for me to open the storage room door. If I could, there would be many items that we could use to help Prefects." Hearing this, Quinn was more interested in how the book had fallen into his hands than ever. "So, how did my family even get the book? I remember you said that if I came to the castle you would tell me everything? I think I deserve to know," Quinn asked. There was a moment of silence before the system eventually replied. "I think it will only distract you from your current goal. Once everything is over and dealt with, then I will explain. Not just why your family has the book, but why I left the 10th castle and how it is all linked." It wasn't the answer he was looking for, but it was a better answer than he had expected, and the system was right. Such an important matter could quite possibly distract him, and now wasn't the time for that. With the tour over, Edward was ready to start the training with the two of them. After that, they would need to form a plan on how to save Fex. They had returned back down to the first floor, the reception area. This was because it was the biggest area in the castle that was mostly empty, void of objects being hit or destroyed. But before the training could begin, Quinn felt a burning sensation in his chest. "Are you okay?" Edward asked, concerned something was happening. But it wasn't a bad feeling. This was something Quinn had felt before. "They're here," Quinn said. Just then, a knock at the door was heard. "Sir Edward, are you inside?" a young voice shouted. "We tried going to your house, but there was no one in. We were wondering what's going on." "Hello. Is that Timmy?" Edward thought, recognizing the voice. "Go ho." Lifting his hand, Quinn gestured for Edward to stop as if he wanted to say something. "You can let him in. My friends are with them as well." As the door started to open wide, Timmy on the outside was getting excited. He had only seen the castle and had never even been this close. It was only due to the encouragement and being with the others that he felt like he could knock and touch the door, and now they were being let in. Whatever was happening, he didn't want this dream to end. When the doors finally opened, he was greeted with the sight of not just Edward, but two unfamiliar faces that didn't look much older than himself either. One of them, when looking at them, had a smile on his face. "You guys look good," Quinn said. This whole time he had a fear that something might have happened to them. Although he knew Layla was okay, he wasn't sure about everyone else. So it was a relief to see that none of them were injured or hurt. "Boy, do we have some things to tell you," Vorden said, as he walked over and placed his arm around Quinn's head, bringing him in closer. "Hey, is it just me? Or did you get taller and more handsome? Am I right, Layla?" Hearing this, Layla's face started to get hot, and she turned away, but couldn't help glancing and looking at Quinn's face. Once again, it had changed slightly, and he did look more mature and handsome than before. "Peter, I'm sorry I couldn't help you in the dungeon," Logan said. "I wanted to come and get you, but the probability was against us. I researched and researched." "It's okay. I'm fine now, right?" Peter replied. The atmosphere was upbeat as everyone was reunited, and Timmy was a bit confused at how these people came to know each other. Was this person a special person in the 10th family that he didn't know about? However, there was one person who wasn't happy about the whole thing, and she was continually looking at Quinn. She wanted to hold back until later. She wanted to ask when they had returned, but seeing him now, she couldn't hold herself back and she needed to ask there and then. "Quinn!" CIA shouted so loud that it caused everyone to freeze in place. "I need to ask you, and please tell me the truth. I learned earlier that vampires have the abilities to remove memories, not just any, but they can wipe out entire memories. Based on what Layla said to me before, I can only assume I knew all of you. So my question is, did you remove my memories? And if so, please tell me why." The sudden emotional demand from CIA's mouth came at an unexpected time, but it wasn't like the others, including Quinn, never expected for this to happen. The more time she spent with them, there was always the chance that she would find out sooner or later. However, Quinn had been suppressing this thought ever since seeing CIA. He felt a little guilty every time he looked at her and couldn't look at her directly before. But it wasn't all because he felt bad. No, it was because when he looked at her he didn't truly feel bad. As if what he had done was the right thing to do. He felt as if his feelings were a little numb to the whole situation, and he was afraid it was because he was changing. Still, he had a clear mind. Even if she looked to be broken down, and heavily torn by what was happening, and he felt a little heartless. He knew she was right, and that she deserved to know the truth. "Yes," Quinn said. "I was the one who removed your memories. But before you lash out at me, or anyone here, you should learn the truth, or why I had chosen to do it." Hearing this, CIA started to break down in tears, and the bystanders who were watching were left a little confused. Timmy was still wondering what was suddenly happening, and felt like he couldn't interfere in such a big moment, while Edward was trying to figure out why there was the need to remove another vampire's memories. It was possible for a vampire to remove another vampire's memories, but one would have to be far stronger than the other. "Please, CIA," Quinn said. "I think it would be best if you found out the whole situation from Layla. The two of you are more closely connected than you think." Quinn tried his best to reassure her in a calm voice. She was on her knees with her hands covering her face, and the tears could be seen creeping through the gaps. She felt lost. This whole time she was wondering who she was, what had happened to her and why, and the only people that seemed to care or looked after her were involved in getting rid of her memories. "No!" She started to scream. "No! No! No!" The screaming and sobbing was getting out of control. "Can someone please shut her up?" Peter said as he covered both of his ears with his hands. "If she carries on like this, then maybe I'm going to do something." Seeing the situation was getting a little out of control, it was clear no amount of words would get through to her at this time. Layla, who was still close to her, tried to embrace her with a hug, but CIA ended up shoving her away. "Get off me. How can I trust what you say now?" CIA shouted. Seeing this, Layla felt like there was only one thing she could do. The dark smog surrounding CIA was heavy and denser than she had ever seen before. She had chosen to do this as little as possible from now on, but this was an emergency situation. Using her hands and moving them in a circular motion, she was able to control the black smoke and allow it to enter into her mouth and nose. The others who were watching couldn't see what Layla could see, so it all looked a little strange. As the smog started to disappear, CIA started to automatically feel better. The negative thoughts were starting to go away, and she was starting to feel positive about it, but then when looking at Quinn again, they had returned and the smog with it. Layla tried harder to consume the smog, and eventually when she had consumed every last bit, CIA's mind felt free, perhaps too free as her vision started to blur and her body felt weak. After swaying backwards and forwards, she eventually collapsed onto the floor. "Is the shouting woman dead?" Timmy asked, still confused. Logan had gone to approach her, and it looked like she was still breathing, and her heart was still beating. "I think she's just asleep." However, after consuming all of the negative emotions, Quinn noticed that Layla was shivering. Her whole body was shaking from the top of her head to the bottom of her feet. "Layla, are you all right?" Quinn asked as he rushed over. "Stay back. I'll be okay," Layla replied. She had consumed too many negative emotions and the excess energy was now inside her body. But this was the perfect opportunity to show everyone how much she had changed. She started to gather all the excess energy and spread it around her body, and soon her appearance started to change. Her body started to get slightly taller. Her two small bumps that were on her head started to grow into full-fledged horns, and as for her two side teeth, they had turned into large fangs. Although they weren't like the fangs vampires had. Instead, they were thick and large, going down to her chin if her mouth was closed. When her transformation was complete, the shivering had stopped. "Is that Layla?" Vorden asked, shocked by the sudden change. "Inspect." Hanya, evolved form, Chunari. Using his inspect skill, Quinn was able to get a little bit of information, but it didn't delve deeper into the details like last time. Although he was afraid to tell Layla what had just happened, as he started to remember the last time she had transformed, before she just had little bumps, but now she had full-fledged horns. Could she really live with herself, and if they were to go back to Earth, how were they going to hide that from others? She clearly wasn't human. "Oh, Hanya. Now when was the last time I saw one of those?" Edward said. "How many more surprises will I be getting?" Vorden started to look at her more closely. He started to think if you took away her two large horns and tusk-like teeth, then the increase in height and Layla's figure in other areas had greatly improved. Although some would think she looked like a monster, no one could doubt it was a pretty one. He continued to stare, and this was frustrating Layla. "Can you all stop staring at me like that?" Layla shouted. "I know what you are thinking. Don't worry. My evolution is temporary. I just needed to get rid of the excess power somehow, and this was the best way. Once the power starts to fade, then my form will revert back to what it once was." "I think you look kind of cool," Timmy said as he looked up at her. The compliment was welcomed by Layla, as a smile appeared on her face. Now that she had evolved, her abilities were also different as well, but there was no need for her to display them right now and would wait till later. "Now all the drama has been dealt with, we can get back to the matter at hand," Edward said. "Who are these friends of yours? Are they also here for the same reason as you?" "Wait," Timmy said. "You mean you don't know who they are either, Edward? I was sure you would have known them since everyone here seems so familiar with each other." This was going to be a hard one for Quinn to explain, and he didn't really know where to start without having the two of them go into a panic. Especially since Quinn didn't even know who this little vampire who traveled with his friends was. "If you wait a couple more minutes, then it might be easier for you to explain," Logan said. For a second Quinn was confused, but after a couple minutes had passed, the scent of everyone there had come into their noses and he finally understood. It looked like Edward was still getting surprises here and there, and many was still to come. Outside of the 10th castle, between the inner castle area and the normal living area, a few black blurs could be seen in the night sky passing by. It was a brief flicker, and if one wasn't paying attention, they would have never seen it. This was indeed the case for the guards that was stationed at the 10th's inner castle living areas, for they were half asleep while on the job. These blurs were a pair of vampires who had been stationed at the 10th castle. Once they were far enough away from the 10th castle, they had continued to travel until they had reached their own castle, reporting back about their findings. They were inside a throne room, and sitting there was one of the leaders with 2 men by his side. "Sir, based on all the information gathered, the students have successfully returned to each of their families," the vampire reported. "However, there was one anomaly, and that is to do with the 10th castle you stationed us at. All of the people inside and outside of the inner circle had been accounted for beforehand, and when we checked it with the files, there seems to be an increase of 4 vampires. For vampires that aren't registered heading to the 10th castle," the leader said. "The castle lights up, signaling the possible return of the 10th. The Punisher child with the prisoner was last seen heading towards the 10th castle, and now 4 new vampires are seen entering as well. It looks like soon there might be a big clash heading our way." When the smell from the perfume had worn off, a new smell started to enter Timmy's nose. He was standing right next to Vorden and the others when this happened. Then, something strange started to take over his body. His urges, his eyes immediately started to glow red on instinct, and he himself didn't know what was going on. For some reason, his eyes and such was focused heavily on Vorden, who was closest to him. His fangs started to naturally grow in size, and it felt like he could hear the blood rushing through Vorden's veins. If he was to concentrate hard enough, perhaps the flow of them going through his skin. That neck, Timmy thought. Before he knew it, Timmy had already left from his position and was pouncing towards Vorden. "Timmy, stop!" Edward shouted, quickly throwing out his hands. Mist started to surround Timmy, and a few seconds later, he was yanked by the back of his collar and was dragged over by Edward's side. Looking at Timmy in his eyes, Edward started to speak a few words to him. Quinn, watching this, could tell he was using the influence skill to control Timmy, and soon after had returned back to normal, regaining his lost senses. Looking over, Logan felt like he had made a slight miscalculation. When they had revealed themselves to Silver, although her eyes started to glow red, he thought it was out of anger, and in the end she did nothing and chose to just leave. Timmy's reaction was different. "You idiots! Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Edward said. "I don't know how you managed to cover your scent, but some of these vampires have never ever smelt or seen a direct human in their life before. They haven't gone through resistance training. It's only natural for the young ones to act like this." Hearing Edward's words, the others started to think about what would have really happened if Xander had managed to get a hit on Vorden and allowed his blood to be split. Would they have all pounced on him like Timmy? With the current situation being the way it was only best for Quinn to tell Edward about everything. If he wanted his help, and they were to make a plan, then he would need to know the whole picture of just what was going on. The group headed off to the dining room where they could have a proper discussion of what had happened so far. Quinn asked if it was okay for Timmy to know about this, and Edward said he trusted him, so Quinn did as well. When they arrived, they sat down at the dining table, and there were only 2 people that weren't present: Layla and CIA. The 2 of them had chosen to enter one of the empty bedrooms next to the dining area. When CIA was to wake up, Layla would explain everything to her as best as possible, and the others could catch her up on everything that was said as soon as possible. All of the bedrooms inside the castle were luxurious, and the bed itself was extremely soft, including the pillows. Layla gently laid CIA down on the bed before covering her with the quilt. Her strength was far greater in her current form than her previous one, so it was easy for her to carry CIA in her arms on her own. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she looked at CIA's puffy eyes that were swollen from the crying. "CIA, you are strong. You can get through this. You helped me at one point, so I will help you," Layla said. After a few seconds, though, CIA's eyes started to open again. The first person she could see was Layla, but she wasn't shocked or angry and was in more control than before. She looked around and could see they were in a dark room that looked to be unused. "Where are we?" CIA asked. "Don't you remember? We are still in that castle," Layla replied. "Don't worry. It's just me and you here. Whatever question you ask, I promise I will answer them." CIA was still a bit groggy after all, she had just woken up. But this was an important time for her. So she got her hands and started slapping the side of her cheeks repeatedly to wake up. I'm ready. Please, Layla. Don't hide anything from me and tell me who I am and what happened, she asked. Of course, but it's a bit of a wild one. And before I tell you who you are, I should first tell you everything about me, because me and you are closer than you think. Layla replied. Back in the dining room, the others were starting to tell their story to Edward and Timmy. They started off with the lab and went on to when the group was split up. Vorden and Logan explained their side first, with everything that had gone on with school, including them asking Silver for help. It looks like we might be able to get more people onto our side after all, Edward said. Although she is saying she will follow the rules always, it looks like she was looking for hope. Something more than just you guys, no offense. If we can show that there is a chance to save her brother, then there is a good chance she will help us. Wait, Sir Edward, you aren't really thinking of helping these guys save Fex, said Timmy. They already hate the 10th family. This would cause the family to be affected even more. Why would you go so far? Who even are these people? And now it was Quinn's turn to explain what he had gone through. Instead of starting from the lab that they appeared in though, he started from the very beginning. This way Edward knew about everything. He explained when he had first gotten the system and even went through meeting Fex and Silver. Everything that had gotten them to this point where they were now. After explaining that, he carried on to talk to the others about what happened when he had attended the direct descendant classes and fighting Vampire Knight Clark. He didn't go into any details of the fights though and only explained what happened. Hearing the death of the students, Edward kept shaking his head in disbelief. In the story that was said, it was also revealed that Quinn was the new 10th leader of the castle. Hearing this, Timmy couldn't stop looking in Quinn's direction. He couldn't believe a new leader was really selected, and he was sitting at a table opposite him. You are stronger than I thought if you were able to defeat a vampire knight. Perhaps I underestimated your strength, Edward said. As for your familiar, I have no clue. The best person to ask about that would have to be the first leader. From your description it sounds like you have something called a bone claw, but as I said I don't know much about it. What had really interested Edward after learning everything though, was the book that was used to turn Quinn into a vampire. When explaining how it worked and how it got him stronger. Hearing this, he was sure of it, Vincent was the one who had created the book with his powers. The problem was to create something so great, powerful and unique, there would have been a great cost. What cost that was exactly was what was worrying Edward. I think there has been enough talking done for today. Before we can come up with a good plan, I think we should get to training straight away. I can then assess your powers that way, Edward explained. Everyone on this table is free to join if they wish. I'm afraid I will have to decline that offer, Logan replied. Combat and skill-like training is not my forte. I have no basis to be improved upon like all of these here. Instead, I will spend my time trying to improve my own, and possibly our equipment. There is still some research I would like to do. Very well. Feel free to use the research lab. Vincent liked to dabble in strange things, so I'm sure his equipment will come as of use to you, Edward replied. I feel I would also only get in your way. I will go check up on Layla and CIA, see how they are doing. Vorden said. I have my own combat style and prefer to train on my own. All right, you three, follow me then. What three? Timmy asked. You know too much, of course you are involved in this now, Edward said. With that, the three of them went off with Edward to head back down to the reception area to begin their training once more. Inside one of the other castles, the vampire knights and one of the leaders were speaking. Sir, are we not going to do anything about the 10th castle? Would you like me to report this to the first leader? The knight asked. Don't. I still have yet to choose my side in this fight. The leader replied. If the Punishers have really returned, then it might mean there will be a repeat of the events that happened last time. Only then will I choose my side, and I'm sure the others are thinking the same thing. There was a different reason as to why both Logan and Vorden didn't want to attend the training, other than the one they had given. Although what Logan had said was the truth about not needing to learn combat skills, The same couldn't be said for Vorden. As Logan entered the lab located in the castle, there was someone behind him who had entered the room as well. It was Vorden. He didn't go to check up on Layla like he told the others and instead had followed Logan. The room was large, but just like all the others, it was mostly empty. As if everything of importance had been taken out. Still, there were plenty of test tubes, flasks, and a load of other stuff that looked like measuring equipment that Logan had never seen before. Each new object he could see, he would place his hand on it, gathering further information. They were mostly measuring tools, but more advanced than the ones one would have on Earth. They were more accurate, gave more information, and allowed them to further test a broader range of things. With this, Logan started to gather all the things from the room and place them onto the island table located in the center, taking out what he needed from the cabinets off to the side. "So do you mind telling me why you're with me and not the others?" Logan asked as he grabbed an object and started moving it to the middle. "Those red pills from the trials back at that place where we came from, they worked," Vorden replied. "I'm sure you already know. They not only worked but worked extremely well, and even now the effects from them haven't lessened." Hearing this didn't put a smile on Logan's face though. Instead, he looked a little frustrated and let out a big sigh. "And you just had to go and consume every pill, didn't you? Well, at least I was able to gather some information before you did, and who knows, maybe we can go back to the lab at some point and grab some more. But that wasn't the question I asked. Why are you here?" As always with Logan, he was pretty aware of people's intentions, perhaps because he never tried to read the emotion and always judged things on facts, and right now, it didn't make sense for Vorden to be with Logan unless it was because he wanted something. "Now that you know the red pills work, you're going to try and test that green liquid, right?" Vorden asked. "Well, if you're sure it's safe and it has to come down to it, I want you to test it on me." Although Vorden didn't say it, ever since coming to the vampire world, he had been a little tense without his abilities. Thanks to Quinn gifting him the 2 swords, he had managed to get by, but when fighting against Xander, one of the vampire teachers had interfered with the fight at the end and had stopped his attack. According to the information that they had heard so far, it was just something called a vampire noble that stopped him with no trouble. It wasn't a vampire knight or a leader at all. While Vorden was busy fighting regular vampires, Quinn had already defeated a vampire knight. He couldn't imagine how much stronger Quinn had gotten within the short time frame. Before, Vorden would have never seen himself as the competitive type, but recently he couldn't help but compare himself to Quinn all the time. Sure, Ratton with his dual abilities or Syl with his 3 abilities had beaten Quinn in the past, but what about himself? For the first time, Vorden was fighting as him and was still winning. He didn't know when Quinn had surpassed him, but something was calling inside him to try everything he could to catch up. "Very well," Logan replied, as he took out the green liquid from his bag and placed it on the table. "Once I've looked over this again and again, if I am at least 90% sure it will do no harm and improve your strength, only then will I allow you to consume it." Down at the reception area, Quinn, Timmy, and Peter were standing in front of Edward. Each of them, before coming down, had gone to the tent's dresser for a change of clothes. It wasn't that their clothes stood out, but at the same time didn't complexity fit with what vampires wore. So far they could get away with it due to being young. Other vampires would just think they were trying something new since there was no uniform amongst the young ones. But now they were all neatly dressed in plain black clothing. Besides, Quinn desperately needed a change in clothing due to his shirt pulling up showing his wrists and his trousers showing his ankles. After evolving, he had once again gained some height. The new clothes seemed to be a perfect fit. "You're all starting to look like 10th vampires already?" Edward said with a smile on his face. "First, I want to give you all basic information about what I will each be teaching to each of you. First of the white. As you should know, whites have an incredible healing factor. It is far stronger than that of any vampire, even the vampire lords, and you should use this to your advantage. You can practically heal from any fatal wound. You might be hungry after, but that's not so much of a problem. However, there is one place you should always protect, and that is your head. If your head is crushed, detached from your body, or burnt, then you will never be able to heal again. On top of this, whites have the ability to make lesser whites. From what you have already told me, you had made 2 before, correct? I don't know your limit, but 2 is actually pretty rare. Most whites can make only one follower. What is good about this is if your follower or lesser white you created is killed, it will allow you to make another one. There is just a limit to how many you can create and use at the same time. Your moves are a bit rough when you attack, but you are strong. Because of this and what I mentioned earlier, I will be focusing on teaching you defensive martial arts that will allow you to protect yourself. You should at least have a good defense. Edward then moved his head onto the one next to Peter, which was Timmy. He pulled out a book and handed over. For you, Timmy, I know you currently do not have an ability, which is why I am making you an offer to learn my missed ability. I will personally guide you and help you with this, but I cannot always be there. This is an ability book that should teach you the basics. After, I can help you advance to the next levels and will teach you a few skills. Remember though, I cannot force you. Once you learn this ability, then that means you will no longer be able to learn the abilities of the other families, even if they were to recruit you into their families. With the book held in his hands, Timmy's eyes started to sparkle. Sir Edward, I had already decided to never leave the 10th family. With this, I am forever in your debt. I can't believe you are giving me such a great book, and I will also personally be taught by a vampire knight. Hugging the book tightly and twisting his body side to side, everyone could see how happy Timmy was. Finally, Quinn, Edward said, looking at him. Just like with Peter, I think we should focus on defense. I'm saying this mainly because you are the vampire leader. It is important that not only for yourself but for the future of the 10th people that you live. But I already have good defensive abilities, Quinn replied. If I can, I would like you to teach me or help me be more versatile with my attacks. Fex had only taught me the basic vampire martial arts. I think if I was to learn something more advanced and combine that with my chi, it would give me more attacking opportunities. Chi, Edward replied, confused, not sure what Quinn was referring to. Are you really sure you have good defensive abilities? It didn't seem to be the case when we were fighting? That's because I didn't use my powers at the time, Quinn replied, as he activated his ability. The shadow from underneath his feet started to flicker slightly until eventually, it had risen from the ground and was covering his back. Edward didn't know how to feel anymore. He had just been shocked too many times now. Time after time this boy was getting more impressive to him. Maybe if the fight had continued from before, he would have seen something entirely different. So you're the so-called Punisher that has everyone in a panic, huh? And also the 10th leader, Edward said. I bet no one in the council was expecting this. The 10th leader returning and at the same time with the 14th castle's lost power. Okay, let's see how good or strong you are. I want you to fight me again. But this time, don't hold anything back. With Peter and Timmy standing off to the side, they carefully watched as they were about to see two strong vampires face off head to head. Although Edward had told Quinn to take the fight seriously and to use everything he had, there was never a worry in his mind that he would be severely hurt in this fight. There were two main reasons for this, the first being his unique ability. As long as one didn't know the specific way it worked, to most vampires and even beasts, they would think that he was invincible since he was able to turn his body into mist. The second being the fact that he just couldn't sense the fear when looking at Quinn. Perhaps it was because he could tell his evolution was only that of a vampire noble, and he knew he had recently become one as well. Holding out his hand, Edward was the first to attack. Blood spray. It was a move Quinn knew well, and suddenly a shotgun-like spray of blood came shooting out from Edward's hand. Let's see your defensive skills then, Edward said. The shadow that was hovering over Quinn's back immediately moved to the front, covering his entire body, and once it had blocked the attack, Quinn moved to the side. This was training after all and was only meant for Quinn to show what he had, so he didn't charge in or do anything like he normally would. Okay, try again, Edward said, this time shooting out a blood spray once, and then a second time straight after. But it didn't matter for Quinn if it was one or two. His shadow would be able to block it, but this thinking was exactly what Edward thought it would be. Blood control. Splitting his hands apart, the blood followed as if he was using some form of telekinesis ability on his blood. Edward was able to control the flow of blood as he wished, and he had changed the direction of the attack. Instead of coming from the front, the two blood sprays now were coming from the side. However, Quinn's shadow was also able to react quick enough, and was split in two, forming two blanket-like shapes covering his sides and blocking the attack. Looks like your defensive skills really are impressive. I should have expected from the Punisher's power, Edward said. Now let's see how you attack. Once again, just like before, the mist started to fit the entire room, covering the whole space. The others could still see Quinn in the mist but had no clue where Edward was. Should I use the shadow void? Quinn thought. No, it will be useless. It seems like the vampire knights know of the shadow powers and also now its weakness. Besides, more so than likely we will soon be facing multiple opponents. I can't rely on the shadow dome. A movement in the mist was seen, and Quinn threw out a punch, but it hit nothing and the mist was split apart once again. A punch to the stomach, Edward said. Hearing the voice from behind, Quinn turned and threw out a kick and all it did was move the mist about again. Where is he? A kick to your back, Edward said again. You would have been hit 2 times already by now. I know you would have had the shadow to protect you, but the shadow won't last forever. Quinn, I can see you have been human for most of your life now. You are relying far too much on your human senses, sight, hearing, touch. As a vampire, all our senses are far more heightened than that of others, and we also have new senses. When you faced Clark the vampire knight, or even went against Jean the vampire leader, could you not sense how dangerous they were? That wasn't in your head, that too is one of our senses. Right now, if you want to find where my true body is, you need to focus on that feeling. The voice was coming from all over, and Quinn tested and turned his head, trying to find out where the voice was coming from, but it was completely useless. Edward could see he still wasn't listening. Fine. From the mist, Edward went in for the attack. As soon as his fingertips were felt on the back of Quinn's collar, Quinn decided to use the flash step directly behind him. A hand could be seen trying to touch where he was just seconds ago, but the rest of Edward's body still couldn't be seen. The flash step, what a skillful move. The hand then suddenly disappeared, and once again fingers were felt on his collar. But Quinn wasn't fast enough to react as he was yanked down and thrown to the floor. But it's a move that all vampire knights know. Perhaps it's impressive for those around your age, but others will simply match you with this skill, making it pointless to use and just a waste of stamina. Edward explained. The mist started to disappear again, and now Edward was seen on the other side of the room. That's enough of that. Is that all the skills you have in your arsenal? No, there are still a few things I haven't tried yet, Quinn said. From this far distance, there was a great skill that Quinn could use. Twisting his hip, he let his leg out like a whip, throwing out a roundhouse kick. Blood crescent kick. Not wanting to damage his power, Quinn tried to put the minimal amount of chi into it. Still, it was enough for Edward to see that this power was different. It was greater than a normal blood swipe. But as the attack moved forward, Edward continued to stand there, and when the attack hit his body, it had passed through him. Where the attack connected with his body, mist could be seen as it went past, and it quickly disappeared after. That ability is so strong, Quinn thought. There were still a few things Quinn hadn't tried using yet. He had his new bloodshot skill, and he had hammer bloodstrike as well, but it seemed like both of these would be a waste on fighting Edward, as all the attack should just phase through his mist-like body, until he learnt how to hit his real body. Then there would be nothing. You must try to find a way, Edward said. Some of the vampire leader's abilities are far worse than mine. Maybe I could grab him with my shadow? Quinn thought. It would slow down the use of his ability. More so than likely, Edward is able to control when to change his body into a mist-like shape, but it can't always be like that, otherwise he would never be able to attack or touch. Only because of his great timing is he able to switch. Also, humans aren't the only ones limited by MC cells, so we're vampires, so if he could, he would need to use his ability as little as possible. You know, when I fought against Clark, I was trying to think of a way to increase my attack power. During that time, an idea came up in my head to try something new, Quinn said. I was saving this for the vampire leaders. I'm sorry, but I need to test out if this works first. I can take whatever you have for me, Edward said. A few moments later, and Edward was on the floor, blood spilling from the top of his shoulder. He was covered in sweat and was looking up at Quinn, who was standing above. I knew it, of course you would have to be special to become 10th leader. Not just anyone can become a family head. Master, perhaps one day you will be able to achieve that silly dream of yours, Peter said, watching from the side. While Timmy was speechless at what he had just seen, he didn't even know how to describe it. With Quinn's abilities measured, Edward had asked Timmy to get some blood packs that were located in the castle. When returning, both Quinn and Edward were given them to speed up the healing process. Quinn wasn't hurt, but he had used some blood attack and it was best to just get him back up to speed. While they were resting, Edward had asked Quinn about how he had come across the shadow ability in the first place, and Quinn replied truthfully. This answer seemed to disappoint him a bit, as if he was expecting something. Sorry, I just thought that after learning you had the Punisher's powers made, there were others out there. But it seems like you really did just come across the power by chance. Punishers were very loyal to their own, and would do anything to protect each other, so I thought there was a good chance that others might come to help you. But I guess they really are all dead. Edward explained. Alright, next on the training list will be the White. As for you two though, I have a special task. Edward said. When Timmy gave the blood banks, I remembered that there was something I forgot to do. While I'm busy training with Peter, I want you to go out around the inner castle area and deliver everyone their blood packs for this week. What, why me? And won't I get recognized? Quinn asked. I promise you that this is also part of your training as well. I wouldn't waste time when we only have a short time frame. The other families aren't allowed to enter the inner area without permission, and I know you are going to complain about the guards and how you guys were let in easily, but the other vampires will stay true to this rule. Now go out there and deliver some blood. New quest received. Deliver blood to the tense people. Quest reward. Unknown. There was no shouting, no crying, no shaking, nothing. All that could be heard was silence as the two girls remained together in the room. CIA was doing her best to avoid eye contact, and Layla just didn't know what was going through her mind right now. She had just finished telling CIA everything about herself, as well as her. How she didn't know much about CIA's past, but that both of them used to work for the terrorist organization, known as Pure. She even later revealed the fact that Layla had broken off from the group and was now no longer a part of them. Hearing all of this, CIA didn't really know how to react. When learning about herself, she didn't really know what to expect. But it certainly wasn't this. On top of it all, even though Layla was telling her all these things and she believed it, it still didn't feel real. It wasn't as if through Layla telling her these memories they had suddenly become her own. For in her own head she still knew absolutely nothing. She could have said CIA used to be Santa Claus and it would have had the same effect. This empty feeling in her mind couldn't be filled even after learning of her past. Seeing this, Layla didn't know what to do. But there was one thing she was sure about. It was the fact that her negative feelings were no longer there. She couldn't see the smog from before, and right now she didn't really know how to help her. You know, CIA, there was something that happened before I really knew you, Layla said. I used to have a friend, and due to some things I had no choice but to send them over to Pure as well. At least there she was safe. Even though I knew what they did there, I just wanted her to live. When she left, I was a bit lost. I felt alone. But you helped me, looked after me and looked out for me during that time, and I wanted to do the same. I don't know if you did so because it was your duty or mission, but I would like to think it was real and that was the real CIA. During our time that we have spent together so far as well. Even though you didn't have your memories, I would say you were more real now than before being influenced by Pure. With those words, CIA started to think. She thought about whether it would be best to head back to Pure. After all, Layla only knew so much about herself but didn't know about her parents, what school she went to or anything. According to Layla, the type of people Pure usually tried to recruit, especially at a young age, had already lost everything. More so than not, they would have no family, relatives, or friends, keeping the organization completely secret. Thank you for telling me everything, CIA finally responded. I can tell you actually care for me. That's why I'm even here in the first place, but can't explain it. I know you want me to move on, make new memories, and try to forget about learning about my past. But it's like this empty hole in your mind. It feels like it needs to be filled. It's hard to explain. If you can, I would like it if you could help me get my memories back. Ask Quinn. Ask the other vampires. It doesn't have to be now, I know you are busy, but please if you could do this for me. She started to think about it for a while. The main problem was if she was to have her memories returned, then quite possibly she would go back to Pure and report everything that happened so far. That was if she could even have her memories returned, which Layla still wasn't sure was a possibility. Seeing that Layla was taking a long time to respond, she could guess what the overlying problem of the whole thing was. It was trust, and there was one way she could gain their trust if nothing was to happen. Even though I don't want to, there is one thing we can do if you don't trust me, CIA said. As long as I'm with you, I think it will be okay. But if you can return my memories, then go ahead and let Quinn turn me as well. That way, you know I'm on your side, right? Layla was against this idea almost instantly as she replied back. No, you don't understand what we have gone through, she said as she thought back to what Peter had become. Her evolution wasn't so bad, but even she had her up and downs. Every time Quinn turned someone, it was a bit of a gamble of what they would become. On top of that, you will no longer have your ability, your whole life could be changed with this. What life? CIA replied. Right now I have no life, I've only been at the academy with no memories for a month and here for around 2 to 3 weeks. The way I see it, even if I was a vampire, it would be just like I was born one. There's not much of a life to give up. Layla wanted to try to say more, to convince her to stop, but looking into her eyes, she could tell that she had the same look and resolve as she did back then. She had already made up her mind. When saying this as a suggestion, she didn't hesitate. Perhaps even before asking, she had been thinking about it for some time. I will ask Quinn about it. Ultimately, it will be down to him anyway. I suggest you take some time to think about it, and if you want you can go ahead and talk to the others, like Peter, who also used to be a human before all this. While the girls were busy having their discussion, both Logan and Vorden were busy away in the research lab. Correction, Logan was busy away, while Vorden was sitting in the corner on a stool, spinning around a plastic tube in his fingers. He didn't know how long he had been doing it for, but knew it was a long time. Any new information yet? Vorden asked. This is the 5th time you have asked me that already, Logan replied, as a single drop of the green blood landed in a circle petri dish. This is why Peter was the perfect assistant. He would be there when I needed him. Do as I asked and not ask too many questions. Well? Vorden replied as he could see numbers running on one of the machines next to Logan. He didn't quite understand. It took Logan a little longer since this wasn't his own lab. And he also needed to learn a little bit on how to use the newfound technology. Thankfully, due to his ability, he was able to learn things quicker than most. You're right though, I guess the 5th time's the charm for you? Anyway, I have found some interesting things. The DNA structure of the green blood. It seems to be a mixture of the beasts and what? Vorden asked. And humans, believe it or not. You found all that out from blood? No, the machines have some previous information on them from before as well. I guess this is just a reminder to us all. A reminder of what? A reminder of what the vampires really are. Although Quinn is our friend and is a vampire more often than not, we forget he was originally a human. So perhaps using him as a standard for all vampires is something we shouldn't do. Let me ask you, with all these vampires here, including the young ones and the ones at school, they all received blood packs, correct? And they all had human blood in them. Where exactly are they getting this supply of human blood from? And I don't need to remind you about all those bodies we saw in the laboratory back there. Human body parts are just used for experimentation. You know, I've been thinking if vampires always lived among us, then where were they during the First War? I could find no such report on them at all. But what if they never saw us, humans, as living things in the first place? If something was trying to destroy all the ants in the world, I doubt there would be many that would step in to save them. To put it simply, I'm sure the vampires see us as nothing but food to them. And that's the problem, they still need us. This green blood that powers them up might be the result of mixing both human and beast blood together. Perhaps the vampires were trying to create their own unnatural source, so they would no longer have to rely on us. It was definitely a lot to think about, and Vorden couldn't say he hadn't thought about these possibilities either. The truth and matter of fact was that vampires were not the friend of the human race. They were another enemy. If there ever came to a point where the human race and vampire race were to be at war, Vorden started to wonder just what side Quinn would pick. What Quinn had never expected was for him to receive a quest from the system after Edward had given him a task. At first, he was uninterested, perhaps thought it was a waste of time. He needed to improve his skills from training and such, especially since there didn't seem to be any beast of any kind in the vampire settlement, which meant it would be hard for him to gain EXP. But now, seeing that there was a quest itself attached to the actual task, Quinn was a lot more interested, more so because of the rewards being hidden. In the one time this had happened before, he had gotten a few interesting things from completing the task. On top of this, if he was to get EXP, then there was a good chance that he could level up a few times, bringing him closer to the rank of the Vampire Lord. Quinn was waiting outside for Timmy to return. He had gone back in the castle to get the blood packs needed for their task, and then he would guide Quinn around to all the establishments they needed to go to. Eventually, Timmy had returned with what looked like a crate with wheels on its back. There was nothing tied to it, and the front was a single round circle that resembled an eye. There was nothing attached between Timmy and the robotic crate, but it continued to follow closely behind him. Okay, let's get this done as quickly as possible, and then I can get to training the mist abilities as well, Timmy said, pumped up to do the task given. Quinn nodded in response as he couldn't agree more. There was always the chance this quest was a complete waste of time, but the best way to find out was to get it done. Following Timmy, the crate continued to follow behind him. They were only delivering blood to the inner castle areas, so there shouldn't have been too much. How many live in the inner castle area? Quinn asked, trying to estimate how long this would take. How many live here and how many are meant to be here are two different questions, Timmy replied. We are to deliver the blood packs to 50 different households. These are the vampires that are meant to live here, although there are some that are from the pooling area that basically come and stay over here most of their time anyway, like me. A lot of the times I would come to meet Edward and help him do tasks such as this. Eventually, they had reached one of the large households in the area. A few knocks at the door were given and an adult woman came out who was dressed quite nicely. Oh, Timmy, is Edward not with you? She asked. I guess he must be busy with what happened at the tower earlier. Timmy glanced behind him, looking at Quinn. The citizens and the 10th people would be completely shocked if they were to find out that the new 10th leader was right beside him and in front of their very eyes. With a wave of Timmy's hand, the crate opened automatically. Come on then, Timmy said. Edward did say this was your task after all. Looking inside the crate, a load of dry ice's steam could be seen coming out from it. What surprised him though was the fact that there were far more than 50 or so blood packs inside. There were more than 1,000 of them. Please grab 30 or so blood packs for Miss Johnson. Quinn did as he was told and grabbed them all in one go and passed them over. While doing so, Miss Johnson stroked the top of Quinn's hand during the passover and placed the packs down by her side. You're quite the handsome one now that I see you up close, aren't you? She said with a flushed face. Quinn was not used to this type of reaction at all. When he was human, he had never been called handsome before. What he didn't realize was how much better looking he had gotten with each evolution. On top of that, with the added stats, it would slightly alter his body each time, improving it beyond someone his age. Right now, Quinn was practically most girls' dream boy. Thank you so much for the delivery, and I hope you can come again next time, she said. With the door shut, Quinn expected to see a quest complete notification, but there was no such thing. So he quickly decided to look at the status of the quest. Deliver blood to the 10th people. 1/50th complete. It looked like he would have to finish the task completely before he would be getting any type of reward. The only good thing was the task seemed to be relatively easy. Seeing the blood packs, there were a few things that Quinn wondered. He waved his hand over the crate and it opened just like it did when Timmy did so. Looking inside, there were really over 1,000 blood packs. Why so many, for so few people? Quinn asked. These blood packs are for everyone in the 10th family, Timmy replied. In each family, There are 1,500 people, so each person should at least get one. Usually, those that belonged in the castle would do this type of task and the workload would be split. But for Edward, he is the only one from the old that still belongs in the castle. Everyone else had left, and with no leader, there was nobody to decide who would be considered as a close part of the family. So instead, we deliver the blood packs to those in the inner circle of the family, and they will go on to deliver it to the others. However, this does come with its own problems. There are some vampires that come to Edward and say they never got their blood pack. The vampires could be lying just to get more, but usually you can tell a vampire that is starving and one who isn't. So some of the vampires aren't delivering all their packs to the people, but you have no choice since there are only 2 of you doing this. But why? Quinn asked. You have to remember that the tense family situation is different. The vampires in this family are full of those that never wanted to be here but were forced here instead. They couldn't get into any of the other families, so they're stuck here. Edward's guess is that some of the vampires are trading blood with the other families to get their favor. If they can get on other families' vampires' good side, there is more chance for them to be recommended into the family. What they don't realize is these vampires from other families are probably stringing them on. If they really did invite them into the family, then where would they get their extra blood from? But people's dreams are an addictive drug. Listening to Timmy, Quinn felt like he sounded a lot wiser than his looks. Perhaps he had to grow up fast living in a tough area such as this one, which gave him different views compared to others. Quinn then went to pick up the blood pack from the crate as there was something else he was interested in. There were other 1,000 different blood packs here. Unsure whether they came from the same person or different people, there was one thing he was sure about, it was the fact that they would make him stronger. However, the second he picked up the blood pack, and this thought had entered his mind, a new system message had appeared. Warning: any tampering with the quest items shall result in failure of the quest. Quest rewards will be void. Seeing this, Quinn immediately dropped the blood bag back into the crate, and any ideas he had of consuming the blood were now gone. If all the blood bags were from different people, then perhaps Quinn would have reconsidered and consumed the blood anyway. But when using his inspect skill, he could see that most of the blood that was in there belonged to the same person. Which was a worrying thought in itself, as Quinn was starting to wonder just where were they getting all their blood from. For now, it was a thought he would shove into the back of his mind and ask questions later. The 2 of them would continue to walk around and do as they did with the first household, and just like before, if it was a woman, Quinn would usually get given some nice compliments. 25/50ths complete. They were about halfway done finishing their tasks, and it had been a lot quicker than Quinn had expected. But he was starting to wonder why Edward had asked him to do such a task. He has said it would somehow improve or help with his training, but so far other than the quest he saw no benefits of doing such a thing. They continued to walk. When they started to enter a bit more of a rundown area, it was still in the inner part of the city, but the buildings here were far worse than the buildings before. Not because of size or structure, but just because they hadn't been looked after. As soon as they had entered this area, Timmy was constantly looking around him as if he was paranoid. "I have to warn you," Timmy said, but he was quickly cut off, as a young adult stood in front of them. A few seconds later, and it looked as if they were surrounded by 10 vampires or so. "Is this what you wanted to warn me about?" Quinn asked. "Yes," Timmy replied. "More often than not there are vampires that try to steal the crate of blood from us, and usually Edward deals with them." "Haha." One of the vampires stood in front of them started to laugh. "That's right, and today it looks like Edward isn't here for some reason. Did he think it was now safe that the 10th vampires had gone back to what they used to be? Loyal to the secret leader. Now little Timmy, you know you're no match for us. In fact, I doubt you would even be able to beat me, let alone 10 of us, so why don't you just hand over the blood?" A little nervous, Timmy stood back to cover the crate, and at that moment, Quinn stepped forward. "I know Edward isn't with him today, but you see Edward left me in charge of today's guard duty. Please, if you could go easy on me as well, that would be great," Quinn said with a smile. Maybe this was part of the training. Inside the lab, Logan had been working away hard. He was in the zone and he wouldn't let any distractions get in his way. In fact, he was so distracted that he had already grabbed a syringe and was on his way into sticking it into Vorden's arm. He had yanked it forward and the needle was out and ready. "What the hell do you think you're doing with that thing?" Vorden shouted back. "Oh, sorry. Did I not tell you what was going on?" Logan replied, looking up at Vorden as if he had done nothing wrong. "I must have spoken in my mind again. I broke down all the components that were used to create the green liquid, and although I think it will do you no harm, I'm afraid it might not have any effect on you at all. This was a special serum that seems to have been created to make vampires stronger and not humans." "Okay," Vorden said, pulling his head back while looking at the needle in Logan's hand. For some reason, it felt like he wasn't going to put it down anytime soon. "So why are you trying to get my blood?" "Because I know how to create the green liquid myself. If we use your blood as a basis, then maybe I can make something that will give you the same effect powering you. Just trust me, okay, and stop being a baby," Logan said as he was already planting the syringe into the side of Vorden's arm. A small pinch was felt, and the blood was quickly taken out. Not much blood was needed, so a small little prick would do. With Vorden's blood in hand, Logan needed to place the blood into one of the strange machines that would instantly give Logan the information he needed. After that, he would melt one of the crystals he had with him. Combining these two blood types carefully with the right ratio was what was needed. Logan always had beast crystals on hand with him, due to the powers his suits used. It needed crystals for them to work, and it looked like they would be put to great use right now. Placing the drop of blood onto a small white strip, Logan proceeded to place it into the machine, as it consumed it up. Rather than looking at the numbers, Logan placed his hand on the machine so he could understand everything it would bring up, even quicker. However, that's when he noticed something strange. The machine had given him all the information he needed, which was great, but something else was happening as well. Why would it be doing that? Logan thought. "Stop the process right now," Logan said in a stern voice, commanding the machine. But it didn't listen and continued doing as it was doing. A sick feeling had entered Logan's stomach. There was only one other time in his life where a machine had refused to do what he had asked, and that was back in the mountain cave. At first, Logan instantly wanted to let go. But then the thoughts of what Quinn had said to him back then had entered his mind. "If I can't stop you, then I can at least find out what you are doing." Keeping his hand on the strange machine, Logan started to concentrate hard and find out just what it was doing. He noticed that it was trying to complete a task that was set up beforehand, one that he hadn't ordered. Trying to stop the process didn't work. Now he needed to find out what it was trying to do. Eventually, while navigating through parts of the system he could control and understand, he found the answer he was looking for. It looked like not just this machine, but all the machines in the room were linked to someplace else. Everything that was and had been done by Logan, the information was now being sent to someplace else. What for, why, or where, he didn't know and he couldn't find out. The system had finished passing on the information, and there was nothing Logan could do. As he lifted his hand of the machine, he slowly walked back over to the middle island. "Is everything okay?" Vorden asked as he could see a difference on Logan's face. "I can't tell him his blood information was passed on by some machine to somewhere else. He'll start to ask me questions that I don't even know the answer to. Besides, what can someone even do with his blood information? More so than likely it's nothing to worry about, so I shouldn't worry him about it either." "Don't worry. Just that this might take a little longer than I thought," Logan replied. Continuing to work away, Logan stopped using the machines, but he no longer needed them anyway, for he had all the information he needed already. He melted down the crystal and went over to Vorden to extract more blood again, this time from his vein as he needed more this time. Then, mixing the melted down beast core with Vorden's blood was the next step. He needed to make sure the right ratio was added at the right time, while continually mixing. The temperature also had to be hot enough to allow the crystal to remain melted and not solidify. Only when the two were completely mixed could the green liquid survive at the right temperature. Seeing the concentration on Logan's face, Vorden decided to not say a word, and after waiting for several minutes, Logan eventually placed all his tools on the desk. Inside a thick tube, a green liquid was shown that looked similar to the other one. "It was a success," Logan said, with a smile, and Vorden jumped from his seat ready to try it. Meanwhile, the information that Logan had uploaded onto the machines was being passed on to a certain lab, but it wasn't just any lab. for it was the same one that was located in the mountains where the others had come from. In a separate room hidden away next to the lab, a process had started. There was a large round glass container filled with a strange light blue liquid. New blood sample has been found. Initiating creation process. Inside the container, a strange liquid was shot into it, but it had quickly formed into a solid fusing with the liquid around it. Process has started. The sold object started to change into what looked like a baby, but the baby was quickly aging, as it grew in size and formed into a young boy. Slowly the young boy's eyes started to open, and they were blue in color. A few moments later and more changes were made as the boy started to grow and blonde hair could be seen, which grew to the point where it had reached his shoulders. Inside the container, the object looked almost human, alive, but it certainly wasn't human. For on its arms and around the edges of its face's scales could be seen forming. Its round eyes were starting to narrow out, and eventually, a single spike could be seen growing out from the boy's back. The operation was a success. Initiating trial phase. The strange boy-like looked as if they had stopped growing. They looked to be around 16 or 17 years of age, but due to the process all happening so fast, it had no clue itself what was going on nor what was happening. Before it could even be aware of its surroundings, the top of the container had opened up and a strange metal claw had come down and grabbed him. A few seconds later and the boy was being transported to an unknown location. The boy tried to break free from the claw's hands, but it was too tough, and he still felt incredibly weak. Looking around, he couldn't see where he was for he was moving too fast, and eventually, the claw had let go of him, dropping him down. The next thing he knew, he was in a small white room with a strange-looking robot standing in front of him. "Welcome. Please state your name and family number, and soon the trial will begin," the robot said. Quinn was brimming with confidence as he looked at the vampires around him. Perhaps it was because he could sense that they were all just regular vampires and that none of them were at the noble class. The same instinct that would usually tell him to run away wasn't happening here. He had felt fear when going up against certain vampires such as Jean, Clark, and Edward, but none of that was felt here, even though he was outnumbered. As for Timmy, who was standing next to him, he wasn't so confident. He had seen Quinn training with Edward and managed to somehow injure Edward, but when doing so, it was because he had done some type of strange move that required the shadow ability. The thing was, out in the open like this, Quinn wouldn't be using his shadow to fight. Not unless he wanted to inform every vampire that the Punisher was outside in the clear at the Tent's castle. Little did they know that all of the vampire leaders already knew of such a thing but could do nothing about it. Seeing an unknown vampire's cocky face and a young one at that rubbed the other adults the wrong way. "Don't kill him," the vampire in charge of the gang said. The leader was the one who stood at the front and had a mohawk-like hair. "We don't want to get in trouble for killing someone part of the same family. Edward will then come after us, but make sure he remembers not to cross us again." The vampires started to charge in and both Timmy, as well as Quinn, prepared themselves. Timmy was right, during this fight, Quinn wouldn't be using his shadow ability, however, he would be using everything else. Seeing two vampires charge in front of him, Quinn threw out 2 blood swipes from his hand, while mixing them in with a bit of chi. The vampires seeing this responded with their own. But they were in for a pleasant surprise when both of the lines of auras had clashed. For Quinn's had shattered theirs in an instant and continued going forward. It was unexpected, and the vampires ended up being hit by the powerful blow, taking them out of the fight. But it didn't distract the others from their goal. The others had already reached Quinn's position and started striking at him. Still, they were too slow. Each blow was avoided and not even a single scratch was placed on him. Finally, using the flash step, he was able to reposition himself behind them. He quickly grabbed onto 2 of the vampires' heads, while kicking another 2 away. Active skill. Activate. Using the gauntlet's power, they started to light up, and a few seconds later, a blue shock of lightning had come out of his gloves, stunning them and causing them to pass out. The power of the attack was stronger than before, and there was a reason for that. Reading the description carefully again, it said that if there was another power source, then the cooldown time as well as the power of the active skill would be altered. Right now he was testing out a theory of his What would happen if he was to infuse his chi with the active skill? This was the result of said action. It was able to knock out regular vampires. Timmy was in the middle of his own confrontation and was busy fighting one of the vampires one-on-one. What this meant, though, was that the crate was left unprotected. Grabbing the crate from behind, a vampire was ready to push it away. "Keep going. I'll keep this one distracted," the leader shouted. After witnessing Quinn's display of skills, he never thought he could beat him now, but that wasn't a problem. Vampires didn't usually kill each other, especially those from the same family, so he wasn't scared. What he was relying on was for his teammates to get just far enough so they were able to hide the stash of blood for later. Trying to ignore the leader, Quinn was ready to go after the man in the crate when suddenly, his 2 feet felt like they were completely stuck to the floor. As he looked down, he could see some green-like slime substance. An ability? Damn, I didn't expect a regular vampire to have one, Quinn said, and the other vampire now had grabbed onto the crate and was ready to go on the move. Meanwhile, Edward had just gone through a round of training with Peter and was allowing him to rest. He started to think about how Quinn was fearing right about now. If you want to save Fex, it will be difficult. There will be multiple enemies we have to deal with at once, and on top of that, we cannot forget the original goal. In this situation, I want you to think of the crate as Fex. While we will be busy fighting against multiple different opponents, they will be after him. Edward thought. The crate was getting away and Quinn was stuck on the ground still. The goo didn't seem to be wearing off. Perhaps if he was calm, he could have figured a way out of the situation, but with the blood being stolen, he could see his quest reward fading away with it. "No, get back here," Quinn shouted. The vampire had moved the crate only a few meters away and had a big smile on his face. A few seconds later, though, and a dark black shadow had opened up right by his side. Then, a large bony claw-like hand had come out from the shadow, and before he knew it, the crate had suddenly stopped. As the vampire looked down, he noticed that his arm had been detached from his hands. His 2 hands were still left holding onto the crate. They had been sliced off. Now the whole body of the creature could be seen stepping out of the shadow, and Quinn could recognize it straight away. Even if he had only seen it a few times, he would never forget. It was the Bone Claw. It stared at the vampire in front of him, that still seemed to be in shock from what had just happened. It lifted its hand in the air, ready to deal a fatal blow. "Stop!" Quinn shouted, and the Bone Claw's hand stayed still in place. "This is not what I want." The Bone Claw looked in Quinn's direction and stared at his face for a while, then looked back at the vampire that didn't seem to be threatening at all. When such things happened to people, there were usually 2 types of responses. One would be, "I'm sorry," and all they wanted to do was flee the scene and get out of there. While the other would be to curse the person who had just done this and fight to the death. For this vampire, it was the first option, and the Bone Claw started to slowly turn into mist, returning back to Quinn. Looking back at the person he needed to deal with, he could see that the leader, including the other vampires, had already run away. With the fight over, Quinn had received something after all from the fight. With 6 vampires defeated, he had gained a 100 EXP each from beating them. 600 EXP received. Congratulations, you are now level 24. 1 free stat point gained. 200/1600 EXP. As usual, Quinn placed the free stat point into his charm skill, since it was the hardest one to gain points for. There was no natural blood type that would increase it after all. Returning back to the crate, Quinn could see Timmy there. He hadn't said a word about what he had just seen, even though he had a ton of questions he wanted to ask. Instead, the 2 of them tried to help the vampire that had both of its arms detached. Quinn held both of the hands on top of the seared part while Timmy gave him some blood from one of the blood packs. Quinn was a little worried that doing so might have caused him to fail the quest, but as Timmy did everything, nothing had happened and the quest continued as normal. Perhaps it was because in the end, the vampire they were treating would have gotten a pack of blood eventually anyway. While waiting for his hands to heal, Quinn started to ask the vampire some questions. He was thankful and hadn't said anything so far while they were both helping him out. "Why did you try to take the blood?" Quinn asked. "Don't you already know? We were planning to give it to the first family." One of the nobles promised us if we gave them enough blood, they would recommend us for a transfer. The vampire replied, "After everything Edward has done for you all, you know he will look after everyone here." Timmy complained, "You know there is no future in the 10th. The vampire said back, "What's the point of being here? We get mocked every day by the others, and there is no chance for us to learn a new ability. What else are we meant to do? I hate the fact that my family was born in the 10th. The three of them remained silent, and once the vampire's hands were healed, both Timmy and Quinn thought it was best to just let him go. They wouldn't be trying to grab the crate anytime soon. Anyway, have things really gotten this bad? The system thought. Was it really the right thing to do, to leave all these people to suffer like this, because of my own selfish desires? The two of them continued the task of delivering the blood, and there were no more incidents like the last one. Finally, they had reached the last household, and Quinn was happy to deliver the last set of blood packs. As the vampire shut the door, the sweet dinging sound was heard in his head, and the system messages started to appear. Congratulations, you have completed the quest. Instant level up reward received. Level 25. Just from the first reward, Quinn felt like it was worth it to go on this task. It wasn't that hard nor time-consuming, and he had gotten 2 level-ups from it. On top of this, it didn't look like it was the end, as more sounds from the system were heard. You have gained the 10th family's people's trust. 100 reputation points have been received. A new title has been given. Edward's Little Helper. What the hell does this all mean? Quinn thought. Block, block, block. Edward shouted as he threw out his fist in rapid succession. They came flying out one after another towards Peter. All of the strikes coming from Edward were aimed towards one place, Peter's head. The first 2 were parried away, and Edward was impressed by the speed he had seen so far. Knowing full well that Peter was a creation from Quinn, it was an expected result. It only confirmed in his mind that Quinn's speed was great for only recently becoming a vampire noble. However, after blocking the first 2 attacks, the third one managed to slip through and hit Peter right on the top of his forehead. It flung his head back and with it, his whole body before he landed on the floor. I'm no slower than him, so why can he keep hitting me like that? Peter said. He's not even using his mist skills? But it wasn't his speed or power. It was precision, experience, and the use of feints. Seeing how old Edward looked, there was no telling how long he had been fighting for, and it might have even been longer than Peter could guess, since vampires at a certain level could choose their appearance. Peter, I can tell you are different from the others just based on our short fighting sessions, Edward said. Unlike Quinn or your other friends, you grew up most of your life trying to run away rather than fighting. Yes, I can tell you are different now, but you can't just all of a sudden naturally gain a fighting sense or make up for it with experience. The problem is we don't have time to train you properly. Years are needed to establish a good fighting core, not days. So instead, we are trying to create the best optimal solution for you based on your ability. Remember what I said before, the most important thing is to protect your head. No matter what it takes, if you get hit in a different position, it's fine. Forget about your natural instincts. Think of your whole body as a meat shield to be used. It was a strange concept for Peter to get his head around. Of course, he would naturally try to protect his vital points other than his head. If a blow was coming toward the stomach, he would scrunch up and try to block the hit. The only plus side was he felt no pain when these attacks hit. But there were more reasons than this as to why it was difficult for him. Even though he knew he had an impressive regenerative ability, recently he had tried to get out of the habit of using his body as a meat shield. In his head, the more he got hurt, it just meant he would have to consume human meat quicker. So he tried his best to get better at fighting, in order for it to never have to come to this outcome. But, as Edward was saying, he was trying to not teach him how to fight but the best chance for survival. Okay, come on, let's try again, Peter said as he lifted himself off the ground. The two continued to train with Peter trying to train out his natural instincts and urges. If he could see a blow coming towards his head and he couldn't stop it in time, then it didn't matter if he was to get hit in another place. Jump, twist, turn, anything. If the blows were to hit and he was to get broken bones here and there, it didn't matter, and bit by bit, it looked as if Peter was getting the hang of it. Meanwhile, Quinn had just received the various messages and was trying to make sense of what they all had meant. The level up was handy, and that was relatively straightforward, but there were a couple of things he didn't understand. The first being reputation points. Reputation points. 100. Reputation points. Go out and spread your name far and wide. As a future leader of the 10th castle, it is important that they are popular with their people. Complete tasks, help out the people, gain their trust and loyalty. The higher one's reputation is within the 10th city, the more likely one is to comply with tasks, help out when in need, and listen to you when asking a favor. Be careful, for one's reputation can also decrease, to the point where they might be after your blood. It seemed as if reputation points were a value that was associated with how Quinn was preserved within the 10th castle area. Judging by what the text had said, it was something only related to vampire leaders, and it looked like it would only be considered a factor when dealing with those within the 10th family themselves. If you ever did choose to become the leader of this place, I think this will become quite important, the system said. Think about it, one would be able to order their people to search for beast crystals, gather credits, happy to pay taxes to their leader as long as they thought he was a great person. But Quinn had no desire to become the leader of the 10th family nor stay here, so he thought it was pretty useless for him. As for the next system notification, it was something known as a title, but as Quinn reread the title, something about it seemed to rub him the wrong way. Edward's Little Helper. If he could decline to have a title, this would be one of them. It wasn't menacing, it wasn't fitting, and it kind of made him feel a little useless. A title can be switched at any point in time. Titles will often give users additional stats or have an effect on a user depending on what title that would be. Total amount of titles currently, 1. Would you like to attach the title of Edward's Little Helper? Edward's Little Helper. Title effect. When completing quests assigned by Edward, the user will gain an additional 10% of EXP. The effect of the title didn't seem completely useless, and just to see what type of thing would happen, Quinn decided to equip it for now. He could always take it off and change it in the future anyway, so it didn't seem to matter too much. What this title did do, though, was open up avenues for new things to be explored. Maybe in the future, he would obtain a title that was more helpful for him in combat. As for what the requirements were to get certain titles, Quinn had no idea. However, he knew from now on any quest that was given to him that had an unknown reward, he would most likely take and try to do. It seemed like he always got interesting things from completing such quests. Hey, are you okay? You've been standing still for a while now? Timmy asked. At first he didn't want to interrupt. After seeing everything, he was a little scared of Quinn, especially seeing that familiar that he controlled. But Quinn had been standing still for some time now, and Timmy just had to ask. Yeah, I'm okay. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are we all done now? Quinn asked. Yep. Let's head back to the tower and join the others, Timmy replied. While Quinn and Timmy started to head back to the tower, Peter and Edward were taking a little break from training. Peter had been continuously hurt and healing a little too much. He had mentioned he was starting to get hungry. This wasn't unexpected, and the castle had what Peter needed to regain his strength. After all, Peter wasn't the only undead creature in the vampire world. If he didn't have the food required for such a task, Edward would have never even tried training in the first place. As Edward made his way to a special storage room, he came back out with a small box in his hand. Returning to Peter, he handed over the box to him, and Peter didn't have to ask as he could guess what was in the box. At first, Peter was a little afraid of opening the box at what he was about to see. He had eaten human flesh many times before, but usually, it would be when he was starving. He wasn't starving now and only hungry, so his mind was still all there, and it just felt a little different. Eventually, Peter gave in though, knowing that Edward and the others were just there to help, and there was the chance he could possibly hurt a human close to him if he didn't consume the food now, and the last thing he wanted to do was hurt his friends. After opening the box, inside was what looked like minced meat could be seen. It didn't resemble a human shape or objects at all. As Peter picked it up, he could feel his body being drawn to the meat, and before he knew it, he was chomping down on it. Knowing that his body hadn't rejected such a thing, he knew exactly what it was. While watching Peter rest, suddenly a message was heard in Edward's head. Edward Eno, this is an emergency. You have been summoned to the main castle and have been asked to be present at the council meeting. You must come here at once. As soon as Edward got the order, he knew he had no choice but to comply. The fact that they had sent the message directly to him and it was a summon too, meant that he would have no choice. If he was to ignore the order, then there would be serious consequences for doing so. Before leaving, he decided that he would inform Peter of his departure but didn't tell him the exact reasoning for his leaving, only for the rest of them to wait for his return. And if you don't return back before the execution? Peter asked. There was a slight pause as Edward was thinking of how to answer this, as there was a good chance this might happen. Edward wasn't naive enough to believe that they wouldn't have some spies and won't be blind enough to not notice the tower lighting up. If he didn't give a good enough reason for these things happening, then they could very well keep him at the king's castle. If you want my honest answer, I would say give up, Edward replied. Honestly, I think it's pretty much a suicide mission with me, so without me, I wouldn't even give a percentage of your rescuing mission being a success. All of you will just get yourselves killed. But knowing how rash Quinn has acted so far, I believe he would go through with the rescue mission anyway, so my words would only be wasted. My only piece of advice would be, don't try to defeat your opponents. It's a rescue mission, just grab and go. With that said, Edward was off leaving the tower. He had also informed Peter of the combination that was used to enter the castle. Usually, he wouldn't tell anyone of such a thing, but Peter was directly created by the new 10th leader, so Edward knew he could trust him to be absolutely loyal. There might be a chance that you will never see me again. Make sure you surround yourself with good people, Quinn, Edward thought. With no training left to be done, Peter decided it was best if he was to go and try to find Logan and Vorden to inform them of what was happening at the moment. As he started to make his way upstairs to the research lab, he noticed the two girls just leaving their room as well. CIA was still following Layla behind, but she wasn't clinging on to her like before. In fact, she looked a bit like her old self, a time when she still had her memories. Also, Layla now was no longer in her new evolution form and had devolved back to the regular Hanya. Where's Edward? Layla asked. Oh, about that, it seemed he had to leave in a rush. He didn't really tell me what it was about. But it looks like we might be on our own for now. How's she? Peter said, pointing at CIA. You know you can just ask me. I am right here. CIA snapped back. Not only did she look like her old self, but Peter was starting to think she was starting to act like she used to as well. Ignoring CIA, Peter continued to talk to Layla. Did she get her memories back? No, Layla replied. But I told her everything. Do you know if Quinn is back yet? She wants to meet him? Peter didn't really like CIA too much and wasn't even sure why she was brought on this trip in the first place. He still remembered their first meeting where she had attacked Quinn out of nowhere and to learn that she was a spy all along. But the opposite could be said for Layla. He knew that she genuinely cared for Quinn, and as long as she was around, she wouldn't let anything happen to him. No, he's not back yet. I was planning to meet up with the others and tell them about Edward, Peter replied, and at that moment, the two boys could be seen walking down the stairs together. Oh, what the hell? What's everyone doing meeting up in the middle of the corridor? Vorden asked. Peter explained to the two what he had just told Layla, saying about Edward's sudden disappearance. The two boys seemed more concerned than everyone as they looked at each other. They knew something was up for a vampire knight that was so adamant in helping them to suddenly go like that. But right now the safest place seemed to be in the tents area. As for what Logan and Vorden were doing, they were planning to go to the outside garden, which was an open field located behind the castle. It was a large area with not many obstacles to get in the way. What they had planned to do was to test out the green liquid Logan had just created. Having already created it once, all Logan needed to do to make more was get some of Vorden's blood, which would be relatively easy. Logan still had some beast crystals on himself, although he didn't want to use them all as he needed them for his own suit powers. After all, he would be a part of this rescue mission as well. What they wanted to do was to test its power on Vorden, and what better place to do so than outside. Inside, the castle looked a little too fancy. Yes, there were open spaces, but it was incredibly dark and hard for both Logan and Vorden to see. They weren't vampires like the others. None of the lights really worked in the castle, making it harder for them to navigate themselves around. As for other rooms that did have a light source, there were many ornaments and other items that they just didn't want to break, so in their minds it made sense to head outside. After hearing what they were planning to do, the others were interested in this as well. If the green liquid was successful with Vorden, then maybe they could all use some, especially since both Peter and Layla were subclasses. Outside on the open field, with the moonlight shining, they could now see better. The others were stood off to the side, quite far away. "What the hell? I'm not going to turn into some kind of monster or anything," said Vorden. "Why are you all so far away?" "I mean, you never know, right? It's green after all," Layla replied. "Maybe you'll turn into some green radioactive monster, where all the clothes would rip off, apart from the shorts." "Oh, it sounds like you're looking forward to that a little bit, Layla," CIA replied, making her face go red. Logan too had handed the syringe to Vorden, before walking off and away. Seeing everyone away from him and look at him like that just made him even more nervous. "Hey, are you sure this won't do anything strange to me?" Vorden asked. "As I said back in the laboratory, I am 99% sure you won't die," Logan replied. "Wait, did he just avoid the question?" said Vorden. "I asked if it would do something strange to me, not kill me." Still, Vorden trusted Logan. He had helped out so much on this trip so far, and on top of that, the red pills which came from the same lab had no side effect, so he doubted this green liquid would as well. "Here goes nothing," Vorden said as he stabbed the green syringe into his right shoulder and started to push down, injecting the fluid into his body. All of the green liquid had been injected in, and Vorden threw the empty syringe onto the ground. A few minutes had passed, and they all waited patiently as Vorden continued to just stand there. "Well, anything?" Logan asked. "I was kind of waiting for it to kick in, like a surge of power or something, similar to what I felt when taking the pills. The green liquid shouldn't have taken this long to have an effect." It looked like Logan for once was wrong, and the liquid was more complicated than he originally thought. It wasn't so simple or easy to create something that would boost the strength of humans. If he had found this out, it would have been a big discovery for the human race. Still, Vorden decided that he would try out some moves anyway. Even if he didn't have any special feeling, it didn't mean it hadn't worked. Grabbing hold of his two swords, he was ready to try out some moves. He grabbed onto his white sword and then, bang! Right in front of the group's very eyes, only a few meters away from where Vorden was standing, a big dirt cloud had formed. Mud from the grassy field was chucked up everywhere. It was so sudden and fast, like a meteorite of some kind had fallen from the sky. "What happened?" "Vorden, are you okay?" Layla shouted. Eventually, the mud and dust had settled, and Vorden removed his arms that were covering the front of his face, to block any incoming debris from the crash. As he did, his eyes widened and his jaw was left wide open at what he could see. For there was a long naked older-looking teen boy standing directly in front of him, but it wasn't just any teen boy, for it had scales slightly running up its hands and face. The main feature of it, though, was the single spike that was on its back. "Isn't that a Dalki?" Peter shouted, remembering the horror of when they had first met one before. "Yeah, I think you're right," Layla replied, but as she looked at the two of them standing opposite each other, she noticed something else. "Hey, don't you think they look kind of similar?" Walking back to the castle, both Timmy and Quinn were relatively silent the entire way. Quinn was still busy trying to figure out if there was anything he could use these new reputation points for. It didn't really go into detail about what was a good reputation score to have. He had 100, but did that mean he could really do anything? If he was to ask a favor from one of the vampires he had met earlier, he very much doubted they would do anything to help him, especially if he started to ask them to rally up and storm the execution platform with him. With no frame of reference, there wasn't really much he could do. During their walk, they hadn't encountered any troubles as they had before, but suddenly, both of them spotted something that seemed to be almost flying in the sky heading straight towards the castle. "What is that? Is it an attack?" Timmy said nervously. Whatever it was moving at an incredible speed and was heading right for the castle. It was too fast and far for their eyes to catch a clear picture of what it was, but Quinn was worried for the others. Have they found out where we are and decided to attack us? Quinn thought. With too much to worry about, both Timmy and Quinn picked up the pace as they headed back to the castle. Not wanting to leave the crate behind, Quinn lifted it above his head with his 2 arms and started bolting away. Out in the castle's garden, the others didn't care what it looked like, but the single spike on its back was proof that it was a dalki. How, why, or what it was doing here didn't matter. For some, the appearance was enough for it to send horrifying memories down their spine. Logan had already gathered the spiders and started to form a special suit around his body. As for which type, he had chosen to go for defensive measures, creating a more blocky and large type suit. The edges weren't very smooth, and it looked as if the suit had many points and flat surfaces on it. It was the first time the others had seen Logan use such a suit. It seemed he really had been preparing for fights against strong enemies. As for Peter, sweat was running down his face. He wanted to run in there and try to help Vorden, but his legs weren't moving. "What's wrong with me? Am I scared?" Peter said. It was a strange feeling for Peter in his current form because he didn't really feel much emotions or feelings. He had gotten more numb to them ever since his change. But it was clear he was frightened to his very core, as his legs were shaking. Even when going up against the king-tier beast, something like this had never happened before. He had gone in without hesitation, not caring if he was hit or not. Logan, watching from the corner of his eye, noticed this. Although Logan wasn't there, he knew of Peter's past. It's a normal response. Peter was almost killed by a dalki. According to Quinn, it had created a large hole in his body. It looks like we might be a strong man down in this fight. As for Layla, she was the first one to act out of the group. She didn't let her negative emotions affect her, and instead harnessed its powers into the palm of her hand. And the next second she threw out her attack. Spirit Chain. The attack was fast, but they were quite a distance away, so if the dalki noticed the attack, then it would be something that would be easily noticed and avoided. Seeing how the dalki had come straight from the air and didn't have any wings, they feared for its great power. However, the attack had managed to hit the dalki right in the center of its stomach, as it remained there unmoving, looking at Vorden. When the attack had made an impact, the chains started to spread around the dalki and connected onto the floor. "Quick! Attack it now!" Layla shouted. It was loud enough for Vorden to clearly hear, and it really was the perfect opportunity. Instead, when looking at the dalki in front of him, Vorden released his grip on the sword behind his back. The dalki looked at the weird chains that pinned him down. He lifted his arm, giving it a small tug, testing its strength, and then a few seconds later, he gave it a yank, breaking the chains completely. He did this with his other arms and legs and walked towards Vorden as if there was no resistance at all. How, those chains were even strong enough to hold Quinn back, Layla said. She took out her bow and arrow and aimed for a perfect shot. And by now Logan was ready to go in as well. "Wait! Stop, stop!" Vorden shouted towards them. "It's not trying to hurt us." "Are you crazy?" Layla replied. "It's a dalki, the enemy of mankind, and it just appeared right in front of us for no reason. What else do you think it's here for?" Although Vorden couldn't explain it to the others, he felt a strange connection with the dalki in front of him. He didn't know what it was, and when looking at the dalki more and more, he noticed that not looked near enough identical to himself. Apart from the long blonde hair, nearly everything was the same. The age, the size, the particular makings in areas of the body. It was as if he had found some sort of long-lost twin, but he knew it was impossible. As crazy as Vorden's suggestion sounded, they too noticed that it really was just walking up towards Vorden. There were none of the usual bloodlusts as such that was present with the other dalkis. Eventually, the dalki got within a touching distance of Vorden, and tilted its head to the side, looking at him like a curious child. "Brother?" the dalki said with its finger on its lips. It was just as confused as Vorden as to why the two of them felt the way they did. But they felt like similar people. In a split second, the dalki had moved out its hand, and its two fists were already in front of Vorden's face. It was at a speed where the others weren't able to see, not even Vorden. If the two of them were to fight, there would have been a clear winner. With its fists in front of Vorden's face, they started to wonder just what it was about to do. Then, it opened both its hands, and something had dropped from them onto the floor. Looking down at what had fallen, Vorden could see that it was many small red balls. But they weren't just any red balls. They were the red blood balls from the lab. "What the hell is going on?" Vorden said. "Gift for you, brother," the Dalki said. Back at the lab, when the Dalki was chucked into the trail room, it had no clue of what was going on. It didn't really know what it was or what was happening, but it could think clearly and understood what the robot was saying. It could speak, but it felt like it was very tiring, as it had to think before forming words and moving its mouth. But still, it was trapped in a room with nothing to do, so it decided to answer the robot's questions. It had successfully completed all 5 of the trials, defeating the Wendigos. At the end of each trial, it knew it had received a reward but didn't know what it was, so decided to keep it for now until it better understood what was going on. After leaving the room, it didn't know what to do. So, it had further gone into each of the other trial rooms and obtained all of the rewards and red pills from those rooms as well. If one were to look inside the trial rooms now, they would see a broken robot and a body full of Wendigos. The trial rooms would never be used again. Then, at last, the Dalki had felt a weird connection. Something it couldn't feel before, but it felt like a missing part of its body was someplace else, and decided to follow and see what this feeling was at all costs. That finally led the Dalki to the point where it was standing in front of Vorden. All of the red pills that had been dropped in front of Vorden were the pills from each of the trail rooms, and Vorden just stood there amazed. "Thank you," Vorden said, and the Dalki smiled back at him. "Are there really such things as friendly Dalki?" Layla asked as she rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was dreaming. "I can't believe it." Logan felt the same way but had a dreaded feeling inside his stomach instead. Seeing that it looked like Vorden, 1,000 different thoughts were running through his head, and he couldn't attach himself to a single theory right now. But it didn't take long for something else to distract him, as a large white square object came shooting out from Logan's side and was sent hurling towards the Dalki. It was fast and heavy and had landed perfectly, hitting the Dalki and throwing him and the object across the field. "Is everyone okay?" Quinn asked. The crate he was carrying was no longer in his hands. 2 days remaining until execution. These words regularly would repeat in Silver's head, and as the days got closer, it was becoming more of a reality for her. That was why she was where she was today, a place where she could find out an answer for herself, to know what she would be doing. She was deep underground in the tunnels. These ones were far wider than the ones that were stationed underneath the 13th castle. That was because right now Silver was underneath the king's castle, a place rarely used, even for the most vicious of crimes that had been committed by vampires. Had what Fex had done really that bad? Was it so deserving that he was placed here? Or was it the fact that he was a direct descendant that exaggerated the crime? She couldn't help but feel it was all wrong, as if the vampires were scared of something. It looked like what had happened years ago had affected the vampires greatly. To the outside and the vampire settlement, the council seemed joint and together with their decisions. But in reality it was more split in opinions. Something that the others didn't see and what they chose to never show. Eventually, Silver had come across a large open cavern with several doors. Each one had the circular lock mechanism on them, and there was the thinnest of gaps to allow oxygen to come in and out. There were no gaps large enough, allowing one to see the outside clearly like the other cells. Standing in front of all of them were 2 guards who would be wearing the 9th family uniform, the guards of the tunnels. It wasn't hard for Silver to guess which door Fex was behind because, in front of his door, there wasn't just regular guards. They were the vampire knights of the 9th family. Ever since the intruders had managed to rescue one of the prisoners, they decided to up the protection on Fex, even if they thought the two matters were possibly unrelated. Most of this was due to the cautious nature of the first leader. Although Lee, the 13th leader so far, had been willing in completing and doing everything that been asked, at the end of the day, Fex was his son. There was a little fear that perhaps he would act to save him. "I'm here to see the prisoner," Silver asked as she approached the door. "I'm sorry. But even a vampire knight no longer has permission to see the prisoner. The guard replied, "We are under strict orders to not allow anyone to see him." This was unexpected for Silver. She had never been denied such privileges before. After all, she was only one rank off from being at the very top. "It will be quick, and you can even come inside and monitor me if you wish." "Do you really think I would try to act now with 2 vampire knights standing outside?" Silver asked. "You know it's not about that. We have been ordered, and we shall do as asked." The guard replied. Tensing her fist, Silver was wondering what to do. She wanted to see Fex. No, she needed to see him, to confirm her own answers of what she was about to do. "Let her in," a deep voice from behind said. As she turned around, she could see a large, thick man, who was covered in armor from head to toe, not allowing for one to see their face. It was the 9th leader, Mukka. "Sir, but the orders," the guard complained. "Since when have you worked for someone else and not me? Are you saying their orders are above mine?" Mukka said in a loud and angry voice. He was so annoyed he had even stomped his foot, startling the guard. He couldn't believe it, that one of his own vampire knights was even questioning him. Has the first's influence already gotten this far? Is he planting his seed in everyone for the next election? "No, sir. You have always been our leader. We follow your instruction and only yours," the guard said as he bowed down his head and allowed the 2 to enter. "I hope you don't mind me coming too with you?" Mukka asked, but Silver didn't really feel like she had much choice. He was practically saying she wouldn't be able to see Fex without him. When the doors opened, they were welcomed into a dark room that was bare of anything. It was large in size, with black walls covering each side. There was no light source, nothing but a square room, and inside it, Fex could be seen handcuffed with his hands behind his back and his back leaning on the wall. When the 2 had come in, Fex didn't even bother to turn his head to look at who was in. He only said one sentence. "I already told you. I know nothing." Fex blurted out slowly, but his words sounded a bit messy and soft. It didn't sound like the same Fex Silver had met a short while ago. When the 2 of them got closer, Fex could finally be seen, and she had immediately rushed over. "Silver, you mustn't touch the prisoner," Mukka said. She stopped in her place, just a short distance away. "Look at him," she shouted back. As she turned around, her eyes were fiercely glowing red. "You said I can't touch the prisoner. Then tell me, who tell hell has been in here touching my brother?" As she stepped to the side, Mukka could see that Fex was severely beaten. He was bruised all over, hurt, and had several cuts to his body. His lips were busted purple and bleeding. For a vampire to get in this type of condition, one must have drained them of blood, making them hungry enough so their wounds wouldn't naturally heal. Mukka was frozen for words, the reason being, he had no clue who had done this. The only ones that knew the code to the king's cells were the 9th family, and the king. "Answer me," Silver shouted again. This time, when Fex heard the voice, he noticed he recognized it. As he turned his head, he could see the glowing silver hair. He knew it was his sister's back. "Sis." But before Fex could say what he wanted to say, he had collapsed on the floor. His energy was completely depleted. This time, Silver rushed to Fex's side, and she wasn't stopping, but at the same time, Mukka didn't call out for her to stop this time either. He was still frustrated with how someone was able to enter this place without his permission. Someone had gone behind his back. Fex, tell me who did this to you. Come on," she cried, but Fex wasn't responding at all. She placed her hand across his chest, waiting to hear a heartbeat of any kind, but it was faint, and it looked as if it was getting weaker and weaker. "Mukka, please get him some blood now," she shouted. Mukka stood there for a while, wondering what he should do. Was this technically helping the criminal? But what if he was to die here? No, he must not die here. He will die on the execution platform, and I must bring to light whoever has broken the rules, Mukka thought as he walked back towards the entrance. "Fex, listen to me. Don't give up, you can't give up," Silver said, as she held Fex in her hands. "You remember that vampire you told me about? Well, he's here. You were right about him. I don't know how, but he managed to rescue the white. I'm sure he and his friends have plans to save you as well. So please, don't give up, and don't die. Continuing to have her hand on his chest, she suddenly felt his heart thump a little louder, and it looked as if his eyes had opened up a little. Chew in. He muttered out but quickly fell back into unconsciousness again. This was it. If the other vampires and leaders had broken the laws that she tried so hard to follow, then why would she follow them? She had decided she would do everything she could to save Fex. As Mukka had exited from the cell and went out from the doors, he suddenly stopped frozen in place once again. But this time it was at the sight he could see in front of him. For his 2 vampire knights that were on guard and under his command were on the floor covered in blood. What happened here? Mukka shouted. The other guards covering the other doors came over to give their leader a quick report. Sir, we really don't know what got into them. As soon as you entered the room, they both started to act strange. We saw them pull out their weapons and we thought that perhaps an enemy was coming here. Something they had spotted that we hadn't. The next thing we know, they had slit their own necks, killing themselves. We honestly have no clue why they would do such a thing. The guard reported. Just what is going on here? Mukka thought. Perhaps there was more behind this whole execution than he had initially thought. An emergency council meeting has been called. Will all leaders please proceed to the king's castle and head to the council room at once? An emergency meeting has been called. It was a telepathic message that had been sent out from the 8 family. Mukka was just wondering what would be happening this time. It didn't come as a surprise to any of the leaders that another meeting would be called so soon. Each of them had learnt things that were going on during the time since the last one had been called. It was clear to every one of them this simple execution and the problem with the Punisher were becoming bigger and bigger. As for Mukka, before exiting from the tunnels, he had ordered his guards to deliver blood to Fex. He wanted to make sure he would be okay and survive until the execution time. Also, he had ordered Silver to leave the place immediately and to return to her castle. At first, she had refused several times, that she wouldn't leave until she knew her brother was okay. And in the end, Mukka had to pull his authority over her to send her away. But in truth, Mukka was looking out for Silver. He feared that whoever had dealt with his own vampire knights was possibly still keeping an eye on them. He couldn't feel any extra presence, but there was a high chance this would be reported back. If they weren't there right now, they would assume that only Mukka knew of the fact that what happened to Fex, and he didn't want Silver to be involved in all of this. He could see looking at her that this whole thing happening with her family was taking a toll on her. While on his way to the king's castle and council room, Mukka was thinking about who could possibly be responsible for doing such a thing to Fex. If they were able to scare his own vampire knights into doing such a thing, then it would have to be someone at least on the level of a vampire lord. Knowing Fex had hidden the identity of the illegal, and now that the illegal had been saved by the Punisher, he could only assume it was one of the leaders that was afraid of the Punisher's return. That would leave out the 4th, the 5th, and his own the 9th family. He could also take out the 13th family. Mukka couldn't imagine Lee doing that to his own son, no matter how much he cared about the rules. In Mukka's mind, there was one clear suspect. The first leader, Bryce. For a long time now he had already been acting as if he was king, going around and doing as he pleased without asking permission of the others. It was true that he had the favor of most of the vampire leaders to be selected as the next king. If anyone was more afraid of the Punisher's return, then it would be him. But he couldn't make that bold accusation in front of everyone. It would be a serious crime to so. Hopefully, when Fex had come to, he would be able to give more information on who had attacked him. Finally, all of the leaders had made it into the room, and for once it looked different compared to before. That was because in the 10th seat there was someone sitting there. Someone they hadn't seen for a long time. The old vampire knight Edward. As for the king's seat, and the seat that was opposite it, they both still remained empty. There seems to have been some interesting developments that have come up since last time, Bryce said. So I would like to continue the meeting form where we left of last time, and so the same thing does not happen. I have asked Edward to come here as acting 10th leader for now. The others knew that possibly couldn't be the only reason why Edward was called. And as Bryce started the questioning, they quickly found out it wasn't. Edward, it seems that the 10th castle lit up recently. We all know the flame was lit up again a while ago. Has the 10th leader finally returned, or has a new one come into the castle in their place? Last time you were here, we asked you if you knew who it was. But you said you had no idea and hadn't been in contact with Vincent for years. Yet, you still seemed to be loyal to him till this very day. It looked as if Bryce wasn't trying to sugarcoat his words and went straight into the questioning. If these questions were so directly asked to the other leaders, then maybe they would have complained. But they too were interested in the lighting of the 10th tower, and at the end of the day Edward was only a vampire knight, not even a vampire knight anymore, an ex-vampire knight. I am still just as clueless as all of you, Edward replied calmly. I was in my house sleeping as usual. It wasn't until recently that I found out of this information myself. I was in the middle of checking out the tower when I had been called for an emergency summons, so I have yet to find out the cause of this myself. But if you would like my opinion on the matter, I believe it was a false alarm. The tower only glowed for a brief second before shutting down again. If the leader or new one had really returned, then the tower would be still lit up even now. Edward's reasoning had made sense to the others, but even a false startup of a castle had never happened before, so they didn't really know what to make of it. Okay. Did you get the report about the Punisher and the criminal escaping to the tense area? We are still wondering how exactly they had managed to get the access codes to enter your underground tunnels. Besides that, have your men reported anything about seeing them? Bryce asked. You overthink, Edward replied. Do you think with the tense power as it is, we are planning some sort of uprising? Any one of the families could crush us like a bug. Please tell me, oh mighty first leader, where in the world are we hiding this large army to go against you all? We don't even have a leader, and most of those who live in the 10th hate the family's guts. Bryce stood up from his seat in anger, and his eyes flickered glowing red. He looked Edward directly in the eyes as he cast his influence skill. Tell me now, did you tell the Punisher the combination to your underground dungeons? The skill being used was strong, and it was far stronger than Edward's resistance, so he had no choice to reply. I did not, Edward replied in a monotone voice. Just then, Bryce was about to ask another question. But suddenly, Mukka stood in front of Edward, blocking the eye contact made between the two. He already answered your question, Mukka said. May I remind you it is a grave offense to use your influence skill for an integration without the leader's permission. And who do I ask, you stupid fool? Bryce shouted back. Didn't you say Edward would be acting as the 10th leader for this meeting? Then you cannot have double standards. Learn your place. Mukka didn't care for what was happening to Edward. He was never really close with the 10th family in the first place, but he was still extremely frustrated that his vampire knights that had recently been killed. He was almost certain it was Bryce's doing. Whatever was happening, he didn't want Bryce to get his way. Fine, we shall move on to the next matter. When asking about invading the 10th castle, the king had declined our access to enter the castle area. Bryce said. He stated that we must get permission from the 10th leader themselves, and if the 10th leader isn't present, to ask Edward, and that was my reason for bringing him here today. It was clear to everyone that especially after what Bryce had just done, Edward would refuse. Even if he did have something to hide, most of the leaders would have rejected out of principle. By now, Edward had come to his usual self and had heard the last statement. I refuse access to the area of the 10th or his castle, Edward said confidently. Fine, Bryce replied, slamming his fist onto the table. Very well, then we shall start the execution procedures. Due to the nature of what is happening, all leaders and at least a single vampire knight must be present at the execution. As for the 10th family, Edward shall take the role as the leader and will stay at the king's castle for now until the execution. This is an order coming down from the king. As it was an order from the king, the others couldn't refuse such a thing and had no choice but to comply. They all felt though there was no need for every leader to be present for just an execution of a single boy. As the meeting was cancelled and they all left the room, Mukka caught a smile on Bryce's face. He had found out something, and most likely the information was from Fex himself. Was the Punisher going to try to save Fex as well? Is that why he had asked all the leaders to be present? Edward, hearing the news that he wasn't able to return to the castle, was worried. On top of this, all the leaders were going to be present. He had expected some, but not all. He couldn't imagine Quinn getting out of this alive if he was to go through with his plan. Vincent, wherever you are, please protect the young boy. Timmy turned his head to the right to look at Quinn. 1 second the crate was above his head and the next. At first, he thought that perhaps Quinn was being considerate since the crate was quite a precious and handy item that they often used for deliveries. Still, the next second it was no longer where it once was, and it was completely gone. When looking across the field, he could see that the so-called special crate had been hurled away and had knocked over what looked like a teenage boy. What do you think you're doing? The crate, Timmy yelled. And that looked like an ordinary boy you hit. But Quinn didn't reply to Timmy's cries and yells, for he had a serious and concerned look on his face. When arriving, he had spotted the dreaded spike on the person's back. Without a doubt, it was a Dalkey. Soon after, the crate went flying up in the air, before landing back down, creating another crater someplace else on the field. Timmy was horrified at what he was seeing. First, the crate was damaged beyond repair, and now the field. How was he going to explain all of this to Edward when he came back? The Dalkey stood still and looked straight ahead towards Quinn. That's no teenage boy. It's a Dalkey, Quinn shouted as he charged in. A what? Timmy said, confused. Sure, the person in front looked a little different from an average human, but he didn't give off the presence of a vampire and looked more human than anything else. It was clear, though, it was something Timmy had never seen or heard of before. The Dalkey, what are they doing on the vampire planet? Quinn thought. Seeing the single spike on its back brought back memories for Quinn. Back then he wasn't strong enough to defeat it, and Leo had come in to help, but Quinn had grown by leaps and bounds in strength since then. Shadow equip. Wind walk. Shadow control. Blood crescent kick. Activating several skills, Quinn was ready for anything, and before getting close, he wanted to test his longest range attack. His blood crescent kick. As the red aura came close to the Dalkey, it readied itself by crouching down slightly with its arms by its side, and when the attack was close enough, using all its strength, it took the attack straight on, hitting it as hard as it could. The red aura was shattered. But something had happened that the Dalkey never expected. As it looked at its arm, it could see that a quite deep cut was made and green blood was seeping out from the wound. You hurt me? It was a surprise. The Dalkey didn't know the extent of its strength, and it didn't know if it was weak or strong. When it first came to this world, it was chucked in to fight against hideous creatures, but none of them was a challenge, and not a single one had managed to create a wound on him. This was the first time the Dalkey had felt pain. But instead of feeling weak, strange energy was felt surging inside his body. Then at this moment something else was felt coming out from his back. Oh no! Layla gasped as she covered her mouth with both her hands. It's a second spike. In an instant the fight had gone from dangerous to very dangerous. A one-spike Dalkey would have been hard enough, and Quinn had no clue how strong a two-spike Dalkey would be. Still, what he did know was the Dalkey got stronger and stronger the closer they were to death. So he needed to finish this fight as soon as possible, and with it, he would have to use his strongest move. I need to use it now, the thing I used against Edward, Quinn thought. Charging in, Quinn started to raise the shadow and gather it around his gauntlets. The chi began to power through, and the skill was activated, showing a blue charge. Little bolts of blue lightning started to form in the shadow around the gauntlets. But this was only the starting point of the attack. There was still more to it before it was ready. Stop! Vorden suddenly shouted as he had stepped in between the two. Please let me explain to him. Can you calm down for me? Brother, Vorden awkwardly said to the Dalkey, and it did as it was told as it no longer was crouched in a fighting stance, and the energy around it seemed to disappear. Brother! Hearing this strange word, Quinn too had stopped supplying his gauntlets with chi, but he left his shadow out, just in case something was up. Having a closer look at the Dalkey, it did look nearly identical to Vorden, but without the long hair, and it seemed to be listening to him. What is going on? Quinn asked. I know this sounds crazy, but I don't really know either. He only just got here. But please trust me, Quinn. I know he isn't here to hurt us. You can trust me, right? It was hard to believe that the vicious Dalki race that was at war against the humans was to do them no harm. But then again, a lot of the people here weren't exactly human, and it did seem like the Dalki was listening carefully to Vorden. Okay, Quinn said as he put away the shadow. A two-spiked Dalki, Logan said. Although I am glad that the two didn't have a fight. It would have been nice to see how strong a two-spike was in comparison to Quinn. That way we would have had some type of guideline to go by. And see if we were strong enough to stop him. The Dalki walked up close and was now by Vorden's side. Quinn also walked towards Vorden, and now that he was closer, he really could see that there was next to no difference at all between the two, almost like a clone. Although Vorden was quick to trust his look-alike, Quinn wasn't, and he had multiple questions on his mind about what just had happened in the short time he was away. The others, who were standing by the side, seeing the three so close and nothing happening, decided to come in closer as well, as they needed to all discuss what to do next. Both Quinn and the Dalki were looking at each other intently, and Vorden in between felt a little awkward. Please, he is my best friend, Vorden said. You can trust him. I believe you. I like your friend, the Dalki said as he gave a smile. You are strong. I wish I could have thought you more, but I respect my brother's wish. The more Quinn heard the Dalki speak, the less he could hate him. He spoke like Vorden and also seemed to have a soft, gentle face, just like when Quinn had first met him. There was also no bad intention felt behind his words. Quinn hated to say it, but the Dalki did seem to be okay. Now that Logan was close as well, he had noticed the wound on the Dalki's arm. The blood coming out of it was green. Things were really starting to confuse Logan, as he couldn't affirm what had possibly happened. But then, something clicked in his mind as he thought back to the lab. It had been sending off information to another unknown place. Was this Dalki in front of them created? And was it because of him? But how was that possible? Wasn't the Dalki some type of an alien race that waged war against the humans? Was only this one created? Or were they all created? There were too many questions, and the first one that needed to be answered for him was whether or not it was because of him that this Dalki Vorden lookalike was made. A sample of blood would do, and then he could use it to the sample and compare the green liquid he created for Vorden. If the two of them matched up, then he knew it was his fault. We probably have a load of questions for you, Vorden said, looking at the Dalki. Do you mind if we go inside and ask? I will be happy to, but I'm afraid I won't be able to help you out much. I shall still do my best to aid you, the Dalki replied. That's a good idea, Peter replied. There are a few things I need to update you on as well, Quinn. With that, the group decided to head inside. Still, there was one more thing that needed to be urgently agreed before they did anything else. Wait, Layla shouted as she stopped the group. We can't just keep on referring to the Vorden look-alike as Dalki. I'm Dalki, he said, pointing to himself. No, you're not Dalki. Don't worry, we will try to explain. Vorden said, a little confused as to why he had never heard the word Dalki before. Do you have a name? A name. A name I do not have. Why don't you give me one, brother? The Dalki asked. Vorden was a bit fluffed as he was put on the spot. He never thought this would happen. But Layla was right. They couldn't just keep calling him Dalki boy. I have a suggestion, Logan replied. How about Borden? He looks like Vorden anyway, and it's different enough. You have got to be joking, CIA said. That is the dumbest name I have ever heard. I kinda like it, Quinn replied. I was actually thinking of the same thing. Borden and Vorden, the two brothers. Borden said with a smile on his face. While the group was walking back, Quinn was looking at the Dalki and thinking about something. He wasn't thinking about the Dalki himself. Instead, he was thinking about what Timmy had briefly mentioned before. Now that he was no longer in the fighting raging bull mode, he had time to process everything. So, Timmy? Quinn asked. You really haven't seen anything that looks like Borden before, or heard of the Dalki race? Timmy looked at Borden closely, the scales, the spikes, and all sorts, trying to think if he could picture it. Anywhere at all. The world Dalki perhaps had been passed around a few times before, but he had no clue what it meant or was referring to. "I'm sorry, but I really can't say I have," Timmy replied back. "Is it a special type of beast?" Quinn supposed if one did look at the Dalki, they really did just look like a strong humanoid beast. However, thinking about what Timmy had said, Quinn was starting to wonder what was going on. In the past, on the Orange Portal planet, the group had discovered an underground settlement. At first, Quinn thought it was a Dalki settlement. That was until Fex, who was with him at the time, said it looked exactly like a vampire settlement, stating that the architecture and materials used were the same. Being in the vampire world now and looking around, there was some resemblance to what Fex had said, although it looked as if they were able to work with the strange hard black material a bit easier now, creating smoother surfaces, creating a more modern look. If he was to compare the two, one looked like an old settlement while the current place looked like a new one. But it was clear what Fex had said last time was accurate. The vampires didn't really bother teaching the others about the Dalki, or what was happening on Earth. Even though they had certain spies stationed on Earth and it used to be their old settlement. The leaders clearly knew about it, so why choose to hide it? Or did they really not care about their past so much? "System, before we met that Dalki that one time, did you know anything about the Dalki? And please, I want you to be honest with me?" Quinn asked. "No, when you fought with the one on the desert planet, it was my first time seeing one as well. Remember when I was around? The human race wasn't at war with anything, and vampires still lived on Earth. The time periods of when certain events happened and such just wasn't fitting in Quinn's head, and it was starting to give him a headache. It felt like even if the system did tell him everything he knew, there would still be more that needed to be found out before he had all of his answers. One thing at a time. Right now they needed to find out why and what the Dalki was doing here. As they entered the castle, they once again decided to head for the large dining room and sat down in their seats. "Wait a second. Where's Edward? Shouldn't he be here if this is something really important?" Timmy asked. "About that, I needed to tell you guys. Edward said he was called for a meeting," Peter replied. "I'll be honest, when he left he didn't have the best of looks on his face. He also said if he didn't return, remember we're trying to save Fex, not fight against the vampires." Quinn wasn't stupid. If Edward had given Peter that message, then it was more so than likely that Edward wouldn't be returning to them. So all they could do was move to the matter at hand. The group decided that it would be best for Logan to do the questioning since he would be able to extract the most amount of information from their new friend. "So Borden, earlier you said you had never heard FO the Dalki before. Do you know what you are?" Logan asked. "What do you mean? I'm like my brother, aren't I? He just hasn't gotten his scales out yet. I'm sure when I get better and stronger, I will be able to hide my scales and the spike in my back as well," Borden replied. The group could tell this was going to be a hard one, and they would perhaps have to tiptoe around certain matters. "Do you know why you are here, or how you got here?" Logan asked. "The last thing I remember was being in a glass container full of liquid. I couldn't really see much as my eyes were all a blur at the time. The next thing I know, I was being yanked out by some strange claw machine. My whole body felt weak, as if I had just woken up. When the claw machine finally let me go, I was placed in a strange white room where I could see a robot. It said something about a trial and then dropped these tall-looking strange creatures into the room. I finished all the trials, and that's how I got those red pills I gave to my brother from before. I thought if I waited that maybe someone would come by and tell me what to do. Bored, I decided to go into the other trial rooms and complete the tasks in there as well, collecting all the rewards. That's when I felt a special feeling, a type of connection, and made my way here and found my brother." "Wait, isn't he talking about the lab we arrived at when we first came here?" Layla said. It certainly did sound like it, and Logan was beginning to think more and more somehow he was involved in this process. "And that's all you remember? Nothing before that at all? How can you speak?" "Yep, that's all I can remember. I have no memories other than that. As for speech, it was slowly coming to me, as if it was always in my mind. First, it was difficult to talk. I knew what I wanted to say, but it felt tiring. But now it's getting easier. When you said the word Dalki before, I knew of the word, I just didn't really know what it was. Logan thought about what to say next for a while until he finally decided. Look, we want to be friends here, so I want to be completely honest with you. You and Vorden aren't exactly the same, Logan said. Hearing this, the others felt like ducking or hiding under the table. Why would Logan review information like that so suddenly? Then they remembered Logan wasn't exactly the type to be on the cautious side when he thought about people's feelings. But I do believe you and Vorden are defiantly related. Maybe closer than you think. If you don't mind, I hope I can bring both you and Vorden together so we can learn more about you two. You can even learn about each other. The others silently waited for a response. And then, a small smile appeared on Borden's face. Of course, that sounds great. I would love to learn about myself and my brother more. Everyone was relieved at the response that was given and was genuinely thankful that they had managed to meet a nice Dalki. Possibly the only nice Dalki in the whole universe. For now, I think it's best if we all continue our training, Quinn said. I know Edward's not here, but that's all we can do until the day. We will wait for him to come back, and if he doesn't, we will leave here in the next 2 days. With that said, Timmy went off to have a look at the Mistability book. Peter and Quinn reminded together as they would use each other as sparring partners, while the other 3 boys would be heading to the research lab together. Logan, before you go, take this, Quinn said as he handed him a small-looking bright red crystal. It's something called a blood crystal. It's meant to hold great power, like that of a beast crystal, but instead, it comes from a vampire. Why are you giving me this? Logan replied. Do you wish for me to create a weapon for you? No, apparently the crystal is too weak for something like that, and whatever you made would be weaker than my current weapon. So I thought maybe you would want to do some research and find a better use out of it than me, said Quinn. You always do seem to bring me some interesting things. There was a lot of work for Logan to do on his end in the next 2 days. He needed to find out information about the Dalki, have a look at the red blood pills, and now he also needed to look at the blood crystal. But he wasn't one to shy away from work. Instead, he was getting excited at the thought of pulling a couple of all-nighters figuring everything out. This trip was defiantly not wasted at all, and he was glad he had joined Quinn and his group on this task. When eventually everyone had left the room, only the 2 girls and Peter was left standing by Quinn's side. They started to walk over, and Peter dreaded what they were about to ask. Quinn, can we talk to you about something? Layla asked, looking towards CIA. This was a conversation Quinn wanted to avoid, but knew he couldn't keep running away from. It was better to deal with it now than before. Quinn, CIA started off the conversation. I'm not angry at you. Well, not angry anymore, that is. I understand why you did what you did. To protect your friends, to protect everyone and your secret. Layla told me everything. What I wanted to ask. Is there any way for me to have my memories returned? And hear me out before you say no. Maybe there isn't a way now, but I just want you to try. Think about it from my perspective, please, and if you think I'll change when I have my memories back, I won't. You can trust me and I can prove it. I heard from Layla that vampires that are created from someone can't go against their leader, they can't attack them or go against their order. So I want you to turn me into a vampire. To prove that I won't betray you. Can you do all that for me? CIA asked. The suggestion by CIA that had been made was quite honestly one Quinn never thought about. He had always seen CIA as an outsider, even before all of this happened. Unlike the others, she hadn't known his secret and kept it hidden amongst them. So there was no bond, no time spent together, and she was right, there was no trust. In fact, he was the only one that didn't even want CIA on this trip in the first place, but he had to admit the suggestion itself that was made wasn't a bad one. However, the main reason why he was thinking this was a selfish one. Quinn was busy thinking about his quest, the quest to become a leader. Most likely completing that quest would come with several rewards, and one of them was to have 10 people in the cursed family. So far, there was Layla, Peter, and Leo, which was 3 out of 10. Honestly, to complete this quest, he didn't know who he would turn as there were a few downsides into turning people. The first was not knowing what they would turn into. There were many different options, and some had major downsides such as Peter turning into a ghoul. The second reason was the loss of ability, and this was why he had never even thought about making the suggestion to both Logan and Vorden. Their abilities were strong and useful. More times than one if they didn't have them, they would have been dead by now. And even Layla was yet to find a new ability for herself after losing the last one. The important thing before any of this was, could he even return her memories? System. Is there a way for CIA to have her memories returned? Quinn asked. Through an action of yourself or through her own actions, it is indeed an impossible task. The system replied. But it is not impossible. One of the leader's vampire abilities might be able to help you see, but I'm not sure if the ability remains the same, or if she is still the leader. At the same time, I very much doubt they would ever help a human. It sounded like a long and complicated process and nearly impossible. They were just about to go against the whole vampire structure and community, and that included the leaders. After these events, if they made it out alive, Quinn very much doubted that any of the leaders would be willing to help them. Looking at CIA's face, Quinn was at a mix of what to tell her. Maybe the system's way wasn't the only way, and her memories could return eventually. This way, he would also have a strong ally. I'll think about it. It isn't a no, but it isn't a yes. I promise I'll let you know by the end of the day, Quinn said, as he knew he needed to make a decision quite fast. Thank you, CIA politely replied as she went away with Layla. There were more than enough rooms in the castle for everyone to get a good night's sleep. But before they could enjoy the nice, relaxing, comfy, soft beds, they were all busy doing their own things. Quinn and Peter were busy training away in the reception area. With Edward gone, they felt like it was possible that there could be vampires on the outside keeping an eye on them, and for now the safest place was the castle, where the only people who knew the combination to the circle lock were Peter, Quinn, and Edward himself. As for the two girls, Layla tried to fill her in with more detail about what had happened in her past, including things about Pure. Timmy, he was worried about Edward, wondering why he hadn't come back yet. What will I do? Timmy thought. He didn't really know the others well, and although he had agreed to follow the 10th, what they were planning to do, it was too much of a big step for him. Quinn had told Timmy he didn't expect him to do anything. Just telling them where to go, and being their guide was helpful enough. He looked at the book in his hands that was given by Edward. For once he had the chance to gain power, to be stronger than some of the other vampires. What was the point if he had this power? Who was he getting stronger for? For the other vampire leaders? Still, undecided with what he would do, Timmy knew he wouldn't waste this opportunity and open the book. He wouldn't waste the gift and learn the ability given by Edward. The ones that were busiest though was Logan, and the two boys. Having taken a blood sample from Borden, he was trying to see if the details matched up with the green liquid he had created. It wouldn't take long for him to find out the results, and after a short while he had his answer. It was me. I somehow gave the information that was needed to create the Dalki. Logan thought. It wasn't just a small match, but a complete match. It was clear in Logan's mind that the information he had inputted into the machine was shared somewhere and it led to the creation of the Dalki. The question was why? Why was the machine set up in the 10th castle this way? Quinn's system had an AI that was created by the 10th leader. The 10th leader had a lab that shared information from the sound of it to the original lab they first arrived at that belonged to Richard Eno. Where the 10th leader and Richard Eno somehow related, were they doing experiments on vampires, Dalkis, and humans? Or was the Dalki a complete man-made creation? Perhaps a vampire creation would be the more accurate term. It was clear, though, somehow the 10th leader was involved in Richard Eno. They could even possibly be the same person. So many theories were running through Logan's head, and he didn't have all the answers. He wanted to talk to Quinn about it, but now was not the right time. He had too much on his plate with the rescue mission. But as long as the rescue mission was a success and they were able to get out of here alive, then Logan and Quinn needed to have a serious talk. Not wanting to scare the other two, Logan moved on to look at the pills and blood crystals. While doing this, Vorden was busy talking away to Borden. The two of them seemed to be getting on quite well, and Vorden was telling him everything that had happened at school. how he had met Quinn and what they were doing here so far, how they were here to rescue a friend. "Wow, it sounds like you have been through a lot," Borden said. "Well, a friend of my brother is a friend of mine. If you need any help, I'll take them out with this fist of mine," flexing his muscle, which incredibly bulged in a matter of seconds. It had become so lean it looked like there wasn't an ounce of fat on him. "But I have to ask?" Borden said. "This whole time you have talked about Quinn, your friends, and the others, but what about you? I want to know more about you. Don't you have a family or a past?" Hearing this question, it had been a while since anyone had asked him about his family. It was a subject that he would avoid at all cost. That situation is probably even more complicated than the one we are in now. Maybe one day it will be resolved as well. I hope I can forget about all that and just continue hanging out with everybody like we are doing now. I know it sounds stupid, what we're doing is incredibly dangerous, but I just like being with everyone, Borden said with a smile on his face. "When you are ready, you can tell me, brother, and I will help you with that too," Borden replied. After looking at the pills and getting as much information as he could, it was getting late, and Logan's eyelids were feeling heavy. They felt like it was time to call it a night. He could find out information about the blood crystal tomorrow. Before going to sleep, Quinn decided to stop by and have a talk with the girls, and he was ready to give his answer. "I'm sorry, but right now, I can't turn you into a vampire," Quinn said. "First, I promise that I will look for a way to return your memories, and I think what you proposed is a fair deal. But it's too risky right now to turn you. We don't have time to figure out or deal with another problem if one does happen. On top of that, your ability is incredibly handy, especially for Borden. I think as you are right now it's best to stay the way you are. As I said, I think we have a deal, but let's do it after tomorrow." CIA couldn't really complain about the response, as it was exactly what she asked for. Maybe it would take a little while longer, but she knew they would have to deal with the current situation anyway. After a good night's rest, everyone continued to do the same as they had done yesterday. Everyone was kind of doing their own thing, but when all was said and done, once again they were to all meet in the dining room. "As Edward hasn't returned, it looks like we will have to do this without him," Quinn said. "It's finally time. The execution is tomorrow." Finally, it was the day of the execution. It was something that was meant to be a simple event, yet it had turned into a big deal and a grand spectacle. When a vampire was sentenced to death, it often was not done in public, yet this one was chosen to be done differently. And with it, it seemed like a problem after problem was occurring for the vampires. At first, they were unsure if these events and problems that were accruing were linked, but now many of them were sure about it, they had to be. Mukka, the ninth leader, had been personally guarding Fex's cell ever since the events of that day. Since then, there had not been any new incidents. What this also meant, though, was that there wasn't much chance for him to do an investigation into what happened. Usually, he would leave such tasks to his vampire knights, but they were dead. Still, he had made a promise to Silver that he would look after Fex, and that he surely did. The circle lock combination was inputted in and the door to the cell was open. "It is time," Mukka said. The execution was to take place in the plaza. It was a large open circular area that was able to be filled with an insane amount of people and could easily accommodate thousands of them. Around the edges, it was filled with shops aligned by the side. The vampire settlement was still just like any other town, where there would be restaurants and shops for entertainment and gifts. However, today all these places were empty, and the table and chairs that would usually be placed outside were put away. At one end of the large open area, a stage had been built. A large platform that was 2 meters off of the ground had been made just for the execution. The time of the execution was close, and the plaza was now filled with nearly every single vampire in the settlement. A space in front of the platform had been cleared, as vampires from the first family acted as guards, not allowing anyone to get within 20 meters of the stage. It looked more like a crowd of people at a concert as they all stared at the front. The public execution was a big deal for several reasons, and it was the reason for the high turnout of people. Rumor had spread of it being one of the direct descendants. Everyone knew it was Fex, but they didn't know what crime he had committed. It was only during the execution that it would be mentioned. The second reason was because the news about it had already spread, that all the leaders would be present. Not every vampire got to see what the leaders looked like, or would ever dream to see them in their lifetime. So this would be a grand opportunity for that. In the crowd of people, everyone was waiting excitedly, although there were some that looked more nervous than others, especially those from the 13th family. There had already been a few incidents in the crowd here and there that needed to be calmed down. Going through the crowd of people was a large-chested blonde woman. I can't seem to find her anywhere, Amy thought. Everyone in the whole school is here. I thought it would be easy to spot her. Where is she? Amy had been wandering around to see if she could find Layla anywhere, but so far she had no luck. She had enjoyed her time with Layla and was a little worried about her. She thought perhaps they could catch up after the execution was over. She continued to look around and eventually, she had run into a person that she wasn't really looking forward to seeing. Oh, it's you. I hate to ask this, but your pervy eyes might be better than mine. Have you seen Layla anywhere? Amy asked. Xander looked down at Amy. He didn't have a look of anger. He had a lot of time to reflect on his actions after everything had happened. And after losing 2 fights so close together, he thought that perhaps he had to work on self-improvement, rather than being so arrogant all the time. No, I haven't seen her, actually. And I haven't seen their little group that hangs around with her either. Oh, so you were trying to find her with your pervy eyes after all. Amy continued to tease Xander. She was one of the few people that could do this to him since they were childhood friends. What they didn't know was they weren't the only ones that were looking for the strange little group. Most of the students were stationed next to each other in the crowd. This was because they got on and talked with each other better, rather than staying with their parents. And standing by Xander and Amy's side was Frank and Snow. They too were looking around. Frank and Snow had sat next to Vorden during their time at school, and although they didn't talk much, they grew a respect for him, especially after showing Xander his place. They left with Timmy, right? Why can't I seem to find him either? While Amy was still twisting and turning her head, she saw a small quick black object that was shifting through the people. It was coming her way until it eventually hopped up and landed right in her chest. Hey, what the? Amy shouted. It quickly hopped off the bouncy objects and landed on top of a small boy's head. Sorry about that. My familiar, I don't know what got into him. And finally, there was one more boy in the group of students that was looking for someone else, that no one else was trying to find. It was Rokeen who had asked his familiar to see if he could spot Quinn anywhere. Not that he expected to find him, anyway. Don't worry, Frank said. No one can blame your little black friend here for hopping onto those. Amy was about to shout and complain, curse at the boys for being so inappropriate, but suddenly, the sound of the crowd talking and fumbling about was heard as people started to walk onto the stage. From left to right, one by one the leaders had entered, and following behind each of them was one of their vampire knights. First was Bryce Kane, leader of the first family. Second was Cindy Cha, leader of the second family. Third, Susan Toppy. Fourth, Jean Talone with Clark as his vampire knight. Fifth, Wendy Sunny. Sixth, Vadine Muscat. Seventh, Kyle Dawn. Eighth, Jill Snacker. There was no sign of the ninth leader Muka, as he was sent to get the prisoner. As for the 10th leader, in replacement they had Edward Eno, and there was no vampire knight by his side, he was all on his own. The 11th leader was next, David Scudder, the 12th leader Prima Kilton, and finally the last to enter was the 13th leader, Lee Sanguis. Lee looked a bit sick. Vampires were usually pale, but he was beyond this, and his eyes had deep bags under them. Many thought that Lee was heartless for what he had done to his own son. He hadn't even questioned the order that had been given, nor did he try to fight it. But seeing him now, it was clear the whole event was taking a toll on him. Right behind him was the vampire Knight Silver. As she walked on to the stage, she had a fierce look on her face and her eyes. Whereas Lee had the eyes of someone who had given up and lost hope, Silver's were fighting eyes. Everyone looked at the leaders in excitement, stepping on their tiptoes and such, trying to get a better look. These were the people who were in charge of them, the ones who they were aiming to please. The only shame of the whole thing was it looked like the king wouldn't be present. But it was understandable, as many of them knew the king was currently weak, soon to pass on the throne. Nothing was said, as the leaders all stood there straight, with their knights in front of them. Silver was busy looking out onto the crowd, as if she was hoping to spot something, but even if they didn't come, she had already decided on what to do. Finally, out from the side, Mukka had arrived, and behind him were two guards, each of them holding a heavy chain in their hand that was connected to the prisoner who was in cuffs. The prisoner being Fex. Silver, seeing this, felt a little better, as the wounds that were on him before had compelled healed. "Thank you, Mukka," she said to herself, but even so, her anxiety was still increasing and the palms of her hands were sweating as the time was getting closer and closer. Finally, Fex was taken to the center of the stage in the middle of all the leaders, and then finally Bryce walked forward to the front of the stage. At the same time, a boy could be seen pushing through the crowd to the front, and eventually had reached the other students. "Oh, hey Timmy, there you are," Frank said. "Where are the others?" Timmy looked up at the stage and took a big gulp. "They will be here soon." As soon as Bryce headed to the front of the platform, he did his usual to silence the crowd. They were all still rowdy and excited, but with 3 clacks of his walking stick on the platform floor, it immediately got everyone to stop. With each hit, the sound somehow managed to be amplified. Even though they were outside, it sounded as if it echoed to the point where everyone in the whole crowd could hear the sound. "Today is the day that Fex Sanguis was born and came into this world, and today he shall be leaving it as well," Bryce said. The same effect was being produced by his voice as with the walking stick, and everyone could hear clearly. "The crimes he has committed are as follows: harboring and covering for an illegal, bringing in an illegal to our said world, covering and refusing to give information on the original vampire responsible, lying and withholding information to the leaders, planning to go against the Vampire Council." The last words Bryce had used were chosen carefully, but it was clear how others would interrupt it. They would see it as Fex being a traitor. It was saying it without having to say it. Hearing these words, Silver started to grind the back of her teeth. It wasn't true. All Fex was doing was covering for a friend. He had no intentions of anything like this happening. If the council had only decided to give him a light punishment, Silver would have never gone to Earth to inform his friends of what was happening. They would have never come here to try to save him, and none of the events happening would have happened. At least this was what Silver thought. But of course, they would pin everything that happened so far on Fex. It would never be the Great Council's fault. "We have found that the 13th family have nothing to do with his actions, so their name will not be tarnished. Fex will have his name removed, and he will no longer be part of the 13th family. However, this also means that his position will no longer be considered when deciding his punishment for his crime. So we have come to the hard decision of this action. He shall be executed by draining of the blood. A slit will be made from his neck, and his blood shall be kept and offered to another." Bryce then lifted up his cane and drew out his sword that was hidden within. It was a simple design. It was relatively thin and small, so it could fit within the cane itself. But going down the center of it was a thin red glowing line, indicating that it was a blood crystal weapon. Edward, who was stood behind the first, looked past him and out to the crowd. Yet the only person he could see was Timmy, whose forehead was now covered in sweat. "I guess they won't be coming after all. Perhaps they changed their mind once they saw that all the leaders were present. That is a good thing. I understand you want to save your friend, but risking the lives of many of your friends is simply not worth it. Live on and come back to your position when you are stronger and make them pay for what they have done. I hope I will still be around by then to see you bring the 10th family back up to its former glory," Edward thought. Just then, something could be felt moving past Timmy, like a gust of wind that made his hair flicker slightly, and with it a whisper. "Thank you." A whisper was heard in his ear, and what happened next shocked everyone. Suddenly, all the leaders felt something enter the empty platform space. They turned to look at the open area that was in front of them, but they could see nothing. However, their eyes started to glow fierce red, and the audience could feel the pressure. "What's going on?" Amy asked. "Did something happen?" "I don't know, but the bloodlust," Xander replied. "It's like they planned to kill someone." Then, Bryce started to burst out in laughter. How you think that silly trick would work on us? I guess the rumors were true, the Punisher is but a mere child. And to think I brought out all the leaders for a single person. When speaking, Bryce was looking in a specific direction, and so were the other leaders, but the crowd could still see nothing. I guess there is no use in hiding it anymore, a voice said. In the open space, out from thin air shadows started to flicker and disappear, and in its place, a boy wearing a demon-like mask could be seen. Quinn, Rokeen said. When he said he was coming to save someone, is this who he meant? But Quinn, what are you doing? You'll die fighting all of these. Quinn had used his shadow cloak to get this far past the crowd and the guards that were keeping the group back. He was now stood in the cleared-out 20-meter range and looking towards the platform. It was a shame that he was caught earlier than he thought, but it proved that the leaders were on another level compared to the other vampires. His shadow cloak hadn't fooled a single one. While standing there, he started to think of his conversation earlier at the dining table in the tense castle with the others. What? Layla shouted across the table. What do you mean you want to do this on your own? That will be impossible. You don't understand. A vampire leader's strength is far greater than even my own. I don't want any of you to die. Quinn replied. Quinn, I understand what you were saying, but we all knew what we were getting into when we joined. Vorden replied. It's impossible for you to do this on your own. Besides, I think you're underestimating us. We have survived this far, and we can survive this. Quinn, you are thinking of our survival, correct? Logan said. Then it's better for all of us to go together. When I was doing my research, it seems there is a strict number of vampires allowed in the settlement. By now they already know that there is a higher number of people than there should be. If this mission fails, then we're stuck here and we're all dead anyway. Higher chance of getting out there alive is if we all fight together. Fine, but only if we are stuck in a fight. If I can go in and take him away, then there is no need for you to show yourselves. As he was thinking about what was said before, Quinn was slightly frustrated. He had never expected all the leaders to be present at such a thing. Even the system was surprised. If he was to use his shadow cloak to get closer, then he planned to try to go in and out while Edward would fend off and fight against the others. It wasn't a good plan, but with how open and public the execution was, there wasn't much they could do. He was the fastest out of all of the group and had the best skill to hide. I don't know why you are so desperate to save this child, but I shall ruin your hopes here and now, Bryce said as he turned his back to Quinn and started to walk towards Fex on the platform. That was your plan? Edward thought. Did you not have something else? Wind Walk activated. Using all his speed and strength, and activating his boots, Quinn dashed forward hoping to reach the platform. His shadow was raised behind his shoulders, ready to move at any time to protect him. Seeing the shadow, some of the vampire leaders, although they didn't move, couldn't help but have some type of reaction to it. He really does have the Punisher's power. But is he the only one? A leader said. Let me deal with this. One of the vampire knights asked their Sith leader Vidine. It was a middle-aged man who wielded nothing but an ordinary sword in his hand. Please, show this fool the power of the Sixth family, Vidine replied, and let us get on with this execution so we can go home. Quinn had managed to move just 5 meters, and in that short amount of time a vampire had come and stood in his path. But he expected this, and he wasn't slowing down for anyone. He could tell the moment the vampire had made its move it was coming from the platform, and he had already started his motion by stomping his foot on the ground. The blood and chi were mixed in together, and he was already preparing one of his strongest attacks. Are you not going to go down there yourself, Vidine? Jean asked, the fourth leader. Ha! You make me laugh. That boy is nothing but a vampire noble. Have your senses been dulled? A vampire knight is enough to take that fool on. Vidine replied. The other vampires watching had the same thought in their minds, which was why they hadn't moved either. Do I have to remind you that he not only managed to get away from me, but also defeated my own vampire knight, Clark? And you are an embarrassment to us? Vidine replied. The vampire knight, with all its strength, swung down its sword, and the shadow on Quinn's back quickly moved into place, blocking the attack. "What's this? It won't move forward," the knight said. The sword attack had been successfully stopped, and even using all his strength it wouldn't move forward. This gave enough time for Quinn to prepare the last moments. This attack was strong enough to beat that General Duke. "So I'm sure it will be enough for someone like you." Flicking his arm back, his right fist came shooting out, mixing in the chi hammer strike and the blood spray, preforming the chi unfused blood hammer. The knight was fast enough to pull back his sword to block the attack, but it was useless. A loud bang was heard. The sound of the sword falling and hitting the floor several times was heard. From the stage, the leaders could see the demon mask and face of Quinn Cleary, for the top half of the vampire knight's body was missing. The vampire knight fell to the floor and was killed with a single attack. All of the leaders were now no longer looking at Quinn as a child, but an enemy to be feared. "Kill him," Bryce shouted. "A vampire knight has been defeated. Instant level up received. You are now level 26. Your stat point has been put into agility. You now have 44 agility points." Getting an instant level up for defeating the vampire knight proved that it wasn't meant to be an easy battle for Quinn. Two things had worked in his favor for the fight. The first being the fact that the vampire knight had underestimated his opponent. Never did he expect that an attack as powerful as the one Quinn had pulled would be used. Although the blood hammer attack was strong, there was a significant problem with it, and that was the fact that it took a long time for the attack to be used. Usually, Quinn would have never even had the chance to use it against an opponent of this level. The second thing that helped him aided this, it was that the knight had never gone against the shadow ability before. He was unaware of its unique traits, and as his attack was stopped, he was left confused. It gave Quinn enough time to prepare his attack. Initially, if his shadow wasn't fast or strong enough to block the attack, he decided he would just take the attack dead on, injuring himself but allowing him to perform a stronger attack of his own. Although the attack was successful, it did come with its drawbacks. When using chi with his attack, although more powerful, he realized it would use up far more stamina than regular attacks. It was really a move that could only be used once. Now that the others had seen it, they would be able to counter it or avoid it. What it didn't change was the fact that a vampire knight had been killed with a single hit. Never in their dreams did they think something like this was possible unless one was going up against a leader. Even Clark and Jean, who had faced him before, didn't know this would be the outcome. The one who was most surprised to see Quinn there was Fex. The whole time he had kept his head down in shame. He didn't want to see the faces of all the people in the crowd. The face of his sister or the face of his disjointed family members. So he thought he would keep his head down till the end. That was until a loud bang was heard. Caused Fex to look up for a brief second, and he saw the mask. The mask he had seen the first time he had ever met Quinn. Why? "What the hell are you doing here? Why did you come for me?" Fex thought, and in nearly an instant, uncontrollably tears started to roll down his cheeks from his eyes. From the crowd, another boy was having a similar reaction seeing Quinn. "Quinn, how are you so strong?" Rokeen said from the sides, but his words didn't go unnoticed. As Timmy, Amy, Xander and Frank, who were standing nearby, had heard what he blurted out. Still, they decided to remain silent and let things play out because it looked as if things were soon going to be moving at a fast pace and they would have their answers soon. "Kill him, kill the Punisher now. I'll handle the execution," Bryce said. At that moment, the leaders and their vampires knights moved off the stage and were ready for battle. However, something strange had occurred. "What are you doing? You go out there and get him now," Bryce demanded to the ones that had reminded on stage. "There is no need for us to get involved," Muka replied. "We are free to do as we wish, and we wish to stay here. We are not aiding the Punisher in any way, so you cannot punish us for this." The crowd looked in confusion. They understood that the so-called person was here to try to save Fex. But what they didn't understand was why nearly half of the leaders had chosen to stay on top of the platform and not follow the first leader's orders. What is going on here? Did the other leaders decide this in secret beforehand? Edward thought, as even he didn't understand. Left on the stage was Muka, the 9th leader, Jean, the 4th leader, Sunny the 5th leader, Cindy Cha the 2nd leader, David Scudder the 11th leader, and finally Lee the 13th leader. With them, each of their vampire knights also stood by their side. But of course, Edward was still on his own. While all the other leaders and the vampire knights had gone down to attack Quinn. Seeing this, Edward quickly too went off the stage and followed. His loyalty always lied with saving the 10th leader and not Fex. His sole purpose in all of this would be seeing that Quinn came out of this whole thing alive. Fool, what can a single person do? Bryce said, looking at him. And you are all fools. You think this protest will stop anything. You said you won't hinder me in any way. Correct? Then fine, I shall deal with the prisoner myself. Walking towards Fex, he still had his blade out. Rather than draining him of his blood, that would give a chance for these fools to save him. Bryce thought, so he would finish it with a single strike. Suddenly though, he felt a heavy weight around his leg. It started to yank him backwards. He quickly swung his blade, cutting whatever was at his leg. But several more began to wrap around his body. When looking closely, he could see that they were red lines of thread. You came, and you are here to save him. How can I stand here and do nothing when my brother needs me? Silver said. Now you have gone and done it, Bryce replied. This is different from protesting and not acting. I will kill you on the spot. Walking back towards Silver, the threads were being cut and falling to the floor. Not a single one was reaching him. But the strange thing was, he hadn't even moved the blade in his hand. It was like there was an invisible force field that would break anything that came close to him. Silver tried her best. But she knew there wasn't much she could do against a vampire leader, especially the first leader. She felt like she needed to act. If she didn't and allowed her brother to be killed while his friends were trying to save his life, what type of sister would she be? Looking into her brother's eyes, she could see the concerned and scared look on his face. Brother, you made my life fun, she said. Lifting his blade, he was ready to slice down Silver, and soon he would do the same to her brother. She didn't close her eyes, for the last thing she wanted to see before her death was her brother's face. Silver! Fex yelled at the top of his lungs. The sword was swung down, and a red could be seen coming into her eyes. Red, a red thread, she said. It was a thread like her own, but one that was able to stop the blade. I will not allow you to kill my family, a thick stern voice from her side said. As she turned her head, one of the people she least expected to come to her aid was there. Her father, Lee, the 13th leader. Lee, I thought you were a man of the law. I respected you for knowing how to separate personal matters for the sake of the community. I see I was wrong about you, Bryce said. Go, Lee shouted. Go and help the Punisher boy. You will only get in the way here. I will bring back Fex safe and sound to us. Listening to her father's words, she rushed off the stage, not before looking back at her father, proud. Quinn, in the open area, could see all of the vampires in front of him, but just like with Jean before, they were a little hesitant to charge in, especially after they had seen what he had done. Even Quinn was confused by what was happening on stage. You killed my vampire knight. I shall spread your blood all over that platform with your friend, Vadine said in anger. Then, a small smile appeared on Quinn's face. He was surprised by how many leaders he had managed to get off the stage for a single person. When choosing who would be the decoy and who would be the savior, the group had a choice out of two people. For there was one more person who was even faster than Quinn himself in the group. Leaping from the crowd, up in the air, all the leaders witnessed something above them. The next second it had come landing down on the platform straight in front of Fex, a little away from where Lee and Bryce were busy fighting. Fex, looking at who was in front of him, was a little confused. Vorden, Fex said. Close, I'm his brother Borden. It was the new addition to the group. He had scales running up his face and down his arm, and on his back were the two spikes on display. Borden grabbed onto the chains that held Fex down, and pulled with all his strength. It wasn't as easy as it looked as his muscles started to budge and tense up. The veins all over his body could be seen. The black material was as hard as glathrium, but that didn't matter, for soon the chains had snapped and were broken off. Fex was finally free. He broke the chains. A human was strong enough to break the chains. Someone from the crowd shouted out. Human? What do you mean? Can't you see it has spikes on its back? That's a humanoid beast. But why would a beast try to save Fex? Why would a human try to save Fex? The discussion amongst the people was rabid, as they were in shock. Mainly because they had just seen a teenage boy using his brute strength to break apart the solid black material. The material wasn't impossible to break. Otherwise, they would have never been able to use it in the first place to build their structures. But for many, they could say it was the first time that they had seen someone tear it apart like that with their bare hands. This led to confusion of what exactly had come to the help of the others. What the hell is that thing doing here? Bryce said as he saw the figure. Answer me, Lee. Is your family working with them? A strike came down from his blade, and Lee had managed to move out of the way. He then quickly covered himself in the red string. Shortly after the first attack, several more clangs were heard even though Bryce's sword was no longer moving. I have no clue. I don't know why that thing is here. They shouldn't even know of this place, Lee shouted back. But no matter what Lee would say, it was clear that Adalki was helping his son to break free. So his words weren't going to be very convincing. Edward, who was equally in shock at what help had come to arrive, didn't have time to think why. Instead he shouted from below. Take him away, Leave. We can't fight this many with just us. He shouted. It was true. If they were to include all of the vampire leaders along with their vampire knights and the first leader, there was a total of 11 incredibly strong vampires they had to face. While on their side there was Silver, Edward, Lee, Quinn, and Borden. They were outnumbered and outmatched. The other leaders, although they chose not to take part in the fight, it didn't look like they were going to help either, no matter what the situation was. You heard him, Borden said with a smile. Let's get out of here. Opening up his arms, Borden proceeded to give Fex a large bear hug. He then squatted down on the floor as he was about to make his way out of the place with a large jump. You should leave too, Quinn, Edward said. Don't worry about Silver and me. We won't let them kill us that easily. Quinn hated the fact that there wasn't much he could do to help. But he was right. Even if the others who were still waiting were to come in and join the fight, there was still a high chance they would die. They had managed to get what they were aiming for. There was no longer a reason for them to stay. Clenching his jaw tightly, he decided it was the only thing they could do. You really think I'm going to let them get away that easily, huh? Bryce said. Releasing the strength in Borden's thighs, he managed to leap up high with Fex in his hand. It was amazing the height they had gained from a single jump. It was almost as if the Dalki was some type of superhuman. Activate the blood dome, Bryce shouted. Out from the crowd of people, several vampire guards stepped off to the side and formed a circle around the entire plaza. Each one of them then raised their hands, and red aura seemed to seep out from them. There seemed to be around 200 vampires, all working at once to create a dome of blood around the entire area. The black sky was soon tinted with a red, and eventually, it was starting to go over where Borden and Fex were heading. Borden didn't know what the blood dome was, but he had a bad feeling about it. Not wanting to touch the dome, he relied on his fist and punched towards the ground. The power shifted his weight forward. They were now no longer going up but now heading back down to where Quinn and the others were. You madman! You would sacrifice your own men's life force for something like this, Mukka shouted from the sides. You are not fit to be king. I wouldn't even say you are fit to be a leader at this point. Shut your mouth, Bryce shouted back. They all know what it does, they know the price, they are not doing this against their will. They understand that this is an important matter for us all. The crowd that was surrounded by the dome, they too were a little confused by what was happening. It was something many of them had never seen before. What is this? One of the vampires said as they reached out their hand to touch the wall. Don't touch it, an elder vampire said. But it was too late. The second his fingers had crazed the outer edge of the wall, the vampire could feel its life force being drained into the wall itself. The man's appearance started to change. His skin became dry and tight. He looked dehydrated almost. Blood! Please give me blood! The vampire cried out, but soon he had collapsed to the floor, shrilled up and no longer speaking. Is there a way to get rid of that thing? Quinn asked. Once the blood dome has been created, the only way to get rid of it is to defeat all 200 men that were used to create it. Edward replied. And I'm afraid if Bryce has already gone this far, he probably has more men waiting to replace them throughout the city. Hearing this meant one thing: they now had no choice but to fight. Two of the leaders moved in. It was at a speed that was too great for Quinn. At least at this very moment, while his attention and focus were split. He had been looking at all of the vampires, waiting for the right one to make their move, so he was unable to react to the two that moved in. Edward, using his mist, he managed to alter the vampire's path and move them off to the side. You will not touch the boy, Edward said. Oh, Edward, you are but a mere fallen knight. Whatever do you think you can do against me? His opponent was the 12 leader Prima Kilton. As for his weapons of choice, it was a rapier. A weapon that focused on speed. The way he was dressed, the way he spoke, it was filled with class. His hair was straight and dangled by his side, and he wore bright golden armor. As for his face, he was a handsome, clean-shaven young man, although this was the age and appearance he chose to show others. As for the other leader that charged ahead, Silver had rolled off to the side, and at the last second had managed to attach her red strings to the weapon. It was aiming straight for Quinn's head, and she had yanked it to the side, throwing the needle-like weapon off to the side and allowing it to pierce into the ground. Oh, Silver, Silver, you don't know how much I have been waiting for this day, the girl said as she chose to completely ignore her original target and decided to go straight for Silver, who had interrupted her. Do you know how many times a day I have to hear my beauty being compared to yours? Silver continued to deflect the attacks, but her strength was far stronger than her own. After all, she was going up against the third leader, Susan Topper, a beauty by many people's standards, but she didn't have the personality to go with it. Silver had successfully managed to get her red thread around Susan's needle again. Still, this time, using brute force, she continued to make a thrusting action as it aimed right for Silver's belly. Whatever it took, Silver just needed to make sure that the needle didn't deal a fatal blow. When looking at the needle carefully, even more red thread from the side seemed to wrap around it. The external force from the side had moved the needle ever so slightly, allowing the needle to only make a small graze across Silver's stomach, breaking her clothes and leaving a small scratch. Damn it! I was so close, Susan shouted. Don't think you can kill my sister so easily, said Fex. With Fex going to help his sister out, it left Borden and Quinn alone to face off against the remaining 3 vampire leaders and 5 vampire knights. Well, I can tell this might be quite the difficult one with just the 2 of us, Borden said. But I like a challenge. The spikes on Borden's back were tingling, although he knew he should have felt scared. Instead, he felt excited at the thought that he could die during this fight. If all of the vampires were to charge in at the same time, their attacks would get in the way of one another. So instead, the 8th leader, using her abilities, was in charge of instructing them all. She had ordered for the vampire knights to go in first, and the leaders following them closely behind. Remember, do not underestimate these 2. We have seen their power already, the 8th leader Jill said, using her telepathic ability. As they all charged in, Quinn was trying to decide which attacks to stop, and which ones he should prioritize in attacking first. He understood why Edward had sent him on that training, to learn how to deal with multiple opponents at once, but this wasn't the same at all. However, the vampire knights' advance were quickly stopped. A black ball came out, hitting the one out front, wrapping chains around them and pinning the first one to the ground. Soon after, and a blue ghost-like spirit spear was thrown into the person as well. Out from the side, running out from the crowd, a white and black sword was seen clashing against another knight's spear, and finally, what looked like a suited-up human-sized mech came out at the speed of light. In its hand, it held a red shining energy blade that had sliced one of the knight's shields in half. Layla and all her friends. What are they doing out there? Amy shouted, surprised. As promised, if it was to come to a fight, then they would join the battle and do everything in their power to win. Look, even more people have joined in the fight, a vampire said. Hey, aren't those the guys that were in our class? Another replied. Yeah, I think you're right, I recognize the one that beat Xander. Usually, a comment like that would have annoyed Xander, but he was carefully watching everything that was going on. So, it looks like you weren't a normal student after all. No wonder you were able to beat me, Xander thought, looking at the group. It was something he told himself, making him feel a little better as he looked at Vorden. As for Amy, she was by his side and deeply concerned about Layla. She knew her skills, and at the start of their classes they weren't exactly great. Even if she did improve quickly, there was no way she was ready to fight against vampire knights and leaders. Who are these people you've gotten yourself involved in? Please just be safe, Amy prayed. While the group had 3 of the vampire knights busy, there was still 2 more on the way, and with it, 1 more person had emerged from the crowd. When Xander saw this person, shivers were sent through his body as bad memories of him being beaten were starting to surface. At a great speed, Peter had come out throwing a fist out at one of the vampire knights who had no weapon on his body. It was fast and unexpected, but the knight was able to react in time, twisting his body and grabbing Peter's fist. However, the power was far stronger than the knight thought, and the punch carried immense power, enough to completely shatter and break the knight's wrist. The bone had pierced through the skin, and his hand was dangling by the skin. Sorry, I'm a little late. I was preparing something, Peter said as 2 more vampires came out from the crowd and headed to confront the remaining knight. The reason why Peter had taken a little longer than the others was because he was busy dealing with 2 guards to obtain himself 2 lesser whites. Oh, a strong one, the knight said. The knight wore a hood that was covering his head. In the process of taking it off, a bald-headed, thin, pale-skinned individual could be seen, but what was even more impressive was that his wrist had already healed. It's my first time fighting against a white like myself, the knight said. Let's see if I can make one of your friends into a faithful minion of mine. The 2 of them rushed forward, both throwing a fist. It would be a battle of strength for this clash. Idiot, a white's power is based on their creator's power, and I am under a vampire leader. You are no match for me, the knight shouted, but Peter didn't let that faze him. When the 2 fists collided, for a second it was as if they both stopped midair, but eventually, there was a clear winner. As the knuckles on Peter's hand started to cave in, and the bone inside his forearm started to shatter. Looks like this is going to be an easy fight, the knight said. Although the 5 vampire knights had been temporarily stopped, there were still 3 more leaders heading straight for Quinn, and by his side, he only had Borden for help. Quinn, stay behind me. They're after you, and I can take a few hits, Borden said with a smile. The vampire knight that was fastest was Kyle Dawn, the 7th leader. Covering his eyes, he had a pair of sunglasses on, which seemed a bit odd considering it was always dark in the vampire world, but it suited the black leather clothing he was wearing. You think a mere 2 spike is enough to deal with a leader? Kyle said. Yeah, we were surprised to see you here, but we were never afraid of you. For someone like yourself who excels in physical strength, we have plenty of options. Swiping his hand, Kyle had thrown out a blood swipe, but he did so with both hands, creating a cross-like shape. Borden, not knowing what the attack was, covered himself, raising his forearms in a cross of his own. When the attack hit him, it had sent him back skidding across the floor but not falling over. The red aura was soon piercing his tough skin and muscles. The attack started to pierce deeper into himself, while he was continued to be pushed back bit by the attack. More blood was being drawn. The green liquid could be seen falling to the ground. At the same time, the spikes on his back were starting to shake in response to this. The same energy when he was injured by Quinn as last time entered his body, and using that newfound energy, he threw his arms out, and with it, the red aura was shattered. Not too bad, am I? Borden said, smiling. Ha ha. Kyle started laughing. Do you know the blood swipe is the most basic and weakest skill a vampire has? And look at you, you're already so hurt by it already. That just makes this fight even better, Borden replied. Die! A loud voice shouted as it ran past Kyle. I'll kill you for embarrassing me and killing my vampire knight, Van Deen said, hurling a spear-like weapon towards Quinn. Thankfully, he was prepared and was able to use his shadow in time. like a bull charging at him. Quinn wrapped his shadow around the spear and blocked the attack, but the red tint at the end of the spear showed it was a blood weapon. Not taking any chances rather than spreading the shadow thin, Quinn opted to wrap the spear completely in the shadow, stopping its power. If he had used part of his shadow, there was a good chance it would have caused more damage to the shadow and would have taken more of his MC points. "There's more than one, you know?" a soft female voice said. On Quinn's back, a sharp shooting pain was felt as his body was hurled off to the side and sent skidding across the floor. He bounced a couple of times before eventually coming to a stop. In a single kick, there was such power. 80/100 HP. Although Quinn was able to block one of the attacks with his shadow, he was unable to block two, especially from two leaders. It felt like it would nearly be impossible for him to fight two on his own. On top of all this, Quinn's attention was focused elsewhere. The person who had kicked Quinn from behind was the 8th leader, Jill. Usually, when Jill was to walk up or face an opponent, all of their attention would be on her. If one was fighting a vampire leader, they would have to focus on the threat in front of them. Instead, Quinn wasn't looking at her at all. He was scared but not scared of her. When she looked into his eyes, she could see he was staring off into a different direction. "Oh, so you're more concerned about them than you are me, is that right?" Jill said. She could see that Quinn was looking at the two girls who were on the battlefield. Quinn was worried because out of everyone on the field, they were the weakest. CIA and Layla. They were support-type fighters who both fought from far range, so even with the two of them, it was even more than difficult when going up against the Vampire Knight. Thankfully, with the use of CIA's spirit ability and Layla chains, they could continuously slow down the Knight, not getting hurt but not doing much damage either. Jill suddenly stopped walking towards Quinn, and instead changed her direction as she started to walk towards the girls. "What are you doing?" Quinn shouted, picking himself off the floor. "Stay down, you filthy dog," Vadine said as he stabbed his spear into Quinn's right shoulder, pinning him to the ground. 50/100 HP. "Watch as your friends die. You could have just let Fex die, but now all of them will. Just like you killed my vampire knight in front of my eyes, she is going to do the same." The girls already had their hands full with the vampire knight, that they hadn't even seen what was coming next. Suddenly, right next to CIA, the female vampire, wearing a red dress with a slit up her leg, appeared. "You have quite the annoying ability. I'll deal with you first," Jill said. Before she knew it, a fist was plunged deep into her stomach. "Is this the end?" CIA thought, but something strange had happened. She felt no pain at all. Was it the adrenaline? While in her thoughts, a scream of pain was heard, and when turning to look, she could see it had come from Layla, who was bent hurled over, and on the floor was a pool of blood. When CIA looked down at her stomach, there was no wound, and instead, a strange like portal space surrounding her was there, where the wound would be. "Ahania, what a brave thing to do," Jill said. "I never expected someone to use the link skill like this." Before the two girls had entered the fighting area, Layla had cast a spell. It was one of her other skills. She didn't say much to CIA, just that it would protect her. But CIA never expected this. All wounds that CIA would receive would instead go to Layla. The reason she had done this was because Layla was still a subclass vampire. Yes, she didn't have super strength or the speed, but she still healed and could survive more fatal wounds than a regular human like CIA. Still, she never expected to receive such a wound like this one. Seeing that Layla was suffering and in pain, the Vampire Knight was finally free-formed the spiritual chains and decided to charge in, planning to finish her, killing her there and then. The knight, close enough, had swung his hardened claw, throwing a single line of the blood swipe. It was large and powerful. If it touched Layla anywhere, it would slice her in half. But there was no chance for that to even happen, as 3 blood swipes from the side had come out, hitting the single large swipe. It wasn't enough to shatter it, but it had hit it enough to the point where the course of the attack had been altered. Looking at who the next person was that intervened, Amy soon noticed that someone was no longer standing next to her. "Xander, what the hell are you doing out there?" she cried. Xander, now standing in front of Layla's body, had his eyebrows furrowed, and his fist clenched. I will not let anyone harm the women I love, Xander declared. When I met you, I was serious about going out with you. I won't let them hurt you. Arg. But soon, everyone on the field was interrupted by the cries of a single boy. They weren't cries of pain or such, but instead, they were cries of anger. Looking at the blood surrounding Layla and seeing the pool of blood only getting bigger, something started to boil up inside Quinn. Something he had never felt before. This strange, deep, dark anger. I only wanted to save one person. Why? Why? Quinn shouted. I'll make you pay for this. I'll kill you all. Is that your wish? A deep, dark voice inside Quinn said. Yes. I want them all dead, Quinn replied. At that moment, a dark black portal opened behind Jill, who still had her hand lodged deep into CIA, and out stepped Quinn's familiar, the Bone Claw, off in the distance at the very top of the king's castle. Two men could be seen standing outside on a balcony top. They were looking out off in the distance where the large red blood dome could be seen. Were you informed that the blood dome would be used? One of the men asked. No. Have things gotten so bad that it needed to be used? I suppose this is Bryce's doing. He has been doing things on his own lately more often than not. Although I can't say he has ever made a decision that has affected the vampire settlement in a bad light. If anything, that man truly cares about this place. Perhaps a bit too much. The other man turned his head and looked through the two large curtains that showed the outline of a large bed. Should we inform him of this? Suddenly, the bed's shadow changed as a large figure could be seen behind it. A light in the room was making it so the shadow upon the curtain was far darker. It looks like he already knows. Let's prepare ourselves. Stepping out from a misty black portal, a large menacing creature with long dangly finger-like claws had appeared. Just looking at the creature, the people watching in the audience were frightened. It was clear it was something to be feared, and judging by the reaction of the other leaders, they were right. Lee was huffing and panting and was now down on one knee. He had several cuts all over his body and rips in his clothes, while Bryce didn't have a single mark on him. It was clear even between two leaders there were some stronger than others, but Lee was nowhere near done giving up. However, Bryce hadn't kept his eye on the main target. Perhaps for others they thought it was the prisoner Fex, but for Bryce, his target had always been the Punisher child. When glancing over in his direction, the creature was seen. How? There hasn't been a bone claw seen in hundreds of years. How did that damn child manage to get his hands on one? Bryce said, shocked. I thought they were meant to be picky about their users. If the rumors are true, then why did it pick him? What's so special about that boy? Clark, seeing the bone claw for the first time, had become excited. He wished he could get in closer to examine it, to have a look at it, but he knew that his leader Jean wasn't moving. Then he wouldn't be moving either. Is this what you were talking about, Clark? Jean asked. Yes, sir. It is one of the strongest familiars known in existence. The only other person ever to have a hold of one before is said to be the first vampire king. Clark replied. When speaking, Clark made sure to say his words loud and clear. He wanted the other leaders to hear, to know just how amazing it was for a vampire to have one. As soon as the bone claw was out from its dark mist, with its hand it made a slash towards Jill. It was acting on the feeling of its master's desire, and right now, the one Quinn wanted dead most was her. She immediately pulled her hand out of CIA's body. At the same time, Layla finally felt like she could breathe, but the blood still kept pouring out. After letting go of CIA, she was able to flash step farther away, avoiding the strike. Where did it go? Jill thought, for when she looked up, the large creature was no longer there. The next second a piercing pain was felt in her back as the claw-like fingers ripped through her skin. Pulling away and turning to perform a kick of her own, she tried to hit the creature, but as if it was freely teleporting around, it was gone once again. Jill was considered one of the weaker leaders, but that was mainly due to her ability not being a combat one. She was still a leader, making her the rank of a vampire lord, so she was plenty strong to deal with nearly anything, but for the first time in a while she only felt fear. Everyone, release your familiars. Get rid of that bone claw as soon as possible, Bryce shouted. At once, the leaders that were in the fight did as they were told. Bats, hounds, gorillas, all looking abnormal creatures were summoned. It was a reminder to Quinn that the whole time the leaders still weren't going all out in their fights. Most of them had yet to use their abilities, and only now were they summoning their familiars. Quinn was still stuck on the ground with the spear in his shoulder looking at Layla. Although she was no longer being hurt by Jean through CIA, there still was the problem with her bleeding. There was an open wound on her stomach, as if she was the one that had been hit by Jill. He wanted to help but knew if he wanted to do anything, he needed to get rid of the leader first. With the bone claw now being busy, he had to do it himself. But then, another person from the crowd came running out. It was a blonde-haired female that Quinn didn't recognize. Layla, speak to me, Amy cried. She's lost so much blood. Is there anything you can do? Xander asked, feeling concerned as well. Layla, listen to me, you can hear me right, you need to evolve. I know it's hard, but you need to control your emotions so you can evolve. Your evolutions, I remember Paul said that they have a better healing ability. It's the only thing I can think of. Layla could hear what Amy was saying, but couldn't reply. She tried to concentrate, but it was hard for her to think of painful memories of the past. At that moment, CIA had come running over to her. Layla, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I wasn't paying attention. I didn't know the spell you cast on me would do that. She cried and cried. However, Layla didn't care for that, for with CIA there next to her, there was more dark fog over her body than she had ever seen before, something she could greatly use. While Vadine was distracted with his other hand, Quinn grabbed onto the spear. Infusing his chi, he activated his gauntlet skill, sending a shock through the pole, eventually traveling to Vadine. It had caused him to startle and lose his grip slightly. So next, using all of his strength, Quinn screamed and pushed the pole out of his shoulder while getting a safe distance away from Vadine. He looked over to the Bone Claw, who was now completely surrounded by several different types of creatures. They had all gone for him as they were asked. Quinn was worried, but he knew that the Bone Claw was unable to be killed. What Quinn was more worried about was when the Bone Claw died, all the other familiars would be free to attack them. They were already barely hanging on. To deal with even more enemies would be impossible. Should we summon our own familiars to help them? Sunny asked. You may do as you wish, Mukka replied. But I am staying put. If we do anything, then it's possible Bryce will use that against us. He may have disregarded some of the laws, but I have not, and I believe soon the judge will come to punish them all for their crimes. The judge, Jean thought. That was a word he hadn't heard in a long time, for recently the council would act as the so-called judges. I wouldn't worry so much. There is a reason why the Bone Claw is so feared and considered special, Clark said. He had only read about it through books and research, but he was hoping it wasn't wrong right now. The first to go attack the Bone Claw was a large bird-like familiar. It had a long thin beak that would act as a blade, and a large wingspan, allowing it to glide and fly up high. It circled the Bone Claw from above a couple of times before making its move. It dived down with its large 1-meter sharp beak, out like a torpedo heading downward. The Bone Claw stayed still, however, unfazed by all of the families in front of him. Hey, is it just me, or can you see some of the familiars shaking? Someone from the crowd asked, and when they looked closer, it was true. At first, they thought they were perhaps waiting for the right time to strike, but instead they were scared. The familiars, they come from the same universe and work with each other, Rokeen said, as he looked at his black rabbit in his hand. The same is for the Bone Claw, and in the familiar world, they have another name for him, the Undead King. Lifting its hand up, it managed to stop the bird familiar's attack, catching it right between its dangly fingers. Then with its other hand, a quick swipe that couldn't even be seen by most of the vampires were made. In an instant, the bird had puffed into mist. It was killed on the spot. So what, you're not the only one with a special familiar, Bryce said, as mist started to come from the palm of his hand, and down off the platform, his own was summoned. When it finally settled, the figure of a 3-headed hound could be seen. It started to walk over towards the bone claw, and the other familiars made way for the large three-headed dog. "You don't understand anything. That won't work," Rokin said. He knew more about the familiar world than anything, mainly because he was able to communicate with animals due to his ability, and that included his own familiar. When the three-headed dog finally reached the bone claw, it started to kneel down, bowing its head, submitting to its master. The legendary three-headed dog was well known as a familiar between the leaders and the vampires watching from the crowd. There was a big celebration in the whole settlement when Bryce had managed to finally make it his. Yet, for some reason, such a strong and legendary creature was now bowing in front of another. This greatly angered Bryce. The vein on his forehead was bulging and looked as if it would pop at any second. "Out of my way!" Bryce shouted as he struck Lee between his neck and shoulder. Lee at this point was completely drained, but he still managed to make his own red thread just in time to block the attack. However, this time it was useless, as the sword had a new strength to it that it didn't before, and the blade sliced right through. The sword dug into him deeply, and a few seconds later he had fallen to the ground. Although he wasn't dead, he wasn't going to get back up. "Must I do everything myself?" Bryce said as he had walked off the platform. The beasts, including Bryce's, continued to shiver. They hadn't even turned around or taken their sight off of the bone claw. At that moment, the bone claw lifted its hand and spoke something. The words that were sounded were deep and in a language the others couldn't understand. "Yak bak gu taken na," the bone claw said, and suddenly, black mist started to appear as the familiars started to fade away and return to their masters. "Return to your masters and don't come out in my presence," Rokin said as he repeated the words said by the bone claw. The only one that was left was the three-headed dog. Although Bryce didn't know what was going on, it was clear that it would listen to him no longer. On his walk through his mind connection, he spoke to it several times, but there was no response. "Get out of here," he shouted, and the dog too started to disappear. The first leader swung its blade, releasing a blood swipe with it, but the bone claw simply teleported, and the next second it was by Bryce's side. It did its usual attack, swiping its long fingers. However, even though Bryce hadn't lifted up his sword, the sound of its claw hitting against something was heard, and its large hand was thrown back. Another attack was made from Bryce, but the bone claw teleported once again, appearing on his other side. "I can't believe it," Frank said. "How is a familiar able to go head-to-head with a vampire leader? I have to be dreaming. How is this possible?" But Rokin knew differently. From what the Black Rabbit, his own familiar, had told him, this wasn't just any regular familiar. While the Bone Claw and the First Leader were busy fighting, the battles on the field continued, and one of them was on a time limit. That was Logan. Logan, in his right hand, had a red beam of energy coming from his hand. He was using an energy blade, just like when he had fought against the King-tier beast, but this one was slightly different. Instead of using the beast crystal, Logan was using the blood crystal. After testing out the blood crystal, Logan had found out that the amount of power it held in comparison to the beast crystal was far greater. However, there was a major problem. Blood crystals, when used, wouldn't naturally charge back up again. They needed an outside source, that source being blood itself. Logan didn't know if it was the same if it was to be made into a blood weapon, but it meant when using it as an energy blade, although it would be stronger, it meant it would burn out faster as well. Thankfully, in his first attack, Logan was able to destroy the Vampire Knight's shield, his main weapon. Now he just needed to land a successful attack. He had chosen to use his speed suit, which had an aerodynamic design and didn't cover him in much armor. When choosing which suit to turn his spiders into, he had three choices: his power suit, his speed suit, and his defense suit. For this battle, he had chosen to go with the speed suit. The vampire's speed was far greater than a human's, and he thought it was the only chance he had at winning. Due to the weapon, he already had his power. But even with the suit's extra speed, Logan was finding it hard to get a clear hit on the Vampire Knight. It was clear that it was keeping its distance, especially after seeing what he had done to its shield. The Vampire Knight would return with attacks of its own, but it didn't seem to be trying so hard, as if it was waiting for something. As for these attacks with the speed suit, Logan was also able to avoid them, just not deal attacks of his own, and then finally the red beam of energy had gone out. "I was waiting for that," the Vampire Knight said. Seeing the raw power, the Vampire Knight was able to guess what was going on. Their senses were far greater than normal humans, and he could tell as time went on the energy that was being emitted was dimming and lessening. Over on the other side with Peter's battle, he wasn't faring much better either. The White was clearly stronger than him. The only plus side was thanks to Edward's training. He had avoided a blow to the head, using everything he could to protect himself. They didn't have much time to train, but the lesson was clear. Protect the head or you die. If he wanted to turn the tide of this fight, he would need the help of his two lesser Whites. But they too looked like they were nearly finished, as they were losing their battle against the Vampire Knight. "I'm sorry, Quinn, but I don't think I can win this one." Peter wasn't the only one that was struggling, with Amy and CIA looking after Layla, giving her time to focus. Everything was left to Xander. But who was he? For he was not a direct descendant, nor was he a vampire knight. He was a simple vampire, and he was meant to protect them from a vampire leader. It just all seemed to be impossible. Still, he would keep his promise and protect her. He gulped nervously, looking at his opponent. "Your missed ability is annoying, I will give you that," Prima said. "But once you figure it out, it's useless." Edward seemed to be down for the count as he was practically crawling on the floor now. He managed to use his energy to turn his head, wondering how the others were doing. He could then see Silver and Fex facing off against the other leader, and they too were covered in marks and looked like they would lose soon. "It looks like they will soon lose this fight," Jean said. "Apart from Bryce, the leaders haven't even used their abilities against their opponents. To be honest, they have surprised us many times in this fight. I didn't even expect them to push them this far. But there is a clear level difference in power." The other leaders standing on stage couldn't agree more. But Mukka, he was staring outside the dome now, looking outward, as if he was waiting for something or someone. As for Vorden, he had consumed all of the pills that were given to him by Borden. He now felt like a new person, and with his active skill using the white blade, he was moving faster than ever. The problem was just like with Logan, it just wasn't fast enough to match up with a vampire knight. He now had the strength to deal with possibly a standard vampire noble but not a knight. He was barely hanging on as he blocked spear attack after spear attack, but he was clearly being overwhelmed. Vorden wanted to switch with Ratton, but it was too difficult, he didn't even get a second of rest to do so. That way he could use CIA's ability to his advantage and possibly turn the tide. Left, right, swirl, duck, jump. He was doing everything he could do to avoid the attacks, and so far he hadn't been hit. Looking at the others, he could tell they needed his help. Even Borden, fighting against the Dalki leader, seemed to be struggling. Every so often, waves of power clashes could be felt coming from his right side, as he heard loud bangs. This was from the result of the fight between Borden and the vampire leader. If only I had abilities I could copy, I could help," he said in anger. There was no choice, he needed to change to Ratton and use the spirit spear. Some of the fights were quite close and the spear could change the tide. As Vorden switched for a brief millisecond, his mind was delayed, slowed down, and the vampire knight was skilled enough to recognize this. He thrust his spear as hard and fast as he could. At the last second, the switch had been made to Ratton and the look in Vorden's eyes had changed. Twisting his head, he did his best to avoid the spear, but it still had managed to graze his cheek. Doing so, blood had been drawn, and with it, the sweet smell had entered the battlefield. "What's that smell? It smells so sweet." Most of the vampires didn't have an initial reaction, but for the students who were stationed close and entreated in the fight, an urge in their body had started to overwhelm them. The students' eyes were starting to turn red. "He's a human." Just a small little graze on the cheek was enough to set off the sensitive nose of the vampires around them. It hadn't filled the whole dome, but it affected those that were closest, and the ones that were the students. They were most interested in seeing the leaders and were stationed near the front. At the same time, they were the most influenced by the smell. However, their reaction to the smell was just as surprising for the leaders who were fighting them. "We are being held back by mere humans," the vampire knight fighting against Vorden shouted. It was as if he was disgusted by the fact he wasn't able to finish someone off like this. The next second, the spirit spear had landed inside, hitting the vampire knight in the stomach. The MC cells were combined with Logan and CIA, creating a powerful spear, making him feel the effects greatly, and the energy was drained from him in an instant. "I'm not just some ordinary human," Ratton shouted in response as he threw down his black blade, chopping off one of the vampire knight's arms. "Ratton, I think we have another problem," Vorden said as the vampires that were being held back started to go into a frenzy. It was the same thing that had happened to Timmy. Some of them had their hands held up by their heads, trying to fight it, while others were allowing it to consume them. Although the guards were doing somewhat of a job of holding the students back, it didn't look like they would be able. Inside the crowd, Frank wasn't affected much by it, as every student was affected differently. Him and well as Rokeen were trying their best to stop the others. Direct descendants already had the training to combat things such as this. "We have to do something. The students will get hurt if they get caught up in that," Rokeen said as he looked at the fight continuing on. Borden had another big clash with the leader he was facing, and a strong shockwave was sent out again. If the students jumped in, they would just be hurt getting in the middle of all that. Timmy at the moment was unaffected by it all, due to him experiencing something like it last time. He was wondering if Edward would be able to do the same as before when he had been calmed down. But there were far too many, and it looked like Edward was badly hurt. He would be too concerned with the leader to be of help. "We will deal with this," a deep voice said. In front of them in mere seconds, the leaders that had remained on the platform until this point had finally made a move. "Haha, I knew you would act and betray us. Now I have an excuse to get rid of you all who was against us," Bryce said, as he blocked an incoming attack from the Bone Claw. The fight was still ongoing, and it looked like Bryce was slowly figuring it out. "If you really think that way, then you are a shortlisted fool," Cindy, the second leader, spoke. "The council, the vampire leaders, we all exist for the people, so it is our number one pointy to protect the people. We will not let them get involved in our own personal spat." The 4th, 5th, 9th, 11th and 2nd leaders' eyes started to glow red as they looked upon the crowd, and it was time for them to use a mass influence skill to calm them, and it seemed to be working. "The leaders are able to control this many?" Frank said. "I knew they were strong, but I didn't know they were this strong. If all the leaders really had participated in this fight, it would have been long over by now." With the sudden danger now settled, the others continued to do battle with great difficulty with their opponents, and that was the same for Quinn. He had been injured during the fight with the two leaders, but now there was only one in front of him. The anger that he had previously still hadn't settled inside him. Although his focus should have been on Vadine in front of him, it wasn't. He was still looking at Jill. "Layla still hasn't recovered, and that vampire doesn't exactly give me much hope," he thought, looking at Xander. "Your focus should be on me," Vandine said, charging in, but at the same time Jill had charged in towards Layla and the others. Xander relied upon his fist and threw it out, but it had hit nothing but air, and instead of going for him, she had decided to go for Layla. "I can feel the energy growing inside you. I know what you are planning to do, Hanya girl, and I won't let that happen." Getting past Xander was easy, as she had used a flash step, going past him and appearing in front of the two girls. "Oh!" Amy cried, but as soon as she had arrived, she had been hit by a strong, sharp blow and fell to the ground. It seemingly had come out of nowhere, and even though Amy was looking at Jill the whole time, she hadn't seen what could have possibly hit her. From where Quinn was standing, blood was dripping, falling on the ground. He had his hand held out like a gun, and one of his fingers was soaked in blood. It had completely shattered. Even parts of bone could be seen from the tip. Skill blood bullet. -20 HP. 30/100 HP. "You should be paying attention to me," Vadine shouted as he gave an uppercut to Quinn's face, throwing him up in the air. 20/100 HP. The whole time, Quinn was never concerned about his fight and was watching all of the others. He was waiting for the right chance to hit Jill, and it had come. Back at the castle, Quinn had tested out his blood bullet. There was a couple of blood packs that had been left for them in the castle form Edward. But there weren't many, as they would have to wait for a shipment from the main castle every once in a while. They would then deliver them to their people. The blood bullet, a skill that could only used 5 times in one day. It was a powerful skill that shot out as fast as a bullet, making it nearly impossible to avoid, and if Quinn was to add his chi to it, it would just make it that much stronger, and that's what he had done now. "Do you really not care if you die?" Vidine shouted, while on his way back down from the initial uppercut. He then proceeded with a kick, hitting Quinn again across the floor. His bones were broken, were being mangled, and he spat out blood from the strong, powerful blows. Maybe he couldn't defeat a leader, at least not in the state he was in, but if he had one regret, it was the fact that he wasn't able to use everything he had against them. Still, his friends were more important in this situation. 10/100 HP. Blood bank activated. 100 milliliters consumed. 60/100 HP. As soon as Quinn recovered and got up from the ground, he held out his hand, this time using a different finger to the first. Even the blood bank didn't seem to have completely healed the first injured finger. He used his other hand as support. Otherwise, his hand would jerk back too much. Blood bullet. 40/100 HP. This time the attack had hit the vampire knight that Logan was up against. The shot was aimed carefully at his knees, making the knight fall to the ground. "Quinn," Logan said as he looked at him. He was still injured all over, but was still worrying about everyone else. "You still chose to ignore me." Vidine didn't just want Quinn dead. He was far too angry for that and thought it was too light of a punishment. He wanted Quinn to suffer by seeing all his friends die. If he wanted to, he could have finished this battle long ago. This was why he had opted to just use his fists. Another punch, this time to the side of Quinn's rib. A cracking sound was heard, but stomping his foot down, Quinn refused to move. His hand was still out and aiming for someone else. 30/100 HP. "Fex, look out!" Silver shouted as she went to try to pull her brother back. But her legs were too heavy, and she could no longer move as fast as before. The needle was going right for Fex until... Blood bullet. 10/100 HP. The bullet had gone through the leader's hand, forcing her to drop the needle on the ground, and the fatal blow had been avoided. Blood bank activated. 100 milliliters of blood consumed. Blood bank is now empty. 60/100 HP. Idiot, Vidine said, as he threw out a kick again, hitting Quinn's left leg and crushing it in the process. It had bent and caused him to fall to the floor. 40/100 HP. The crowd and the other leaders started to look at the Punisher boy differently. It was memorizing. While he was getting a beat down by a leader, he continued to help all those that were around him. "He really cares about them," Sunny said. "It's as if we were looking at a vampire leader, protecting his people." Quinn, now being unable to move appropriately, was practically a sitting duck. He had helped others, but no one was able to help him. Stomping his foot on Quinn's other leg, it too was crushed to pieces. 20/100 HP. "I wish we could come and help you, but we can't," Muka said, frustrated with himself. And he wasn't the only one feeling this. Frank Rokeen too. A kick was made to Quinn's other side, breaking his ribs once again. 10/100 HP. Quinn was now finding it hard to breathe. With every breath he took, it was painful. He started to think back to how his life had changed to the point it had gotten to this situation. How many questions he had left unanswered. How stupid it was of him to think he could go against the vampire leaders. "You were right," Quinn said to the system. "I shouldn't have come here. You tried to warn me, and I didn't listen." The system didn't know what to say back. It too felt guilty for not trying hard enough to convince Quinn to not go through with this. But in the end, he was nothing but part of the system and couldn't go beyond his limits. Suddenly, Vidine stepped back. He jumped a few feet and was on guard. The others watching were confused, as Quinn hadn't moved a single inch, but it wasn't him that he was afraid of. It was his shadow. His shadow had suddenly spread out across the floor beneath him, making a large circle. Afraid that it might do something, Vidine stepped back, avoiding it. Is this? Jean looked at the skill, for he had seen it before. This was what he was worried about the last time he had fought the boy, and it looked like he had a good reason to be concerned. Out formed the large shadow that was surrounding Quinn on the floor. 3 figures could be seen rising from the shadow. The 2 were holding onto the man in the center, and finally the shadow stopped and they could be seen. Aaron and Leo, Logan shouted, stunned at how they were here. As for the man in the center, Logan had no clue who he was. Well. This place certainly looks the same, Arthur said with a smile. The sun was burning brightly as it usually did on the planet. There seemed to only ever be 4 types of weather here. Hot, very hot, wet or dry, and today was a scorching hot day. The large trees, plants and beasts enjoyed the weather all year round. But for some, it was torture. The shelter on the planet was located in a spot where it was surrounded by large trees, and the area had been cleared out in a circular fashion. It was designed this way to hide themselves from beasts as they had plenty of cover. The shelter wasn't a large one, with only a population of around 500 or so people. Still, today they were in a happier mood than usual. Most of the living areas, shops and so forth were located up high in the trees. Large round platforms were made that contained shops and living areas. Part of the inside of the tree would be used as well for more space and storage. If one needed to get between each platform, they would need to use the solid wide wooden bridges. The reason for their happy mood was for the first time, they were finally able to expand. They were starting to build on the ground floor, connecting all of the areas, from the bottom to the top. They mostly used part of the abandoned military base that was on the ground before, changing it into their style. The organizer of such a big project was Ruby, the leader of such an establishment. She had golden brown skin and her hair was braided down to her waist. She always had a strong air around her, and a certain confidence. There was a reason why people chose to follow her. That's it, bring it down slowly and just place it over there, Ruby said, as the people were building a type of lift to get from one place up to the other. They didn't have much of the technology that was back at Earth, and they currently had no known way to get back or travel to other planets. So for now, they had to make do with what they had. Hey, has anyone seen Minnie? Ruby asked as she looked around. I think I saw her go off with Arthur a little while ago, another replied. Hearing these words, Ruby was satisfied knowing that Minnie would be safe. If there was one person she trusted her own daughter to be with than anyone, it would be Arthur. It was thanks to the mysterious stranger that had arrived that they were all alive today. He had defended them from beast attacks multiple times, and not just once but continually. It was because he was overlooking and protecting them that they were able to start the expansion project. Living up high was thrilling, but it was quite cramped, so space down below was needed. For saving them, he had asked for nothing in return apart for them to treat him as one of their own, and now the others saw him as some type of FO guardian. Not too far away from the shelter, there was a river, and currently, Arthur was there with his large blade in hand while Minnie was sitting on a boulder watching him. Hey Arthur, how come I never see you use your sword when you're fighting beasts? She asked. She had seen him practice his swordsmanship every day, but whenever he would have to fight a beast, he would use his bare hands, and only once had everyone seen him use the shadow. The others assumed it was an original ability, so there really wasn't any need for him to explain himself, and thanks to Ruby, if anyone was a busybody about it, she made sure they didn't ask. It's because this thing is as useful as a big stick until it's activated, Arthur replied. Activated? Then why don't you activate it? She asked. Because it needs human blood, he said in his head, but chose to ignore her and continue his daily training. His body was still stiff since he had come out. He had no frame of reference for how long he had been asleep for. Initially, he wasn't planning to stay here. His goal was to find out what happened to his people, and who was the one that had woken him up. The problem was, it looked as if there was no way off the planet. There were no spaceships, no portals, nothing. There was one thing he could do, but he chose not to do it unless it was his only way off this planet, and his body was close to 100%. Besides, he was actually having a good time with the people here. Still, he couldn't say the same for the weather, as at most he could bear it for 2 hours before he needed to go back into a shaded area. I still don't understand why they took that ring. It would have been really helpful right now, Arthur said. What was that? Nothing. Come on, let's head back. My 2 hours are up. When returning to the shelter, everyone welcomed him with open arms, and they would often bring him gifts such as fruit and such. Unfortunately, Arthur would always deny such gifts, and the only ones he accepted were meat-related. This was for obvious reasons that the others didn't know about. Minnie had run back off to her mother, while Arthur had gone back up to his living area. He didn't need to climb up. Instead, he just squatted down and jumped up to one of the platforms. That still amazes me every time I see it, Ruby said. They were used to Arthur performing feats that were unattainable for a human. Some of them even thought he was perhaps a god or a friendly humanoid beast, but whatever he was, they were thankful. On the highest platform Arthur's house was placed, they had given him the biggest building in the whole shelter. He refused, saying he preferred cramped places to sleep in. After all, he had been in a small chamber for his eternal sleep. But they didn't believe him, and in the end he had no choice but to accept. In his house, this day was meant to be like any other at the shelter. He had expected nothing special to occur. But then, a strong smell had entered his nose. A scent he recognized instantly among all the humans. It was the smell of another vampire. I didn't expect someone to try and come get me so soon, Arthur thought. Outside, both Leo and Aaron were being held by multiple spears. The 30 or so people that were busy working away had immediately grabbed their weapons when they saw the portal. They were quick to act as they had been training for it. Ruby knew that someday Arthur wouldn't be with them. She could see it in his eyes that he had something more important going on and to do, and one day he would leave them, so they needed to be prepared. Are you with the military? Why have you come back to this place? Ruby asked. We are not with the military. We thought this place was abandoned, so we decided to come here, Leo replied. There weren't many that would have access to an orange portal. Other portals would have led them to other areas, but only the military portal would have placed them here in the shelter since it was a military shelter. She wasn't buying it. What do we do, Leo? Do we fight? She asked, having her hand almost touching her weapon. But Leo hadn't replied, for he was far too distracted by something else. With his ability, he could sense enormous energy. An energy too great to even comprehend. Not only that, but it was one that he had felt before, that he had felt underground. I thought it would have left, or gone somewhere else. What's it still doing here? On top of that, now that it was outside and above ground, Leo had noticed something else as well. The color of the energy, it was purple, the same as his and Quinn. Before Leo could even decide what to do, the immense energy was already standing in front of them. He had jumped down from above, and Aaron was wondering just how a human was able to survive a drop from so high without breaking or shattering their legs. Arthur took a look at Leo and mostly ignored the girl beside him. He was trying to see if it was a vampire he recognized. The power in him was quite strong just for a regular vampire, so perhaps he was related closely to one of the 13 families, Arthur thought. But unfortunately, he didn't recognize him. You, what family are you from? Arthur asked. To be honest, Leo had thought he might have had to get into a fight with such a person almost instantly, and the sudden question had thrown him off a little. He didn't even know what he meant by family, but he seemed to remember a couple of things that Quinn had told him. I'm part of the cursed family, Leo replied, waiting to see his response. Cursed family. It was a name he really didn't know. Had things really changed so much since he was gone? Usually, family names hardly ever changed unless a single family had completely gone extinct. They would then call upon a new branch of vampires to be created, forming a new family. But this was rare. While thinking about this, that's when Arthur spotted something else. His eyes started to light up as he asked his next question. You? Where did you get that ring? Arthur asked. The ring that Arthur was looking at was clearly displayed on Leo's finger. But it wasn't just any ring. The ring had been given to Leo by Quinn before he left. It was unknown to both of them that the original owner of such said ring was standing in front of Leo right now. Of course, the ring could have belonged to anyone. After all, his wasn't the only ring in existence. They were quite common for vampires, but there were a few things that made Arthur sure that it was the one that belonged to him. First, the man in front of him was a regular vampire. Regular vampires had the advanced tier ring. It didn't make sense to give them such a high-tier ring that blocked out the sun permanently. The only people that had these were vampire knights and above. As for the second reason, this one was more obvious. It had the mark of a skull and a hammer. The marking showing it belonged to his family. "Everyone, lower your weapons," Arthur said as he walked through. They did as they were told, and he started to walk to the others. When he was within the distance of touching the two, he could hear their nervous heartbeats. "Don't be afraid," he said with a smile. "You're my savior. Please treat these two as our respected guests. I have a lot to learn from them. Treat them as you would me. Once they are released and settled in, send them to my room." Before Ruby or the others could ask why, Arthur had already jumped back up and went back into his house. As he walked, he continued to smile, thinking about what he could learn from this man. He wanted to treat the one that woke him well. Are all vampires this carefree? Leo thought, but that didn't seem to be the case when he compared him to the silver beauty he had met before. Their powers were vastly different, and with it, their attitude seemed to be as well. As requested, Ruby made it up to her to treat the guests. Both Aaron and Leo weren't dressed the best, so they allowed them to bathe and changed their clothing. They treated them nicely, just as Arthur had asked, providing them with food and such. The two of them wanted to ask questions. They wanted to leave, but no one would reply to them. When they were having a bath, guards were still put to keep an eye on them, especially since Ruby noticed that on the clothing that they had with them, there were marks of blood. They didn't have much time to change and had come here in a great rush. After, the two of them were preparing to meet Arthur and were placed in a waiting room waiting to be guided to the upper platforms. "Leo, you looked at that person differently. I know you, and usually you have a huge amount of confidence when going into certain situations, but not this one." "Who is that guy?" Aaron asked. "That man, I believe he is a vampire. He probably is treating me like this because I am one as well," Leo replied. "You mean like Quinn?" Then there was the horrid question she needed to ask but didn't want to. "And if we were to get into a fight with him, could we win?" Leo didn't reply, but he simply just shook his head. There was no hesitation when he thought about it, meaning Leo didn't even give them a chance. The one who they called a blind hero. The one who was able to defeat many of the Dalki. Eventually, the two of them were escorted to Arthur's house at the very top by Ruby and a few others. When they finally got there, they left to give them some privacy. It looked like Arthur ran the place around here based on how he was being treated and respected. There were a few sofas and a small table with some fruits on it in the middle. While Arthur sat on one side, he placed his hand with his palm open, signaling the others to sit opposite them. Leo sat down, and Aaron decided she would follow what he was doing as well. "The fruit is for you, young girl. As for us too, our diets are a little bit different. I assume you already know that if you are traveling with the man, and considering he hasn't ripped out your neck yet, you should know." Arthur started to chuckle after but quickly stopped when he saw that Aaron didn't find what he said funny at all. "I want to thank you," Arthur said, looking at Leo. "You see, when I was put to sleep, it was done so knowing that my people were safe. I left them to another, and I thought I would never be needed again. We choose to go to a planet away from all that mess of a council, and we no longer wanted to be involved in their business." Before saying the next part, Arthur clenched his fist in anger. "But I see that wasn't true at all. My people weren't safe, and I can't even feel any of them alive even now. Something happened to them, and I must find out. This is why I'm thanking you. Because you set me free, I am now able to exact revenge for me people. And when I do, I shall go back into my eternal sleep like I was meant to do from the beginning." Leo didn't say anything. This was because he was baffled. He knew he had done no such thing, and judging by his reaction, Arthur could tell he wasn't entirely clear. "The ring on your finger. You got it from my tower, did you not? I placed it there as a reward. For those that were admitted to be a punisher in the future, usually a task is given, and they will be allowed to enter the tower. As I left, I put up rewards. although I never expected someone to take the ring out of all those that were there, Arthur asked. Unfortunately, you have it all wrong, Leo replied. Leo went on to tell him how he was turned by someone else. He didn't really mention Quinn's name as there was no need. Leo knew how Quinn had become a vampire, and it seemed to be stranger than most. Considering the way Arthur was speaking, it made him sound like he had been asleep for hundreds of years while Quinn was only 16 years of age. Leo then went on to explain how he was left to his own devices and had arrived here due to his own goals, as they were escaping from someone. Arthur seemed to now be very interested in the person that had changed Leo. He could sense the vampire in front of him was very strong, so he wanted to meet the person, mostly since they were able to obtain the blood crystal that had freed him. This boy, do you know what ability he had? Maybe then I could pinpoint him to one of the families and thank him? Arthur asked. Usually, Leo wouldn't delve into such information, but he felt like Arthur was genuine about what he said. And after all, Quinn had already revealed to the whole world his ability, so he saw no harm if he was to find out sooner or later. He has the ability to control the shadows, Leo answered. A smile then appeared on Arthur's face. This was indeed strange, one of them was still alive. He started to wonder what reason that could be. Why was there only one left? Had they gone in hiding? Did they survive what the others hadn't? If he was to find him, maybe he could tell them what had happened to his people. However, he still would only go to see them when he was at 100%. He then looked out from his house outside, and could see some of the people walking past. There was also a second thing he wanted to do before he left, to make sure that these people would be able to handle themselves. He didn't want a repeat of what had happened. Thank you for your help. Well, you said you were here to train as much as you can write? Why don't I give you a hand with that? Arthur said. After everything was sorted between all of them, both Aaron and Leo were welcomed into the shelter. It took a while for the others to get used to them, but because Arthur was treating them so nicely, the others felt like they needed to as well. During their time on the planet, the three of them would frequently go out to train by the river, which was Arthur's spot. Knowing Leo was a new vampire, Arthur taught as much as he could and told them information about the vampire world, at least all that he could remember. While there, Leo was concentrating on focusing his chi better and also had passed all of his information to Aaron. Turned out she was a fast learner. The main reason for this was her drive. She had the will to learn and get stronger, although this power-hungry side of her worried Leo a bit. Often both Arthur and Leo would spar. When fighting, Arthur too would use his weapon. The first time they had a spar, Arthur was in for a surprise. The attacks were far stronger than that for a regular vampire. It was clear this man was incredibly skillful. Is this that chi I often heard them talk about? It seems to be incredibly handy things the humans have managed to learn. I wonder if it's something I could do as well. But Arthur never did ask Leo to teach him. It was no fun that way, and instead he wanted to figure it out for himself. While fighting, Leo was going full out. He knew he could deal with it and knew that Arthur had no trouble at all, so then he decided to give him something that might shock him. A blood swipe using the sword and chi was produced. Seeing this, he thought it was a regular blood swipe like all the others. When swinging his great large sword to match it, the strength for the first time had shocked him. But still, he hadn't moved a single spot from his position. Tensing his arm up a bit more and flicking his hand, he was able to throw and deflect the attack, making it go up in the air. That attack destroyed king-tier armor before, Leo thought. Yet it was unable to even put a chip in that sword. Just what is that sword? I haven't seen him use it properly once. After that first session, they had less and fewer fights as there wasn't really much they could learn from each other. Their levels were too far apart, and Leo mainly focused on teaching Aaron. However, it did give Leo the boost he needed to know that there were strong people out there he needed to prepare for. A few days later, in one of the training sessions, something strange had happened to Leo. He had stopped in place and dropped his sword on the ground. It was a worrying sign for everyone. But this was because he had felt a surge of energy rising in his body. He could feel it, his body was starting to change. He didn't say much and sat down, focusing his chi, trying to control the changes in his body. However, just like before, it looked like this would be something he couldn't avoid. The purple energy was evolving into something else. Arthur looked over and was wondering when this was going to happen. He could tell Leo was at the peak of being a vampire and would evolve into a noble at any time. The strange thing was why it didn't happen sooner than later, and why suddenly in the middle like so. Usually, there would be some sort of breakthrough, a grand fight when one was pushed to their limits. If this didn't happen then, vampires could force it through a ritual, but neither of these things had happened. In order to aid Leo, Arthur asked Erin to slit her wrist and pour some blood into Leo's mouth. She did so and was surprised that Arthur himself hadn't asked for some. "Would you like some?" Erin asked, a little nervous in her voice. She felt like for some reason it was rude not to ask, but at the same time it was weird offering one your blood. He looked at it for a second before declining and instructing her further on how to help Leo. The whole time they had been here, Arthur not once needed blood. He might have been getting it from somewhere else, but he didn't seem like the type to do that. After the long wait, the transformation was over, and Leo looked like a new man. The most surprising change of all was he actually looked a bit younger. It was the new cells in his body, as everything about him had changed. Moving his body slowly, Leo tried to get a hang of it, and it didn't take him long until he had the biggest smile one had seen on his face. With this new body, I can feel it. I might have a chance to go back to what I once was, maybe even beyond. Quinn, I know you may think you have cursed me, but I wish to thank you with all my heart. Leo thought. There was one thing humans could never defeat, and that was old age. They could replace their body parts with technology, but it wasn't the same, especially when it came to things like using chi in your body. It needed original cells, which were something robotic parts couldn't do. Leo was past his prime, and he tried his best to fight it with daily training, but there was a limit to what he could do. Vampires had an advantage in this, their body structures were different, and Leo was liking it. Even though Leo had a newfound body, he never once quitted his will to train Erin, and it was good for him to learn control in his own strength. Finally, one day when the group was out training by the river as they usually did, Leo felt something. An incredible pain was felt in his chest as he fell to the floor. "What's happening, Leo? Are you okay?" Erin asked as she rushed over and looked to Arthur for guidance. "Is he evolving again?" "Describe the pain?" Arthur asked. "It's a burning sensation around my chest. It hurts but not physical pain. It's as if something is pulling on it," Leo said with difficulty. "Your creator. He's in trouble," Arthur replied. "Usually a bond wouldn't stretch this far between planets. Even when one is hurt, but when they are on the brink of death and their blood is low. Every vampire that he ever created will feel the pain. When he's finally gone, that pain will go away." "Does this mean something is happening to Quinn and the others?" Erin asked. Had Jack Truedream found out what happened, or had Pure got to them trying to get to her? Right now, Erin was worried about all the possibilities. "Do you want to save him?" Arthur asked. The two looked at each other, and she looked at Leo, who was in pain. "I promised that if he was ever in serious trouble, that I would come to help him at any time. I don't want to be made out as a liar," Leo said. And Erin nodded, agreeing with his statement. "You two are strong and brave. If you were normal vampires, I would have invited you over to my side. You have the right attributes." "Let's go save him then," said Arthur. "What do you mean, how?" Erin asked. "The ability you said your creator has, it turns out I have the same one. One unique ability of ours is we can travel to each other's shadows whenever we wish. It was what made us a force to be reckoned with. No vampires, creatures, or such could ambush us. Although we were small in number, we were a unit to be reckoned with." Walking over to the two of them, he waited until they were ready. When they were, he gave them instruction telling them to grab onto him. Minnie, who would often come over to watch them training, was sitting by her usual boulder and looking at them. "Arthur, are you going?" she asked. "Don't worry. It is not my time to say goodbye yet. I promise I will be back," Arthur said. With those words, the shadow on the ground grew in size underneath the three of their feet, and slowly they started to sink into the deep shadow. Out from Quinn's dark shadow, Quinn could sense something was behind him, but he was barely able to lift his head to look at the three figures standing by his side. His health was low, and he had been badly hurt. But seeing how Vadine suddenly backed up like that made him want to see what was happening. Using the last bit of strength he had, he lifted his head and could see the faces of people he never expected to see. Leo, Aaron, and as for the last person, Quinn had no clue who he was, but he could tell he was strong. Both Leo and Aaron were dressed in a sort of green armor. It was made using the beasts from the planet they were on. All of the equipment they were using was at the advanced level. The crystals provided were from the beasts Arthur had killed before they had even arrived. Apart from Leo's sword that was. As for the man in the middle, Arthur, he wore nothing but a standard set of clothing and didn't even have his weapon on him. Arthur looked at the Punisher boy on the floor carefully. It was clear the boy had the same ability as his. However, it was someone he didn't know. He thought that the last surviving Punisher would have at least been someone he recognized. Looking at the situation, there was only the face of a single person on the field he noticed, but he could feel their strength. He knew right now he was in the presence of the new vampire leaders, the ones chosen while he was in his slumber. Did you decide to go up against them on your own? It looks like you are a Punisher at heart after all, Arthur said. Now who here decided to hurt my little Punisher? Arthur asked with a calm expression. But the aura surrounding his body was telling a completely different story. All of the fights that were happening had now stopped from his pressure alone, and even the leaders took a step back. Who is this guy? Jean said. I know the Punishers had the ability to travel to each other at any time, but I don't recognize this person. But it's clear, he is not one to mess with. Due to the power, the leaders had taken a step back. As for Bryce, he had finally managed to get a good hit on the bone claw, and for the first time it had backed off. Due to Quinn weakening, the bone claw wasn't in the best shape either, and it started to return to Quinn's side. Bonnie, Arthur said. Is the king here? I thought that man would have given up his familiar long ago. But then, he saw the mist from the bone claw start to disappear and head towards the Punisher boy on the floor. This boy, he was the one who freed me, and he has the king's familiar? I have a lot to learn, whatever the case is. I cannot let him die. Aaron, it's best if you help out your friend. If he doesn't get any blood soon, he will die. Aaron, quickly going to Quinn's side, made a cut on her hand and started to give him the desperate blood that he needed. At this point, Bryce had had enough. What are you doing? We are the Vampire Council. We are the Order of the Vampires. The Punishers no longer judge us. They have no power over us. Get rid of this guy, Bryce shouted. The others snapped out of their frozen state and continued to fight their counterparts. Guy? Bryce, you were nothing but a normal vampire back then, and now you have the balls to call me some guy, Arthur replied. But Bryce was a little confused. He didn't remember seeing the person in front of him. He was sure he had never met him before, although the Punishers were mostly covered in armor that hid their appearance from others. The only one that was known to the others was the leader, and this person was not the leader they knew. It was not the leader they had killed back then. Quinn had now consumed enough blood, but his wounds were severe, and it would take a little time to heal. Aaron was continually looking over in Layla's direction. A lot of blood could be seen, and she didn't seem to be moving. Go, I will not let this boy die, Arthur said. And with those words, Aaron quickly rushed over to Layla's position to help her against the vampire leader Jill. There had been a little shift in the fights that were ongoing since the appearance of the new people, and this was all being communicated by Jean. The reason? They knew that they would need more than one leader to take on the mysterious new presence that had arrived. The leader Kyle that was facing Borden had run off to join Bryce, the same with the leader who was fighting Edward named Prima. Edward was already down and out of the fight, so he too had gone to join Bryce. Borden originally wanted to chase the leader he was fighting, even though he was severely hurt and wounded. However, he stopped himself, the main reason being that Borden was struggling against the Vampire Knight, now that it was using its ability as well. Because of this, Borden rushed over to his brother's side. Finally, as for Silver and Fex, they still weren't doing the best. In truth, Silver was far too concerned for her brother. At first, he was a great help, but as the fight continued, he was now only getting in the way. You know they told me to go and help beat that new Punisher guy. Susan, one of the leaders, said. But I'm just having too much fun breaking you down. With the needle in her hand, she dashed forward. Silver had several hole marks oozing with blood from where the needle had hit before. Fex wanted to pull her, but he too couldn't move since there were 2 punctures that had been made in his legs. Die, die, die! Susan shouted with a mad look in her eyes. Now that's not very nice to say to a pretty girl. Out from the side, a slice from a sword had pinned the needle to the ground, and then with his leg, a kick was made hitting Susan away. It's you? Silver said as she recognized the blind man. For she had a confrontation with him once before, however. There was something vastly different about him this time. Somehow, someway, he had been turned into a vampire. I hope you don't mind me helping? Leo said with a smile. With a shift of opponents, it now meant that Arthur was to face off against 4 leaders all on his own. There was Bryce, who was fighting with the Bone Claw up to this point. He had also taken out Lee, the 13th leader. Then there was Prima, who had beaten Edward with ease without showing his ability, and Kyle, who was winning in a battle of strength against the 2-spiked Dalkey, Borden. On top of all this, there was also Vadine, the person who had broken Quinn's bones. Now, is there really a need for 4 of you to go against me on my own? I guess it's time to test how well the new generation has been able to keep up with the old. Arthur said. Shadow equip. Shadows started to form around Arthur's body in all different places. When the shadow dispersed, in its place was a red and black armor design. It was the same armor that Fex and Quinn had seen when they had entered the tour. Bryce, although couldn't recognize the man, he certainly did recognize the armor. This was the basic Punisher's armor that was given to each of them. An armor made from blood crystals. One that was crafted from the prisoners that they captured and punished. It served as a reminder to the vampires that if they wanted to break the rules, there was a good chance they would become a part of their equipment. Although for now, Arthur still had chosen to keep his blade in his shadow, not using it. For he didn't feel the need to. Wait! A voice from behind Arthur shouted. When he turned around to look, he could see it was the Punisher boy standing up on his feet. He had managed to heal far quicker than he had thought, especially from such severe wounds like that. I don't know who you are or why you are helping my friends and me, but I want to just ask you one thing. As Quinn said these words, Arthur could see a fire and anger burning in his eyes. What is your wish, boy? Arthur asked. Let me take on him, Quinn said, pointing at Vadine. I need to. Show him everything I got. Vadine started to break out in laughter. You fool. I beat you before, what difference is there now? You want another beating, fine by me. But this time Quinn knew it would be different. He was far too distracted by the others, but he could sense the power in Leo and Aaron. He could trust them now to help out his friends. So that meant he could concentrate on his fight with the vampire leader 100% and show him everything he had, unlike before. Go ahead, boy, he is all yours. Show him what it's like to mess with a Punisher, Arthur said. As Aaron rushed over to Layla and the 2 other girls, she could see that Layla was in pain with her eyes closed. She was groaning but still breathing, which was a relief. Who did this to her? Aaron asked. Amy, looking towards where Xander was standing, they could see Jill not too far from him. She had her hand held over her shoulder. It was where the bloodshot had managed to hit her. Usually, something like this would have healed by now, but for some reason, the attack was taking longer to heal than usual. The look Amy had given was all Aaron needed to tell who it was. That was no ordinary blood shoot. Why hasn't it healed yet? While in the middle of her thoughts, she could see a blonde girl walking towards her with a calm expression on her face. Her sword had been drawn, and she didn't look away from Jill for a second. Make sure she lives, or you're all dead, Aaron said as she walked past Xander. Xander and Jill had no clue who this girl was. But there was one thing they were sure about. It was the fact that she was human. They could smell it. How could a human be so confident when going up against a vampire knight like this? Xander thought. Who are these crazy humans? What the hell is happening? Well, I guess I'm not completely sane either. I went against the first leader. I'll be lucky if I'm still in the first family after this. When she was close enough to Jill, Erin had thrown out her sword. It was slow, but this was done on purpose. Through the use of chi, one was able to speed up the cells in their body. They partly became superhuman. Right now, Erin wasn't using any chi on her body. Instead, she had focused all of it on the blade. "What is wrong with you all?" Jill said, as she hardened her arm ready to knock the sword out of the human's hand. But when the sword went down and the two collided, the sword wasn't knocked away. It had instead pierced through her skin. Jill was fast though, and the second this had happened, she pulled her arm away and took a step back. There was a cut across her forearm, and just like with the blood bullet, it was healing at a slow rate. These humans, do they know some type of weakness against the vampires? Jill thought. Seeing how the vampire had backed up, Erin had decided to charge again, but it was a mistake. This was a vampire leader, and it wouldn't be that easy. Perhaps Jill was a bit foolish in thinking she could knock the blade away, but the strike she could defiantly avoid. Erin swung and swung again, and even though each of these hits would have hurt the vampire, none of them were able to connect. Damn it, Erin thought. Am I still this weak without an ability? But I trained so hard. The problem wasn't that Erin was weak like she thought she was. It was just that a vampire leader was too strong. Jill proceeded to hit her in the stomach and sent her back flying. But before she could go any further, her back had hit something and two hands were felt upon her shoulder. "Let me help you," a sweet, calming voice said. Like the old times. It was a voice that was comforting, and one she hadn't heard in a while. But when she turned around to look expecting to see Layla, she was seeing something completely different altogether. The bottom half was the body was that of a snake, and from there upwards a beautifully curved figure could be seen, and finally, on top of its head it had two very large horns and fangs like tusks coming from its mouth. Although her body was completely different, Erin could see behind all those features that it was Layla's face. The wound that was felt on her stomach had now completely healed, and she seemed to be a foot taller as well. "Layla, you went through a lot as well, I see," she said with a bit of sadness in her voice. Layla had managed to consume CIA's negative emotions, but it was more than she had ever consumed before. This was because CIA felt like it was her fault that Layla had been so hurt in the first place. What this resulted in was a skip in the evolution stage. Instead of going from a regular Hanya to a Chunari, she went from a Hanya to a Hanari, skipping the middle step completely. The two girls were ready to do battle. Vorden, or now Rattan, was busy fighting against the vampire knight. However, it wasn't just any vampire knight. It was the one belonging to the first leader Bryce, making it one of the stronger of the lot. He had done well to remove an arm from the knight. CIA's spirit spear had done them well in wearing the vampire, but ever since the first spear attack, Rattan was unable to get another one in. The knight was quick to work out that the spirit spear was what had caused his energy to be drained from him. His wound that was open around his arm had now healed up, and he could still use his spear well, even with just a single hand. "Come on, what's wrong? I know you're better than that," Rattan said, trying to taunt the knight. "I'm just a weak human who managed to chop off your arm. Don't you want to return the favor?" Rattan said, pointing at his own arm with his blade. The knight closed his eyes and took a deep breath, getting his composure back to what it once was. "You're right, I shouldn't let my pride get in the way. What would be more of an embarrassment is if I were to lose this fight to you." Charging in, the vampire moved slightly faster than before, but Rattan was a bit of a genius natural fighter. Not only could he wield two abilities, but he was a better fighter than Vorden and Syl. He could often predict where his opponent's attacks would be. The reason for this was because he would create openings on purpose for them to aim for. When the knight threw out his spear, Rattan had already known where he was going to attack beforehand, for he was aiming in the spot he had created. Seeing this, with a flick of his head, he was able to avoid the spear. This is what he had been doing throughout the fight, although his own attacks were still too slow to do anything back. "I thought you were going to attack like you meant it this time," Rattan said, hoping to anger him to the point where he would make a careless mistake, and so far he hadn't. But then, a smile appeared on the knight's face. Pulling the spear back and not touching his body at all, multiple stinging pain spots were felt in his shoulder and across Rattan's face. Blood was dripping from Rattan's shoulder as well as the scratches on his face. But I completely dodged the blow, how? Rattan thought. Not letting up, the knight charged in again with his spear, and this time Rattan used his placement technique again, controlling the flow of the spear to the right spot. Rattan, that didn't work last time. Why do you think it will work again? Vorden shouted. Shut up, he replied. However, this time, it seemed like he wasn't even aiming for a certain spot on Rattan's body and just aiming somewhere near it. The spear attack had missed his belly by a few centimeters. Rattan didn't even have to dodge this one. Still, moments later, and a deeper cut than the ones before had come out from the side of his stomach. It has to be an ability of some sort, the same as the leader, Vorden explained. But what else could Rattan do? He was avoiding the blows narrowly before, and that was using all the skills he had, and even that didn't seem to work. The fight continued, and Rattan was continuing to get dealt blow after blow, and his movements more sluggish. It had eventually reached the point where his movements were starting to slow, and finally, for the first time, the spear had managed to hit him cleanly in the thigh. The knight quickly pulled it out and proceeded to lick the end of the spear. You humans are nothing but a food source for us. You thought you probably crippled me for life by removing my arm. But you see, us vampires, we aren't like you. As long as I get that arm back and consume a bit of blood, it will reattach itself. All I need to do is... Then the knight had stopped mid-explanation. The reason why was his arm. Seconds ago he saw it was on the floor, and now it had completely disappeared. Looking for this, a voice shouted, and as the vampire turned his head, his own arm was slammed into his face with such great force his body had gone flying over across to the other side. When he finally had hit the floor, it looked as if the vampire was no longer moving. That guy was a lot easier than the vampire leader, Vorden said. Vorden too was covered in blood, but the special trait of the Dalki was the more they were hurt, the stronger they got, and Vorden was badly hurt from the fight with the leader. The punch he had just delivered was the most powerful attack he was able to make so far. When Vorden turned around to see if his brother was okay though, a white blade was seen in his sights. Lifting up his arm and with his hard-scaled skin, he was able to block the attack, and the blade wasn't able to go very far in but still had caused a cut. What are you doing, brother? We are on the same side. Have you gone mad? Vorden shouted. You stole my kill. I was going to skewer that guy and shove my blade up his arse. But you had to come and ruin it, Rattan shouted. Knocking the blade away, the calm and fun expression that was usually shown on Vorden's face hadn't appeared. For the first time, it actually looked as if he was angry. You are not my brother. Who are you? Tell me where my brother is, Vorden demanded. This newfound anger was causing a new tingling feeling to be felt on his back, as a third spike was starting to be revealed. Rattan, switch with me now, Vorden shouted as he saw the third spike beginning to grow on Vorden's back. It was clear that his emotional state had made him stronger, and now he was going on to the next stage. The question was, how far could Vorden go? The humans didn't know much about the Dalki race, but there were a few observations that had been made about them. The Dalki, for one, didn't really train. They did learn some basic combat skills for fighting, but they didn't really train to get stronger. It wasn't like they had abilities that they need to grow and master. What this meant was the number of spikes a Dalki would have or were able to have was determined from the day they were born. They were natural fighting warriors, and as for Vorden, he seemed to be very talented. No, Rattan replied. What do you mean? It's clear he's like this because he can tell we're different. And what the hell did you go and attack him for? Do you want to get us killed? But Rattan remained silent as Vorden's spike was still growing outward. You can thank me for this later, Rattan said as he started running. In Peter's fight against the fellow White, it had gotten to the point where he had regenerated too many times. His hunger was now at an extreme. How many more times can I regenerate? I haven't even been able to hit him yet. Apart from the first attack, Peter thought, and when things looked like it couldn't get any worse, they had just done. He could feel that his two lesser Whites had been killed, and now another vampire knight was coming in his direction. Looking around, Peter was trying to see if there was anyone he could turn. There was the first knight that Quinn had killed, but it had the top half of its body blown off. It was unlikely he was able to turn that into a White. As for the others, they were still busy fighting away. Then he looked in the direction of Vorden's fight and could see that the knight he had faced was unmoving and down. He wasn't sure if the knight had died, but he was definitely badly hurt. If Peter was able to turn a vampire knight, it could be the advantage he needed just to delay the fight a little longer. That's when he noticed something. When looking in that direction, he could see Vorden running his way. He looked to be sweating as he ran as fast as he could. Is there something even more terrifying after him? When peeking around Vorden, he could see that Vorden was following closely behind with 2 spirit spears in his body. Maybe they are here to help me? Peter thought. Get out the way, you undead freak, Ratton shouted. Move, move, move. It was clear he wasn't the only one confused by this, as the 2 vampires' knights that had arrived were as well. Now it's your turn. It's time to put on the show of your life, Ratton said as he left the chair and allowed Vorden to take over. Vorden was confused by just what he was doing. Had he really just angered a 3-spiked Dalki and taken him into the middle of the vampire knights? But when thinking about the situation like that, an idea really did come into his head. The spirit spears were starting to wear off, and soon Vorden would be back at full strength. Suddenly, Vorden went down on his knees as if he was in pain, his hands over his head. Vorden, it's me. Your brother, Vorden shouted. I don't have much time, but I managed to fight something that's trying to take control of my mind. I think it's one of the vampire knight's abilities. I think it's possibly the 2 closest to me. Vorden had stopped. He could tell that this really was the Vorden he knew. Vorden had made a note of all the attributes of his brother. The fluctuation, tone of voice, and the overall body movement and the way he carried himself. When he was taken over, his voice was slightly angrier, confident, and his posture when moving was utterly different. To Vorden, he really had become a different person. He looked at the 2 vampire knights, the white and the other up ahead. Don't worry, I will get you back. A step off his foot and the ground beneath was uplifted by his power. The tiles from the floor had come apart and gone up in the air. In an instant, he had appeared directly where the white's feet were. It was too fast for the white to do anything, and as it was lifting its hands to cover its face, a fist had already been slammed into it. The fist continued to go down until the punch's power had ended with his head being crushed against the floor. He had been killed. You gotta protect the head. At all costs, Peter said. Turning around, Vorden went to look at Vorden to see if he was okay. But he still had his hands on his head and was moving about as if something was trying to take over him. The other knight who had just recently joined the fight could see how easily his fellow comrade was defeated. Something had clicked inside him that hadn't happened since he had a spar with the vampire leaders. It was fear. Before he knew it, he was already turning around and running in another direction. But this was a mistake. A hand was felt on the back of his head, and soon he could see the sky. He was pulled back and slammed into the ground as well. Turning once more, Vorden wanted to see if his brother was okay. Ha ha, you will never find me amongst the vampire knights, you 3-spiked crap. What do you think you are, a dragon? What kind of lame arse dragon looks like you? Vorden and Ratton had switched temporally once again. This way for sure he knew it was a different person. Vorden started laughing with a smile on his face. Maybe you didn't notice, but there is only one vampire knight left on the field, Vorden said. Proud of his deduction, he was off to the next place. This time it was by Logan's side. Even though Logan's blood energy blade had gone, he had switched to the normal beast energy blades that could harm the king tier beast. As well as this, during the time Arthur and the others had come as a distraction, he had used this time to change his suit. Currently, he was wearing a large bulky mecha-like defensive type suit. It was badly damaged right now, but he only needed to hold off until help arrived, and it certainly had arrived at the most unexpected time. The vampire knight was pounding away at the metallic mecha suit, the blows so strong that they were still going through the thick heavy armor and was hurting Logan inside. But then a blur came. The vampire knight was no longer in front of Logan. Looking to the side, he could see Vorden with the vampire knight underneath his foot, and the 3 spikes on his back. For the first time, Peter, Vorden, and Logan felt like they could rest. It was clear for all 3 of them that they were not at the strength of a vampire knight. Most of them hadn't used their ability apart from the one facing Vorden. If they never had the 3-spiked Loki, it was quite possible that all of them would have been dead. Ratton, did you really need to do something like that and anger him? Vorden asked. He was on our side anyway. We could have just asked him to fight the vampire knights. True, but without my agitation, he would have never become a 3-spiked Dalki. Whatever, it's fine. I'll go back to my hole. Bring me back out when a pretty lady comes along. And maybe you should become an actor rather than a fighter. The leaders, who were now standing by the crowd, and including the crowd themselves, couldn't believe it. It looked like the intruders had managed to turn the tide in a few seconds, and it was all thanks to the mysterious beast-looking human. Were the Dalki always this strong? Cindy asked as she seemed to have a deeply concerned look as her eyebrows came closer together. That's the strength of 3 spikes? Jean said. Perhaps we have left them alone for too long. As long there aren't many above the 3-spike level, we will still be fine. All this time we have been too worried about the threat of each other. Too long have we been at the top. Maybe they had grown in this time. But as Jean said that, something strange started to happen. Borden had collapsed and fallen to the ground. It was so sudden, so instant that the others didn't know what was happening. Nothing had come out and attacked him, and moments ago he looked so strong as he had taken out the Dalki. Peter, Logan and Vorden had run over, and the suit was starting to come apart from Logan as the spiders began to turn into something more slimming. What's happening to him? Vorden asked. They could see that he was covered heavily in sweat. His spikes that were on his back were reverting into his body. It was a sight they had never seen or heard of before. Once a Dalki spike was out, it stayed out. He looked incredibly weak, in pain, and his eyes looked as if they were asking for help from the others. I think he's dying, Logan said. Both Aaron and Layla in her new snake body were ready to battle together. It had been a long time since they had fought on the same team, and a nice feeling appeared in Layla's heart as she was reminded of the old times. However, it would be completely different from before. The two girls were different fighters compared to the last time. Aaron's sword abilities were good, but they weren't too great as she would often rely on her ice ability that she no longer had. As for Layla, although she still used her bow to do battle from time to time, she was now focused on her new abilities as a vampire. This was actually a major problem for her at the moment. She had never been in the Hanari state before. She had no time to test it and had no clue what her current form was capable of. As for her emotions, right now they were a mixture of things. She felt anger, sadness, and compassion as she looked towards Aaron. Looking at her, a strange feeling in her stomach was felt and she could feel something light up. Moving up from her belly, it wanted to come out of her mouth, and eventually, something had come out. It was what could only be described as a green ball of fire. It had dropped from her mouth and was in her hands. The flames continued to move, flickering. She didn't know why, but even though it was a ball of fire, the glow made it look soft and peaceful. There was no pain as she held it in her hand. Then suddenly, just like when Peter knew what to do with the whites, she understood what she needed to do with the green ball. Aaron had been hurt from the vampire kick just moments before. Using the green ball, she placed it on Aaron's back. The green ball of fire started to morph into her body, but no pain was felt, and a calming warm feeling was felt inside of Aaron's body. The pain that was felt in her stomach was now there no longer. What kind of magic spell was that? Aaron asked. I think it was a healing fireball, Liala said, realizing how ridiculous the last bit had sounded. Aaron, feeling that she was back to her regular self, was ready to fight once more. Xander and Amy had already left the field and headed back to the crowd. The leaders standing by the crowd gave them a glance but did nothing as they joined the others. They weren't going to do or say anything about their involvement, and perhaps Bryce was too distracted to even notice which students had come to their aid. A Hanya, such a useful subclass to have. Phil, the teacher who had taught Layla and the other subclasses, was also among the class. He was surprised when he first saw Layla, but not too much. If there was a Hanya in the vampire settlement, then he would have known about it before they had attended school, so he knew something was up. However, Jill wasn't just going to stand there while the two were trying to figure out a plan. She moved in for the kill once again. The attack was still too fast for Erin to completely react in time. A kick was sent towards her head, and Erin had moved her arm up, reinforcing it with chi just before it had hit. She was knocked over towards the side by the powerful kick, but at least her arm wasn't broken due to the chi. Next, Jill moved on to Layla, striking her in the stomach, but through her natural instincts, and using her body, she had moved back. The blow had still hit, but it also had negated most of the attack. Her flexible body seemed to be more than just a look change. By now, Erin had returned with an attack of her own. It was a swing and a miss, and another hit was made towards Erin, knocking her away again. After seeing this, anger started to fill Layla, and this time a red fireball had fallen from her mouth. It was clear that this one was different from the green one. She threw the fireball directly at Jill, who was coming towards her, and the ball had hit her shoulder, causing a scorch mark and a small explosion to take place. While Jill was recovering, Layla had to think on her feet about what to do. She started to think of Erin, and the green flame ball appeared. Only this time, she started to imagine it in a different shape. The green ball started to change until eventually, it had made an arrow. Although it was made from flames, the object was quite solid. Taking her bow from her back, she shot the arrow at Erin, who was now a distance away, and the ball had hit her right in the stomach. Its effects started, and the healing had begun. It looked as if different colored balls would be produced based on the different emotions she was feeling, and these balls, depending on the color, had a different effect. On top of this, the flames could form a solid shape, and she could alter it. Using it with her arrow meant she could apply these effects from nearly anywhere on the battlefield as long as she had good aim. Although the two of them weren't able to do much to the vampire leader, with Layla's new skills and Erin, the two of them could make the fight go on for a while. Over at where the boys were, they were all deeply concerned for Borden, who still looked to be in pain on the floor. Borden especially, after hearing what Logan had said. Although Borden hadn't known Borden for long, he felt close to him. He actually had felt more like a real brother than any of his actual siblings did. Whatever the case, he didn't want him to die. "Please, Logan, if anyone can do something about this, I know it's you. You can do something, right?" Borden asked. But Logan wasn't really sure what was wrong. If his theory was correct and that Borden was created due to the information he had inputted, was there something wrong with the formula he had created? He thought long and hard at where the possible margin of error could be until he had come up with something. It was a thought or perhaps a theory. The green liquid that was created was part beast and part human blood. The error had to be in one of these two things. Either something was wrong with Borden's blood during the process, or it was the beast crystal that was used. Thinking about it more, Logan was starting to think that the beast crystal used during the process played a bigger factor than he thought. If he was to imagine the Dalki being like his energy weapon when using crystals, Logan had only used an intermediate tier crystal to create the green liquid. Maybe when Borden had used his power just like with his crystals, it was a bright flame that was burning the wax away even quicker. But if a stronger beast crystal was used, now something even stranger was happening to Borden's body. Both of the spikes, including the scales, had already disappeared from his body, but now it looked like he was physically shrinking. He wasn't getting younger, but just smaller in size. "Hey, if this continues on, he might completely disappear," Peter said. It was happening at such a fast rate that it looked like what Peter had said might have been right. Not really knowing what to do, Logan was going in for a gamble. He pulled out the green liquid, the one he had created for Borden, a spare and extra, and stabbed it into the side of Borden's arm and had injected it into him. "Please work," Logan said. The shrinking hadn't stopped, but it had slowed down. On top of that, Borden's face appeared to be in less pain. But Logan no longer had any more green liquid that was created for Borden. However, he did have another syringe of green liquid, one that was obtained from the trial room. When Borden had come giving gifts because he had denied taking the green syringe, he didn't have them as part of the rewards, so this was the only one they had. He looked over at Quinn, who appeared to be ready for his battle against Vadine. Honestly, Logan would have liked to have given the green syringe to Quinn, to give him more of a fighting chance. He knew that it gave a temporary boost to vampires. "Please," Borden shouted again. seeing that Logan was hesitating with the syringe held in his hand. When looking at Borden now, it looked ridiculous, for he was now the size of a small dog, yet still looked the same as before. Having no more time to waste, the syringe was stuck in and the liquid had been placed. They all patiently waited for the results. Still, they could see it had some effect, for the shrinking had stopped. However, Borden was now the size of a puppy that was able to fit into a handbag. He was nothing like his former self. Then the scrunched-up look on Borden's face had completely disappeared, and the sound of gentle snores was heard as he was sound asleep. "Thank you," Borden said. Peter had to blink a few times and rub his eyes because he couldn't believe it. The scary Dalkey that had defeated 3 vampire knights in an instant was now the size of a puppy and looked like a normal human. "What in the world is going on?" Peter said. All of them, now with the situation with the vampire knights over, looked at where Quinn was. They were all badly beaten up and hurt, but honestly, they didn't want to get in the middle of Quinn's fight. He was going up against a vampire leader. Each of them couldn't even beat a vampire knight, so all they could do was wish Quinn good luck. From the 3 leaders that stood in front of Arthur, there was no messing about on their end. Each one of them was taking this seriously and were planning to use their full strength. Unlike they had done with their opponents they were facing before, this time they had taken out their blood weapons. Bryce with his sword that was usually kept in his cane. Prima who wielded his rapier he used against Edward. But it looked a little different. The rounded guard was completely soaked red compared to the silver color it was seconds before. And finally Kyle, whose cape started to glow with little lines of red throughout, looking like a volcano about to erupt. "Honestly, you would have had a better chance with 4 of you," Arthur replied. "Besides, shouldn't you respect your elders? Do you even know how much older I am than you guys? Since you aren't planning to go easy on me, then this old man can get a little serious." In his red and black armor, Arthur lifted his hands up slightly. The ground beneath him started to move and wiggle. It looked like it was alive, but when one looked even closer, they would notice it was shadows. The shadow began to move and crawl up his back and eventually started to form something on his right side and left side. When all the shadow had finally been completed and formed, the others could see what it had become. "Are those wings?" Rokeen said, looking from the side. The shadows had formed 2 giant wings, coming out from the back and off to the side. The total amount of shadow that was being used to create such wings was around 4 times the amount Quinn would often use to protect himself. "Shadows, isn't that Quinn's ability?" Borden said. "Is that why he's helping?" "That shadow, it's a lot more than Quinn can use." Peter replied, "At first I thought it was stupid. We all saw how strong a vampire leader was. How could one person go against 4? But from the look of all the leaders' faces, including that cocky first leader, it looks like this man is far more dangerous than I thought." Placing his hand out in front, pointing at the 3 leaders, Arthur spoke these words. The playful attitude he had on his face had become serious. "You have harmed a fellow Punisher, the rule keepers of the Vampire Code. As the Grand Judge of the vampires, I shall now come up with a verdict for your punishment. It is death." The crowd didn't know why, but this presence, his words, everything he said, they sounded like words of truth, and it sounded as if Arthur had said those words in the past many times. Perhaps it was his frightening appearance, as if the devil himself had returned, with the large black wings on his back. Glancing to the side, Aruther looked at the Punisher boy. He had greatly interested him at this point, and he wanted to watch his fight, more so than concentrate on his own. As for Quinn, with what was happening just to the side of him, it was impossible for him to not notice that the man's powers and his were the same. So the shadow power still has a lot of room to grow after all. But Quinn didn't have time to concentrate on that fight, for he had his own he needed to deal with. "System, do you know anything about this vampire leader Vadine?" Quinn asked, hoping for some tips. He wouldn't be a fool and not ask for help when he had it right there. It was a serious matter. Even though Erin had given him blood, she had only given him enough to heal up his wounds and restore him to full health. But she hadn't given him enough for the blood bank. Erin was still busy fighting away with Layla, and as for the boys, they were on the other side of the area. If they wanted to get to Quinn, They would have to either go through the crowd or go through the middle where the giant fight with Arthur was about to happen. So he couldn't rely on his blood bank, his second chance skill like he usually would. This is a new leader, he is appointed after me, so I do not know this man, but I do have some good news. Because of that, I am confident he does not have a weapon. A blood weapon that he can use, which is why he has used nothing but his fist and legs so far. The second, because he is from the sixth family and is a muscat, his ability would have stayed the same. It's a trapping ability. When he places his hand on the ground, an invisible mark is created. If one is to step into that mark, then it will light up and you will be stuck for half a second or so. It may not sound like much, but it's enough time for him to do some serious damage on you. It seemed like an annoying ability for Quinn. Not only did he have to worry about the fight, but concentrate and remember where Van Dien had placed the so-called traps on the ground. The question of how many he was able to do, the system didn't have an answer for, as it varied in strength from leader to leader. However, it didn't look like Van Dien was even going to bother using his ability as he charged in straight away towards Quinn. Responding to this, Quinn threw out 2 kicks. Blood Crescent Kick. These were single lines of red aura that came out faster than the blood swipe and further, although the damage would be less the further the attack had went. But it had done its purpose. It was an attack that the vampires didn't have themselves, so it came as a slight surprise that a blood attack was used from so far away. Van Dien quickly hardened his hands and was prepared to hit the strikes away, for he didn't want to slow down his momentum and was prepared to crush Quinn once again. Hitting both of the attacks with his bare hands, he had come to a stop. It was a surprise that the attack was more vigorous than he thought. The red aura was pushing his arms back. Eventually, he was able to use his strength to throw the attacks off to the side. But when he looked in front of him, Quinn was no longer there. Hammer Strike. Using the flash step to appear behind, Quinn had used the hammer strike, which was quicker to perform than the blood hammer. Van Dien flinched and yelled in pain. "Are you little crap? That hurt." But the next second, he had turned around so fast and grabbed the fist that was used to hit him. Using his strength, he lifted him in the air before slamming him on the ground. 76/100 HP. Another punch was thrown down, aiming to break Quinn's bones once again. But the shadow had moved and was used to block this one. From the floor, using one of his remaining 2 fingers, Quinn aimed carefully at Van Dien's ankles. Bloodshot. 56/100 HP. The quick red bullet came shooting out. It had successfully hit and had hurt him. He never expected a shot to come from such a weird angle. Right after using his last bloodshot, Quinn did the same, shooting out another one, hitting the other foot. 36/100 HP. After this, he picked himself up and quickly made the distance between the 2 of them again. Now he no longer had any fingers to use the bloodshot with. Even if they were healed, they were red in color around the edges. He could still use them as normal, but he knew he was no longer able to perform the bloodshot with them. Quinn had lost a lot of health, but he thought it was worth it, the main reason being he wanted to slow Van Dien down. The leaders had better stats than him, and the most annoying of them all was their speed. He had to rely on tricks and such to hit them, but they were clearly faster than him. Hitting him right in the ankle will have slowed him down considerably. What is this? Why is it taking so long to heal? Van Dien thought. He could still stand and bear through the pain, but he was hit in a spot where it had affected his movement, and just like with Jill, the chi-infused blood bullet was taking its time to heal. However, just then Van Dien did something interesting. He had placed his hand on the floor, 2 by his side and 1 a few steps in front of him. "Come on. Why are you always running away? I'll tell you what, I won't move from this spot and give you 1 free hit. You can even use the attack you used on my vampire knight. I'll show you the difference between you and me." Van Dien taunted. It was clear what he had done due to the information the system had revealed. He had set up the so-called traps and was trying to bait Quinn. Knowing this, Quinn had a plan of his own. "If it's 1 attack, then I have 1 for you," Quinn thought. The shadow that was usually around his back started to shift towards his gauntlets, forming over them. Then, infusing his chi into his gauntlets, the blue power on the side started to light up. Activating the shock skill, blue bolts of lightning could be seen shocking themselves around the shadow. Because of the chi he was using, the blue lightning would last until he ran out. This was the first part of the move that he had used against Edward. As for the second part, he gathered up his blood and infused that with chi as well. It was a struggle as he didn't have much left, especially after using it so much already. This would be a final attack for Quinn. Swinging both his hands out, he let the two large single lines of red aura come out from the palm of his hands. But they didn't go far, for they were quickly grabbed by the shadow. Now standing there in his two hands were two large scythe weapons. The shadow being used as the handle, the sharp edges a chi-infused blood swipe, and finally on the outer edge, the blue sock from his gauntlets powering them. "I thought my wings looked cool," Arthur said. "But that is just as impressive."